S.W.Frost is now live streaming Path of Exile digital scammers counter. So far Sunday, still no rain.
Hello friends and welcome back to a new video. Today we're gonna be doing everything that my opponent hasn't come to expect. So we're gonna be sending signals to our opponent and we're gonna make sure that those signals will be interpreted, and then we will do a completely different thing. And it will become more clear once we start actually doing things. I'm very excited for this one. We're starting on a 4-player map, which is going to make this even more exciting. So we're gonna start by playing a gasless 2-base opener, but rather than being gasless, we're actually gonna build a 3rd base on a proxy location. We're gonna show a roach warren in the wall with an evo chamber. That evo chamber is going to be upgrading as well, except instead I will actually be playing Spire at my proxy base location. That's gonna be my plan. We're gonna send our worker up here and we hope we don't get scouted. That's pretty much the entire plan that I have for now. Might want to send this to this side. I really hope it's not here. If he's here, that would suck. That would actually suck. I would not enjoy that one bit. Nice. The worst thing that could happen actually is being spotted here. Like my 3rd base immediately getting spotted, because that would pretty much defeat the purpose. I don't think he's gonna go commit if he decides to scout here. I just don't believe it. So we're... Oh, nice. Okay. This being scout is really good for me. I think he's probably top right. The scout time feels top right, if you ask me. And he sees that it's gasless as well. Okay, so he has full information. Like, we know that the information is wrong. My opponent, of course, isn't aware of that. We're gonna take a gas here as well, which is important for me. A couple more drones. This guy's gonna stay up here, so I have vision of what happens on this ramp without necessarily revealing that there's something there. Okay, so he's gonna come in. And that's great. This is actually brilliant. This is actually brilliant. This is exactly what I would want in life. Okay, we're also just gonna take a 4th base here eventually. Oh, is that a 2nd Reaper? No. Oh, he tried denying my 3rd base. Did not do a great job, but that's because he, of course, didn't know that he had to go to the top left. I mean, we can't really blame the guy for that. You know, it is a tough call to make. It's like, put the SCV over here, Reaper over here. Psych, I already took this thing. Yeah, I mean, can't blame the fella. Cannot blame the fella. When does this thing finish up? I wonder if I need a gas at some point as well. We definitely are going to need a roach warren. I even want to build like a couple of roaches, by the way. It is important to really sell the dream. The dream of playing against 2-base roach. Which, right now, for these guys, definitely is going to be a dream. Maybe I want to cancel this, actually. I just don't have that much cash. Okay, I'm going to cancel that queen. I've decided. Okay, Evo chamber. You have this thing coming out. One more overlord. Uh oh. We actually do not want him to be capable of just straight up running in here, do we? Gonna take 2 more gases in here too.
We require more minerals.
Should we pretend to already get something here? Or is that not how we want to be playing this? I don't even know. Okay, we're gonna get a couple of roaches out, because that's the most important thing in life right now. And pure drones over here. I do want to start a fake one here too, relatively soon. Alright, there we go. He's going in pretty freaking hard right now, so we're gonna lose a lot of drones, which I'm okay with. Well, I'm not okay with that, obviously. Like, I'd rather not lose the drones, but like, while we're here and we're busy losing them, we might as well pretend that we don't care. Probably gonna have some more stuff coming in relatively soon. Okay, so it is a cross position, which is probably the worst case scenario for me, now that I think about it. Okay, gonna get these 2. We're gonna go for carapace upgrades here. I wish I would have had these guys in the wall, to be honest. But we're honestly doing an okay job. Let's just get spores, just in case we're being... he's gonna pull some shenanigans here, which wouldn't completely surprise me. Okay, a couple of drones into the main base. You guys go here. More gas, always important, of course. should have morphed that faster so that he could continue chasing. Please don't go top left. 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 Okay, he's not going top left. That's actually really good news. That is really good news for me. Okay, we're gonna add a baneling nesting right now as well. Because I think we're gonna need that eventually, right? Might as well get it ASAP. We could also play Muda into Roach actually. They're never expecting that. Muda into Roach Hydra. Okay, there's legitimately 0% chance that my opponent knows that this is coming. Like, there's just 0% chance. Because this is not really a build. We're gonna add in a 4th base right now, which is theoretically going to be our 3rd, according to my opponent. Okay, we're gonna play Roach Hydra, and then we go into Ultras. So Muda, Roach Hydra, into Ultras. This is actually unheard of. Let me tell you. This is actually unheard of. We're gonna get a lot of Mudas too. Oh yeah, here it comes.
We require more Vespine gas.
We're gonna get a lot of freaking Mudas. Okay, Hydra then in the mix too. Dude, he's gonna be so freaking confused.
Mutation complete.
Here we go. He scouted this though. Okay, and he's going. Okay. Okay, so this is full send. Oh, he's 2 base on enemy. That is really awkward. Maybe we can
Our forces are
just kill everything or what? Can I kill all of his stuff? Maybe. I don't even know if that's the case. Look at this. Look what I'm about to do here. We're gonna defend these bases. We're gonna send this across the map. We kill all of his marines. Full on base trade. You guys are gonna go towards the bottom right side. And you get one of these here. I think eventually he's gonna need to go back home, you know? Hydra that as well. Just because we can. It's never gonna expect that. Okay, these guys are gonna go across the map. I wonder if he has any marines. Like, he's still building them. I just haven't seen any pop out in a while. Oh, if he doesn't have scans, he dies. If he doesn't have scans, he actually just dies. So we just kill all these. And then he won't have scans. And then we win the game. Like, guaranteed. Okay, we're gonna send these top right. Oh, that's bad. We just need to kill this. If we kill this base, we've won. Okay, because he should have nothing left right now. Okay, we're gonna go 1 in here, 1 in here. He could get a Raven as well. Okay, we're gonna send these guys back downstairs. Or maybe to the 3rd base. He knows that I'm up here, right? Okay, he's nothing, he's nothing. Okay, the only thing that could kill me right now is a... is a Raven. It's actually just a Raven. So we're gonna have to kill this thing, just in case. Oh, he's killing a lot of my stuff here, actually. That was bad. That was really bad. Okay, still going. I mean, it's not bad in the traditional... Oh my god, Jesus. It's like he knows what's going on. The thing is, I'm too afraid to move forward here with my thing. I can maybe do it with this one. Oh, please. I love you, baby. So he's not building a new one, because I think he doesn't have the money. This is such a beautiful game. This was actually the perfect... And it was a 2 base all in as well, which made it so much harder. Oh, perfect 4-player map for this. What a beautiful game number 1 here. Okay, let's try this again. Alright, up next we're playing against Daddy J, who asked me if I'm doing a challenge. I like him. The first of the misdirect. The first of the misdirect.
Pretty solid.
later, but nothing would be lost by just showing what happens. I'd argue if you liked Maria as a character, which a lot of people do, it makes her third death feel even more impactful. Maybe what is trying to be communicated is James finally breaking free from her spell, as he would imply in his famous last monologue to the Pyramid Heads and her. But I guess that only works if you're committed to the loop theory. Again, this can all be poor direction, I'm not putting that past anyone, but since the loop is on the table, I do wonder if that could have been what Bloober was trying to get across here. One thing that is definitely clear to me about this scene is that in James's famous monologue, things are written differently. In the original, it feels more like James is talking to the monsters standing in front of him. In the remake, it feels way more like he's talking to Maria or the town itself. Instead of saying, "Now it's time to end this," he says, "I'm ready." So that brings me to the point of all of this. In regard to that line, this time my canon ending is leave. Of course, none of these looping shenanigans or remake game were necessary for someone to come away with leaving the town as the ultimate conclusion in the original SH2. I know plenty of people who have always saw leave as the one true outcome. Personally, I always looked at SH2 as a bleakly elevating story about a man mercy killing his sick wife, then reuniting with her at the depths of their favorite resort town's lake. The in-water ending always made the most sense to me, given the depressing circumstances James and everyone else found themselves in. James Sunderland made a huge mistake. He committed a selfish crime, and he needs to pay for it, mercy kill or not. All throughout his original journey, the signs for ending it all constantly present themselves. The settings being a lonely ghost town, a water-soaked otherworld, a literal prison, a confusing labyrinth buried underground. It's all there, waiting for James. Since taking Mary's life, James has been trapped in a spiral of guilt, punishment, and self-destruction. I think for the past 20 years. Having grown up in less than ideal conditions myself, and being a mostly depressed loner of a teen, receiving a piece of media as dark as SH2 at the time was both a release and cage for my own self-defeating, desolate mindset. As I
Ja, this is gonna be some time. Be right back. Right.
Ice. Welcome to my channel.
I began talking to and hearing the opinions of fellow SH fans, I would come across the infamous loop theory. Suddenly, my teenage angst-fueled macabre viewing of SH2 would begin evolving. I'd think to myself, what if all endings are canon? What if they play out in a certain order? I've entertained this idea a lot in recent years, having gone through my own bouts of self-doubt and depression. Times where I'd find myself trapped in a self-destructive loop, wrong place, wrong time, or even turmoil of my own making. Honestly, playing Silent Hill 2 Remake helped me see certain things about life, relationships, and myself a lot clearer. Silent Hill games have always been fantastic interpretive works of horror, but I also think the messages held within them have always been those of self-betterment. Silent Hill is as much a prison of one's own making as it is a therapist to help whoever's willing to accept their faults and change. The town's horrific mirror, held up to the lost souls trapped within, most of the time helps them see the errors in their ways, or gives them the strength to break free. I can easily imagine James Sunderland finding himself back here after 20 years. The beauty of the loop theory is that you can view it in multiple ways. Sure, we can believe that James has literally been trapped here, Alan Wake style, but we can also think of the loop as him coming back years later, a lot older. I mean, he and everyone else literally look older than they did on PS2. This kind of thing happens all the time in real life, so who's to say Bloober aren't trying to explore that very same feeling of mental entrapment so many of us experience in our own lives? I have been thinking about this game for months. There had to be a tangible reason for why everything was presented in the way that it was. All the looping madness was there. I saw it, but after taking an especially closer look, I think I found my answer. James, Angela, and even Eddie are all tired. They're trapped in this town. Maybe not physically. Maybe everything they're experiencing together is metaphor. But one thing's for certain. They are trapped, and it's time to move on. James, follow Laura. Eddie, I know you're just gonna wake up in your van, parked up at the Overlook. Drive away. And Angela, I know there's a door at the top of those flaming stairs that bring you right back to the graveyard. Just leave. Life is passing you all by. It would be easy to chalk everything this game's doing up to Konami wanting to make money. That's why it's extra long. That's why everything's played a little bit safer. That's why they didn't start with SH1 and instead it's a way more popular sequel. Yes, obviously those things are true. Megacorps exist to make money, and if they can take any course of action to sell you a $70 to $80 game, they will. We can discuss the ethics of that some other time. When it comes to the art of the game, I think when handed those guidelines, Bloober's new design, to me, feels deliberately expressed to make you feel the exhaustion of looping for 2 decades. The combat being the same for 20 hours, having to fight the same 3 enemies over and over again. The characters feeling so tired in every scene they're in. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say, I think it's all intentional. The original SH2 is a game obviously not made for children. To understand its narrative and themes requires a mature perspective. Ideally, one with life experience. Why shouldn't I view the events of its remake with that same framing? With my own matured life experience. Remaking a game like Silent Hill 2 is literally impossible. Its lo-fi and charming voiceover, visual aesthetic, and specific atmosphere and sound design are not present in this game. They're also not present in any other game. SH2R is its own thing. It's saying and doing its own things. And to me, that's great. I originally didn't want to cover SH2R because I, like many of you, was swept up in a culture war surrounding it and its developer. I was spouting the well-worn party line of Bloober team won't do this game justice, even though I only played one of their games. Remake culture is getting out of hand, which to me is still true, but not a great reason to berate a specific game like I know everything about it before ever playing it. When I fully completed Silent Hill F's narrative last year, what Hinako went through in her story, all of the cultural and community expectations set upon her unsure shoulders, really resonated with me. It made me want to play SH2 Remake, and when I finished a few playthroughs of it, I was surprised at how closely I connected with this version of James's story. It made me re-examine who I was surrounding myself with, all of the people I had been toxically looping with for the past decade, reciting the aforementioned party lines, exploring negative mindsets about media, other people, our disillusionment with the state of the world. That lonely day-to-day routine reminded me so much of the utter exhaustion that James was self-subjecting to, surrounding himself with Angela and Eddie's baggage, going in circles with his own, and dealing with this new Maria, a woman who barely resembles his wife anymore. She is a completely different person now. His memories are so faded that he can't accurately recreate the woman that he loved to death. It was hitting close to home in a painful way. And let me tell you, it's really easy falling into a self-destructive mindset when you have a real-life Maria fueling the urge to stay still in your sorrow. I had to do something about it, so last year I decided to finally do the sensible thing for me and follow that metaphorical Laura, that beacon of light, that hope for a better tomorrow, that kid who would joyfully lead me.
It's kind of
Welcome everyone. Today we'll be looking at some amazing method in catching multiple 6 mod or 4 mod monkeys, and also spawn additional modifier for the monkeys, how to spawn additional monkeys, and how to capture them. In this video, I have been exploring the best ways of catching additional monkeys with some really good stats. So let me show you guys over here. So this is just one of the runs. There are 2 monkeys in this particular ritual with extra crit, extra physical damage, extra lightning, and a lot of extra good stuff. And there's extra cold damage. This is a superb monkey, and there is another monkey that is not great. So in this video, I'll be showcasing to you guys how to do this, how to spawn tons of monkeys within like 10-20 minutes, and how to get all the mods you wanted. And yes, to be a little careful, the monkey almost killed me. So here, we caught this one. Now I'll show you guys what we got after at the end of the video as a teaser. So yeah, I captured this one, but it is a 4 out of 6. Guess what I rolled out of this one? So I'll be showcasing to you guys exactly step by step of how to capture, find more monkeys in the end game. And this is incredibly important. If you don't know what you're doing, you're missing out so much. But if you know what you're doing with the right combination of the ritual events and also finding the right maps, preparing the right maps can give you over 10 monkeys in 10 to 20 minutes just with 1 or 2 maps. That's pretty incredible, right? So let me go through this guide step by step with you guys. Now I have prepared some notes in case I missed anything. We'll be looking into 2 different methods. The main method will focus on getting you 4 to 6 mod monkeys. Of course, you can only capture a monkey with 4 mod, no matter how many mod the monkey has. But having 6 mod, as you saw on the start of the video, it does allow the monkey to roll the extra crits and all the extra goodies that we want. So, this is the first part. Let me delete this one. So, the first part will look at the best, efficient, the most rewarding method with ritual. On the second part, we're looking into alternative method if you want something fast and simple, how to use the revival trick to get 4 mods quickly using the 2 times modifiers, which I discovered to be very helpful for players and also for friends who are playing in more of the early game and who doesn't want to do the whole ritual chain event, which is very rewarding. So, coming over to my replays, and I'll use my in-game footage and replays to show you guys step by step. I am assuming you guys have unlocked at the Atlas, and at this point there is one important master we want. You want to be getting Jodo to level 3 so you can unlock this particular node, and this is a standard. I'm just making sure you guys have this one because this can give you 6 mods, otherwise the highest you get is going to be 3 mods. After that, you actually want to go with the ritual event. So coming over to
even I know it.
Cat. And in order to start the ritual, I'm sure you guys can find out how to unlock the ritual, and most of you have unlocked the ritual. Coming over here, continuing the chain event will give you the first green quest item with Audience to the King. And if you have a little south, and you're gonna see an icon which you can interact with the Crux of Nothing, interacting with that and also getting the whole, the chain quest will allow you to unlock the Head of the King. The first time you have Head of the King, it is a green quest item. It can still work with that item, but later we're going to buy more of those Head of the King. And that allows you to unlock this particular effigy, which means that you can be buying and also finding more Head of the King, inserting into the effigy, and also starting this chain method of ritual. So, Now I should quickly talk about what is this method, right? So coming back to the replays, so you can see here we have the head of the king, and yes, I'll provide you guys with a whole replay should you want to follow step by step just with the recording as well. So notice over here I'm searching for riverside. Yes, I should have typed riverside, but I've marked a lot of riverside. That's riverhold. So I typed riverside over here. I am searching for riverside and I have prepared my maps for a lot of riverside, and that is important. Knowing the method of ritual helps, but you should really know how to prepare your pathing of the map before you start the head of the king. So let me explain what the head of the king does. The head of the king will start 4 to 5 different ritual zones of your choice with the nearest accessible node on the map. So let me go over here. So once I start the head of the king, you will go through zones that you have attached to the next map. Let's say if this is riverside, this is riverside, those zones will be available to start with the chain events of the ritual. And once you start the chain events, there will be rituals in the map that can revive map bosses. And this is how, as you're gonna see in the later parts, I was getting 6 or 4 monkeys in a map just reviving from one monkey map. And the best part about this is after you revive the monkeys in the map, which I'll go with you guys, the monkeys can spread to non-monkey maps. So let's say if like a river round, riverside, the monkeys can also spread to other maps. And what that means is the monkeys can revive in other maps for you to capture them. And the best example is actually this one. This 6 modified monkey map that I taught the monkey with is actually not a monkey map. This is savannas. So this is how I was able to spawn and force the small monkeys onto other maps using the head of the king and also the ritual events. So coming back over here, why do I say it is important to prepare your maps? Because if you look into my replays, now I'll show you guys in the game. So I have paths myself next to a multi-number of the let me show you guys. I have paths myself to a multi-number of riverside and also rupture maps. And preferably you want 2 rupture or 2 riverside next to each other. I find that it's much easier to look for riverside, and just to show you guys in the map, it is important to get this right. Riverside is in the forest zone. You want to go over a lot of maps with forest, with the biomes. I'll teach you guys how to look for more maps as well in the future, but right now look for more forest, look for more swamp. That's where riverside and rupture is. And then it is double the goodness if you can find maps with 2 riverside or 2 rupture next to each other. And then you want to path to both of them and also have them accessible before you use the ritual head. This is quite important because once you start the ritual events, as you're going to see over here, once you start the ritual events, you actually want to make sure the first map you do is the riverside map. This adds the monkey boss to the revival pool of the future maps. So the next map and the next map, you have monkeys in the pool, and you don't have random other unique bosses in the pool, so it doesn't dilute your chance of finding more monkeys. And the best part is if I path the both of those, and I can do this map, I do this map, so this adds 2 monkeys to my reviving zone. This is how, in this particular demonstration you saw over here, I was able to revive 2 monkeys in a no-monkey zone, in a map that doesn't have monkeys. So now that you have prepared enough maps and also unlocked enough nodes, so here I'll show you guys over here. You can see I search, I have prepared the maps, and then now that you have prepared it, come over to the kata. And this is after you have unlocked your ritual events to the point that you can now purchase the head of the king and use that directly. You can find head of the king yourself, but you can purchase them for about 1 to 2 divine at the moment on the market, and it guarantees pretty much 5 extra monkeys when you use this item, so definitely worth it, in my opinion at least. And I'll teach you guys what if you don't have the divine side, this and that method, but this is by far the most cost efficient method if you're searching for monkeys, and it's hard to find those maps. So once you get over here, you can use the head of the king on the effigy, and the first time you just put it on, the second time you have to click the button. It now allows you to set up ritual chain events on the maps you have accessible to. So here, notice this riverside I have accessible, and the other side I didn't get accessible. That is okay, I can pass it over. So this one, if I start the chain event, that is a golden spot for 2 riverside for double monkey like loots. So I also have another spot which I'll show you guys over here. So you notice there's 2 riverside, and this other spots that you can look for Now I'm prioritizing on double map spots. You can do one map spot, that is okay, because you can spread the monkey onto other maps. So here's 2 riverside. I decided to start here. And once you start on the first map, ideally you want to path over to more riverside if you can. So quickly show you guys over here. I'm gonna click on this. It starts the chain events on this side. And then that is the first map. And then I'm going to start the chain event on the next one, so the monkey spread, and then I continue to spread the chain event so the monkey can be revived into other maps. Very important. And ideally you do want to path into new zones and also stuff, but the best part is you want to start with the monkey on the first 1 or 2 map. Definitely first map if you can make it. So now that you have gotten the chain events going, notice that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the chain events. I believe you only get 5 of them, but if you do have the passives going with the Atlas onto the ritual, notice I have a few, it will provide you with additional right of nameness. That means the monkey can revive and will spread onto additional maps. And of course you can have chance of giving them additional modifiers, and also I even want to make the monster tankier because I was killing them a little too fast. We'll talk about that. So in terms of the passives, I don't think this is a good one because this might mess you up with additional bosses because you just want the monkey to revive. We'll talk about that, very important. So this is definitely a good one. Get this one, so it spreads to 6 maps. So 6 monkey revival maps. Now that you started this, it's time to look into starting the map. So what do we need to start the map? I'll come over to my character to show you guys over here. I prepared a...
Out of the silent
Yeah, I get the
sucked.
gist.
I finally cut ties with the people that I had been spiraling with, confirming self-destructive biases and anhedonically drifting in and out of meaningless, repeated conversations, getting nothing productive done with my days. To no surprise, my life got so much better after I did this. I found that the groupthink I had fallen victim to was one that was actively lowering my own established intelligence. I was second-guessing everything I had built for years. My love for certain things was faltering, my own individuality fading into someone else's. When I finally snapped out of the spell I was under, I was thankful more damage hadn't been done, but there was work to do. I had to finally cover Silent Hill. This series has been an essential part of my road to recovery. I said something earlier that was a bit of a foreshadowing to this moment. Silent Hill is as much a prison of one's making as it is a therapist to help whoever's willing to accept their faults and change. Too much of my own life for years was a social nightmare that I was too comfortable staying in. Playing SH2R helps me see that. Like I touched on in my SH4 video, if you've been looping in your own insecurities, your version of Laura, that leave ending, can be anything. It can be waking up and deciding to start again. It can be quitting that shitty job. It could be leaving the toxic friend group behind.
Yeah,
You just have to be ready.
did all of that.
Something else I've been doing with my Silent Hill videos is rediscovering my own thoughts and love for these games. If you watched my SH4 vid, I talked about that game's controversial reception, and the later re-evaluation it's gotten from its fans, me included. So much of my early childhood with games was not spent online. So when I did join the internet, I quickly found out how most other people felt about certain things that I loved. When you join a gaming community, groupthink is always on the table for mental infection. I, like James Sunderland in this game, had lost part of my Silent Hill memories. I needed to retrace my steps to get back to where I was. To realize that, yeah, I love Silent Hill, probably just as much as Resident Evil. I needed to find and follow my innocence out of the bad things that were happening to me. Like I said earlier, all of the loop theory stuff could be wrong. I could be reading into aspects of this game that aren't true. I could be giving SH2R a way more charitable reading than others. To be completely truthful, I don't even love this game as much as the original, obviously. But to all that, I have to say, I don't really care. I came away from it with my own thoughts, my own feelings, and my own opinion. And I'm sorry it took me this long to get here. My ultimate takeaway from SH2R as a longtime fan of the series is that maybe you won't always like what you find trying to revisit something. Maybe trying to do something again like reclaiming the past or remaking it entirely isn't the healthiest thing to do for you personally. You may not find what you're looking for, but you also may find that you've been living a part of your life incorrectly. And when life hands you a second chance, you should probably take it. One thing I know for sure is that Bloober Team, with all of their vague, potentially looping story threads, have definitely made a thought-provoking interpretive work, and a great Silent Hill game. So with all of that said, I myself am finally going to take my leave.
Girl, she is gone. Peace, man.
It seems as though my upload schedule has become quite disgusting. So for the past few weeks, I've been looking into new and exciting ways to increase my output and help ensure that I remain a productive and functioning member of this online mental health support group. Oh no. Oh shit. But for me personally, as a borderline danger to society, the best and most unhealthiest option was to just simply record 2 challenge runs at the same time. In today's video, I wanted to see if we could take 5 hours worth of work in Resident Evil 2 Remake and cut it in half by helping Claire and Leon achieve the highest and most coveted accolade in the entire game, both at the exact same time as one another. In just 2.5 hours, we'd need to solve problems nobody asked us to, concoct brilliant yet useless strategies, and even fight against our very own biology to simultaneously achieve an S+ rank in both of the game's A scenarios and continue to blur the lines between entertainment and meeting the criteria to section someone under the Mental Health Act. So open up a fresh pack of prescription medication and confirm your safe word as we take on double the cutscenes, double the tyrants, double the heartache, and 16 times the detail in what might just be the most deranged challenge I have ever done. September 30th, 2026. It's a day I'll never forget, not just because it was the day that Claire Veronica and Scoliosis Kennedy had found a gas station in America selling diesel for $1 a gallon, but it was the day that we finally started this challenge. Actually, that's a really good point. How do we actually start this challenge? $1 diesel might be the most unrealistic part of this game, but surprisingly, trying to play 2 games at the same time by yourself isn't exactly straightforward either. In fact, I'd go so far as to say doing something like this is generally considered an early onset symptom of some kind of personality disorder. This did mean, however, that half of this problem was already solved, as thanks to me being an exceptionally skilled marketing executive, we could already launch 2 separate instances of RE2 Remake on 2 separate computers. But the real question was, how do we control them? The single PS5 controller we used last time did synchronize our movements across both games, but that challenge took me 17 hours to complete, half of which was spent running into a wall. And considering hardcore difficulty also removes aim assist, if we wanted to PB by 14.5 hours, we'd need a controller that blended efficiency and function with freedom of movement, which is where I found this. The Xbox Adaptive Joystick is a bespoke controller designed by Microsoft for gamers with specific mobility requirements, because everybody deserves the chance to experience the misery of playing RE6 at least once. Oh my god, with a joystick, 8 different buttons we could configure, and the mandatory requirement of being able to hold 1 in each hand within just a few hours of some highly technical configuration in Steam Input.
Piece of shit.
We'd managed to fit all 17 inputs for RE2 Remake, including creating a makeshift D-pad, moving and aiming independently from one another, and most importantly, finding a way to move the camera, all onto this tiny handheld joystick. The power to control 2 different games through one partially functioning human had finally been achieved, as we once again re-entered the world of simultaneous survival horror. Returning to the local 7-Eleven, perhaps the biggest problem I faced, outside of these cutscenes being slightly out of sync and triggering my OCD, was my assumption that having 2 controllers now instead of 1 would make moving through both games significantly easier. This, and I cannot stress this enough, is so unbelievably wrong, because playing 2 games at the same time and doing it well was truly one of the hardest things I have ever done. Once both players were in the back of the gas station watching how the glizzies were made, the millisecond that I thought about doing something on Leon's game, Claire essentially gained sentience and started doing whatever she liked, which most of the time wasn't good. Seriously, practicing for this challenge had felt like joining a reverse gym, where I'd started the challenge fit and healthy but had left feeling like I'd given myself brain damage. Barely escaping out of the gas station and arriving in town, I was even struggling to walk in a straight line. The moment I experienced even the slightest amount of stress in one of the scenarios, my brain just stopped taking my calls. And there were even times where I'd taken my eyes off Leon for no more than 10 seconds and wondered, how did I get here? Having clearly picked the wrong week to stop sniffing glue, the only way I can describe this experience was like if I'd given myself dementia and schizophrenia at the exact same time, which mentally didn't feel great, but the run through the city had helped to warm me up as we successfully navigated both players through to the gates of the RPD, the only police station on Earth where you were 8 times more likely to become a victim of crime once you were inside it. No. Not quite the beacon of hope you were looking for in an apocalyptic disaster zone, danger lurked around every corner of the precinct and added a significant workload to what was already a very strained brain. But one way we could relieve some of this pressure was by using cutscenes. These temporary visual hydration breaks pause the in-game timer whilst they play, preventing us from being penalised against our S+ rank aspirations when watching them. This means that with a little bit of forward planning, we can use them to keep one player safe whilst we focus on tackling some of the more demanding areas of the game with the other. For example, here at the East Wing Shutter, by leaving Leon with Elliot to help him become half the man he's supposed to be, we can skip that cutscene with Claire to focus on getting her back to the main hall, where once she was with Marvin, Leon could now make his own return trip before handing back over to Claire for her to begin the journey into the West Wing of the precinct. Now, even with the cutscene musical chairs, both players actually have an identical start to the game, with their task being to locate 3 medallions hidden throughout the RPD and use them to open up the secret masturbating office hidden below the goddess statue, something that Marvin seemed very passionate about us doing. So whilst Leon was forced to listen to Marvin crash out about why you can't trust your work colleagues even if they apologise, Claire was already making progress through the West Wing, collecting an additional fanny pack from the office safe before working her way up through the central stairwell towards the spade key. By the time she'd quietly entered the library, Leon wasn't far behind, with both players eventually meeting back up on the 2nd floor of the East Wing to collect their respective weapons locker keycards and arrive just in time to watch low-flying aircraft park in the side of the building. Don't say it. Just say it. Don't say it. Just don't say it. Just don't say it. Mate, you can't park that there. Collecting the bolt cutters in silence, both players now faced perhaps the hardest test of the early game of the challenge, the route through to the STARS office. Both players would now need to cut through the East Wing office, double back through the opposite wing and back up through the central stairwell, but each of these areas are infested with newly retired members of local law enforcement, making this task a little more complex than just a simple run. Whilst Leon's cutscene does help Claire to focus on her start to this area, they didn't exactly prevent things from going wrong, and with this delay losing us valuable starting time, before long Leon's cutscene was already finished, leaving both players in dangerous situations that stretched my already thin focus a little too far.
Oh my god.
Smallest map I ever seen.
Okay. What do we do now? Whilst to this day I'm still not clear where this woman came from, the outcome of death was clearly one we'd be expecting to happen more and more frequently as the challenge progressed. And to me, at the heart of a true simultaneous run is the belief that both playthroughs are interconnected. I didn't want to dilute this message by just going AFK all the time or abusing the in-game menus or pause screens for our own personal gain, so naturally that meant if one player had the misfortune of being eaten alive in the next corridor over but the other didn't, to me this directly contradicted what we were trying to achieve here, which is where Rule 5 came in, decreeing that if at any point either of the 2 protagonists or indeed myself died, then we all died. Death for either Claire or Leon would mean that regardless of the surviving partner's location or status, they would also need to restart the challenge from the nearest available checkpoint, which, with there being no autosaves in hardcore, is all the way back here. After immediately dying to inanimate traffic, it was clear that if I wanted to beat this challenge before I slipped into a self-induced coma, then we'd need to immerse ourselves in this experience and fully embrace this new form of psychosis. That meant more efficient movement, remaining calm under pressure, and having aim that didn't look like I was suffering from alcohol withdrawal. To me, this was like entering a kind of flow state between the two games. To most medical professionals, this was likely the fastest way to trigger that bulging aneurysm I no doubt had growing inside my brain. However, this weaponization of my new mental illness allowed us to quickly earn back the progress we'd just lost. This time, Claire escaped the East Wing office immediately before nearly ruining it on the West Wing again, whilst Leon somehow managed the complete opposite by almost dying collecting the red valve, but then passed through the West Wing flawlessly. Truly, the duality of man. During this time, Claire had made it through the briefing room, collected the detonator along with the grenade launcher, and had arrived outside the STARS office with Leon not far behind. As Claire went to leave for the library, however, it was here, whilst meeting a man going through extreme opioid withdrawal, that I realised I had a slight, possibly life-threatening configuration problem. You see, having remapped the B button to the outer ring of my joystick so I could automate running without having to hold a second button, that also meant that if I pressed it too far, I'd accidentally begin running and end up euthanizing myself. No! Not knowing the true trigger point for this change of pace meant that I'd essentially created a reverse dead man switch, except I had no idea how much pressure was needed to detonate it. This was truly Darwin Award levels of innovation, which now forced me to move so slowly that I was practically walking backwards, but did at least succeed in adding a certain level of excitement to my day. Oh shit. 4 hours later, and Claire had finally made it safely through to the unicorn statue, where we can begin the process of removing the illiterate members of the public from the library, as Leon arrived up at the STARS office himself shortly after. Now, the last remaining tasks for both players were to organise our inventories, do a bit of feng shui in the library for later, expand the footprint of the 3rd floor, and insert the 3 medallions into the goddess statue downstairs. Saying our goodbyes to Marvin, he embraced Claire like the daughter he never had, whilst he said goodbye to Leon like the son still waiting for cigarettes and milk. But confronting these, unresolved daddy issues, or the emotionally overwhelming experience of returning to a gas station, might not be something we have a choice in. Because hardcore difficulty removes the autosave feature and the S+ requirements limit us to making only 3 saves for the entire game, we had to use them carefully and strategically, and whilst Birkin does influence the location of 2 out of the 3 of these saves, our first boss fight with him wasn't actually one of them. Now, if we die here and I'm forced to go back to the gas station one more time, then I will not be held responsible if I shit all over the forecourt in protest. So, to mitigate any further acts of bioterrorism, most sane people would just send one player into the boss fight first, finish it, and then send the second in. However, that is not the kind of mentally sound and healthy choices that we make on this channel. Instead, what I've done is create several synchronization points throughout the game, which would force both players to meet up at specific locations before they could progress. And would you believe it, the first sync point is here. On paper, Birkin's first boss fight should be a piece of cake. Thanks to the UK's unique definition of FPS, by upgrading our game's performance by downgrading it to look like Terraria, we can unlock additional frames per stab with the combat knife to significantly increase the amount of damage we can do to Birkin in a single slash. That is if you're doing it by yourself. If you're doing it with 2 players at the exact same time, however, there's an almost unlimited number of things that could go wrong. In practice, however, I'd come up with a plan that I executed flawlessly almost every single time, which obviously meant that when it came to doing it in an actual run, everything went to absolute dogshit.
Won't work on this thing.
Oh no! Leon, what the fuck?
No choice.
Seconds into the fight, the half of my brain responsible for controlling Leon had just collapsed in on itself under the weight of its own failure, leaving Claire fighting for her life as Leon spun in circles and dribbled on the floor. It was certainly not the synchronized and satisfying delivery I had imagined, but thanks to Claire putting in a shift on both our behalves, Leon was able to claw back what dignity he had left so we could both escape out of here and up to the car park. Which sounds like it should be the easiest part of all of this, but for whatever reason, trying to move Claire and Leon around an identical boss arena whilst in slightly different locations to one another was disorientating me to the point of total organ failure.
I am completely lost with Leon. Where am I going?
Anyways, after calming myself down, we finally found our bearings and reached the underground parking garage upstairs, where the second phase of our terrible yet exciting adventure was about to take on, yet again, another unique dynamic. So far, both players' scenarios have been almost indistinguishable from one another. They've gone the same way, entered the same rooms, and used the same items, which has helped to simplify my job somewhat, but now inside the basement, Leon and Claire would begin to go their separate ways.
That's my line.
In Claire's scenario, she skips the entire prison complex and half the basement, only needing to collect the diamond key from the morgue and sneak past a group of lickers who are literally eating the dog. In comparison, Leon will be cuckolded in the car park for a bit before having to visit the prison wing to speak with Ben, a British national apparently serving a 45-year prison sentence issued by the UK government for generic terrorism charges. Yeah, Ben, I don't think that's right. So whilst Leon is busy performing a hate crime in the basement, but only if it took place at Crufts, Claire had already taken the secret lift that Chief Irons used to smuggle gay prostitutes into the precinct and started making progress on the story's next objective inside RPD 2. In this hit sequel to RPD 1, the main objective for both players is to find 2 spare electrical units from around the station to fix this fire hazard inside Chief Irons' office and down inside the prison, which would allow us to pay for our parking and progress the story out into the streets of Raccoon City. Claire's first box is here inside the RPD's eastern storage closet, whilst Leon's is inside the basement's power room, with both players converging on the same location in the clock tower for the final one. Whilst we're essentially doing the same thing, both players are now in completely different areas of the game, and are unknowingly moments away from awakening an unstoppable force from inside the precinct. Thankfully, though, that upcoming mental burden can be softened slightly by reaching the location of our first save to finally secure our progress. Except, not really. The synchronization points I've put into this challenge would not only take place before each of the game's major boss fights, but also at each of the 3 saves we could make. So whilst Leon was still desecrating the dead underneath the RPD and doing his best to answer questions from concerned members of the public, Claire was forced to wait to make her save. We can still use her downtime productively by collecting key items, crafting resources in advance, and clearing out hazards for later, but having incurred an 8-minute loss of time compared to Leon, further losses like this were ones that we simply could not afford. With save 1 of the run now complete, Leon was inside the main hall, whilst Claire was upstairs inside Irons' office, as both players now converged together on the RPD's backyard. Somehow achieving the impossible by missing shots with 2 weapons that it should be physically impossible to miss with, Leon was working on collecting the large cog up on the 3rd floor, whilst Claire was extinguishing the fire raging through the east wing of the RPD. Now, inside the RE engine, even the relentless element of fire is contained to a specific area in the game. You see, enemies all have a specific location they're assigned to. They patrol these areas, but they don't ever leave them, preventing them from following the player around through different rooms and allowing us to plan our journey through to the clock tower with a degree of confidence. This is the exact same for every enemy, zombie, or area in the entire game, with the exception of one. Claire is the first person to awaken Umbrella's newest proof of concept, Mr. X, who was less of a bioweapon and more of a psychiatric problem in a trench coat. His love language was predominantly physical touch, and his job was to now relentlessly stalk you through the precinct to the point of giving you an emotional breakdown. There was no knowing where Mr. X would now show up. Except you would know, because it was always the exact moment you needed to go through a specific door. For Claire specifically, this took on an entirely new dimension of horror, because I can barely hear anything coming out of my speakers. So being unable to triangulate the sound of bioweapon knuckles dragging along the floor to successfully prevent the game from sending me into cardiac arrest, we'd have to operate purely on instinct, as Claire escaped back through to the main hall whilst Leon was busy trying to claim work compo outside. Needing this yellow crank from evidence lockup to create a makeshift bridge to the 3rd floor in the library, Claire would need to open up a connecting door using the club key over on the west wing, whilst Leon would need to use this club key to open up the... Wait a second. Oh no. I have made a terrible mistake. I've gone to the wrong door. It seemed as though the rapidly developing bipolar disorder I'd triggered as part of this challenge was causing me to hallucinate inaccuracies between the 2 scenarios like I was some kind of AI. Claire actually needs to use the heart key on this door just past the armory, whilst the club door is reserved exclusively for Leon. Now, I'm not saying I was losing my mind, but I have to admit, there were signs that I was becoming increasingly on edge.
Oh my god, Jesus Christ!
And with Leon's own personal space about to become a shared communal area, it seemed as though that frame of mind was only going to get worse.
Leon, move. Oh, fuck me. Okay, well, I guess we're fucking going then. Fuck! Oh, shit. My own shadow just scared the shit out of me. What the fuck?
Once inside the clock tower, Claire was safe, at least for now, and with Leon somehow making it up here himself a few minutes later, both players were moments away from exchanging the proverbial challenge baton at the clock tower door, which was around the time that this happened.
Oh no, what a...
Dude, what the actual fuck? In what can only be described as a freak accident, it appeared as though the freak was in fact me, and the accident was thinking that I didn't have it in me to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. In isolation, we could probably write off a moment like this, but the mistakes soon began building up. Strange, unexplained moments. Decisions that were beyond the comprehension of the human mind. I mean, how does someone not notice a 7-foot-tall man dressed entirely in homoerotic leather break down your door and enter your home?
Oh, fuck!
Surely, these were mistakes that I, an experienced player, should not be making. Well, in truth, just like Claire's on attempt 4, my brain is, in fact, becoming smoother. You see, the truth is that I've lied to you. We're not actually playing these games simultaneously. What the brain's actually doing is something called rapid task switching, which is where the brain switches between tasks rapidly. True and effective simultaneous focus on two complex tasks is actually physically impossible. So for this challenge, all we're essentially doing is quickly switching focus between the two games. Just really badly. But doing this over time causes the brain to use significantly more effort and energy, as it constantly has to onboard, offload and restart tasks between the two scenarios, leaving you with what is essentially me trying to play this game and my brain getting so stressed out that it started producing cortisol to let me know it was having a mental breakdown. Yeah, I mean, you and me both, pal. This psychological debt, though, like the undisclosed 6-figure sum I owed my local casino, would build up and need to be paid eventually. But for the time being, we needed progress more than we needed rest, so I opted instead to take a loan out against that debt at 4,000% interest. With my cognitive credit score now in tatters, on attempt 5 I was still struggling to hit the broadside of a barn. Claire was still providing me with one of the audio-sensory gaming experiences of all time.
Oh!
And Leon was, once again, doing his very best to throw the run.
Oh!
This time, though, Claire does remember to take the correct door, as Leon is doing his best to escape the clutches of Mr. X. With the coast clear, both players safely rendezvous upstairs in the clock tower, where I once again go catatonic by staring directly into the RPD singularity.
What the fuck? Where am I?
But after Claire eventually escapes, she begins her return journey to Irons' office, leaving Leon to complete his work inside the clock tower. Claire manages to complete the puzzle and quickly take 5 to answer a private phone call, as Leon works on catching up to her in the story. He does have a slightly longer journey back to the prison and several more working parts to consider, such as a friendly reminder that half-eaten work colleagues may be closer than they appear. Leaving Leon to self-sabotage on his way back down to the car park, Claire was about to begin everyone's favourite minigame with Sherry across town in the Escape from Epstein Island DLC. Now, if we had a penny for every time I felt like I'd wasted my life inside this orphanage, I'd have 2 pennies. Which, if you added to the number of pennies I had for every time I tried to throw this challenge with Leon, then we'd have way too many fucking pennies. Where are they all coming from? Executing quite possibly the worst prison escape since Season 5 of Prison Break, the stress wasn't over, as the orphanage with Sherry was no longer this tedious trope of a level, but was instead genuinely terrifying. After Sherry gives Irons an acid face peel to really give his tired skin a much-needed glow, we're forced to hide from him upstairs, which also required us to quickly map a custom controller layout so we could enable Sherry to crouch. But the unreliability of this configuration and the responsibility of also having to control Leon meant that all it would take was one mistake for Irons to spot us, and it was all over.
Oh my god, Jesus Christ.
Thankfully, with Leon reaching his dedicated podcast segment at Kendo's, all three of them can sit down to discuss the top 10 ways for creating a healthy bedtime routine for your child. Leaving Sherry to begin her final escape, where with Iron's stolen set of keys, we made a break for the exit, needing just one more camera change for us to reach the sewers. Needing just one more camera change, just one more camera change, just one more camera change to reach the sewers.
I'm coming, Sherry! Oh my god, the camera! No! You fucking piece of shit! Oh. Finessed by a camera angle.
Usually when someone does something as embarrassing as this, they delete their social media, go into hiding, or move to Bulgaria under the new identity of Nikolai Nikolov. For me, however, I have to post these to the internet in some form of humiliation ritual that secretly I think I must enjoy. Unable to release any of my built-up rage due to my setup looking like a data center that could collapse in on itself if I move just one cable, I need to just take a deep breath and... hang on, actually, that's a great idea.
Marvin.
Having bottled enough runs that Arsenal had now been in touch about signing with them for next season, Attempt 6 still began with a renewed sense of optimism that still, despite these challenges that we had faced that were almost certainly 100% my fault, nothing was going to stand in my way of escaping that orphanage this time.
This is a fucking joke, no?
Okay, except maybe that guy. For whatever reason, no attempt in this challenge ever seemed to go perfectly. There always seemed to be something that went wrong somewhere for someone. For example, if Leon got through to the clock tower perfectly, then Claire was forcibly altering my life expectancy by about 3 to 4 years.
Oh my god.
If Claire made it back to Irons' office, Leon was forgetting to bring the electrical box to the electrical box room.
No!
Thankfully, though, in the one place that it mattered, this time we won our game of sex offender hide and seek, where it turns out all I needed to do 30 minutes ago was just turn right and press the joystick in. And that's it. Hey, did you hear that? Leaving Irons receiving what looked like a reverse enema, Leon was merging into Raccoon City's Poo motorway to successfully give Ada the ick by inadvertently giving himself concussion, whilst Claire was time-travelling into the past to receive directions from Irons to the orphanage, which, for a ransom hostage situation, were quite possibly some of the worst directions that I have ever heard given to another human.
In the neighborhood, you'll find it.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll just find it, shall I? Oh, wait, maybe this guy knows. Hey, excuse me, you don't happen to know where the orphanage is? Thanks in part to linear game progression, though, it turns out we owed Irons an apology. The directions he gave weren't actually that bad at all. It is, in fact, in the neighborhood, and I will actually find it. So as Leon began his cutscenes with Ada and Annette in the sewers, Claire had escaped out of the underground car park along with her emotional support tyrant and slipped through the gate next to Kendo's to cross the adjoining housing estate to reach the orphanage. Once inside, Irons home births a thing directly onto the carpet before proceeding to immediately die in what surely makes this the most efficient orphanage on Earth. But whilst this was happening, deep below our feet, Ada had just finished clearing her corners using Leon's spleen to signal the start of her own dedicated section as Claire reunited with Sherry. Somehow, both women had managed to find themselves being chased through the sewers by bioweapon Ted Bundy at the exact same time, which I myself, despite being a man, also found this to be incredibly disconcerting. After Claire takes the lift straight through the ground floor and Ada cements her reputation in this game as a shit-tier spy, her adventure in the sewers concludes with her verbally assaulting another female worker while standing above a vat of human shit.
Fucking, you are fucking! You fucking, you bloody, you bloody bastard, bitch!
Leaving Claire to officially arrive inside the penultimate level of the game. Once through the upper levels of the sewer system and the control bridge, we jump down into the monitor save room, which would be the location of our second save of the run, but not the actual save of the run. In reality, preserving our progress had never been so close, yet so far. To escape Raccoon City's sewer system, Leon and Claire would need to locate and retrieve 3 chess-inspired control plugs from wherever Magnus Carlsen had left them, so we can open up the door to the waste management system and rescue our respective partners, who had coincidentally somehow landed in the exact same place. Our second save of the challenge, though, isn't planned until just before we enter the waste management facility, meaning that standing between there and returning all the way back to the RPD again were the 2 iconic locations of the sewers, the disgusting and reprehensible location of the G Adult Red Light District, and this bridge on the West Walkway. As Leon arrived in the sewers himself, just as Claire had collected the reinforced frame for her SLS that turned this thing into a gas-powered lobotomizer, clearly one of these areas sounded vastly more appealing than the one made exclusively out of solidified cat shit. But we still made the controversial choice of starting with the bioweapon sex dungeon first. Now, don't ask me why. At the time I thought it might be best to just get the worst of the 2 areas done first, but on reflection it might have been because I'm currently not in a sane state of mind. Truthfully though, whatever the answer was, it didn't really matter, because just like investing in crypto, there is no limit to how many times you can lose 50% of your progress.
What is my camera doing? What is going on with my camera? There's no way, man. This can't be real life. I'm going the wrong way. Fuck. And I'm dead. Ah!
Oh no. Again. Undeniably, this death had been caused by my controller locking itself into the camera orientation, and possibly also was a little bit my fault as well. But either way, I'd forcibly dragged Leon back to the RPD for the 7th time now. By this point, it felt like I was arresting myself for a crime I committed on myself. But as I wiped the tears from my eyes, it seemed as though my punishment for this mistake was going to be more abstract. Arriving back in the RPD, I wandered around the halls like a man lost in time, someone forced to live out 2 different timelines in the search for answers to questions he did not know. Like, why the f*** can I not move this bookcase? Well, that was because, technically, I've never been here before. It seemed just like this challenge, I was somehow living in the past, present and future simultaneously, all at once. If deja vu was a form of schizophrenia, then let's just say I've seen this one before.
I forgot about this motherfucker!
Because by this point, for all intents and purposes, I have gone completely and utterly insane. But then again, if the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results, then I'm not sure we fit the criteria. We did exactly the same thing on attempt 8, but got a completely different result. This time, Claire and Leon had shortened the considerable gap between their respective sewer starts, meaning both players entered the lower waterway around the same time as each other. Deciding that psychologically I was going to immediately return to the nesting grounds to overcome any possible performance anxiety of this area, the plan was to just gaslight myself and Claire into believing it would be fine. I was confident. I knew I could do this, and this time I wasn't going to make a single mistake. Oh shit, I forgot the crank. Still though, Claire kept her promise, as both her and Leon successfully passed their respective G-adult encounters, meaning Claire could begin violently plugging and unplugging switches inside the storage room, whilst Leon worked on reducing the sewer management payroll by 150%. After Claire leaves the nesting ground shortly afterwards without any further problems, both players pass each other outside the upper waterway, where Claire offers some words of encouragement to Leon as he begins his own trip through. Claire, how was the nesting ground? Fuck, what did I do? With progress looking good, Leon arrives at the storage room as Claire attempts to silently steal the rook plug up on the bridge by discreetly putting a grenade into the security manager's mouth to distract him. Her borderline clandestine work on the lower waterway concluded Claire's work in the sewers, but meant that history had once again repeated itself as we're forced to hemorrhage more precious time waiting in the monitor room for Leon so we can complete the second save of the run and progress the challenge. During this considerably anxious wait, Leon does, however, manage to complete his remaining duties. Averagely, collecting the flamethrower and the 3 remaining plugs, whilst Claire again tries to be as productive as possible, but hit with yet another costly 7-minute time loss, it fueled my concerns that we may have already done irreparable damage to the S+ rank. Was it already too late? Could this have been too much time wasted? Only time would tell. Yeah, I guess that is kind of how it works. One person who wasn't stressing though was Marvin, as with the second save now made, we'd fulfilled his dying wish of never showing our face around the precinct again, meaning our final contribution to Raccoon City's sewer network was teaming up, yet again, for another simultaneous boss fight with Birkin 2. Tomorrow. Waking up on day 2 with my brain sufficiently rested, doctors or lifestyle coaches would likely recommend that you start your day
like
with a healthy breakfast, perhaps some meditation, or maybe even a walk in the sun to reset your Cirque du Soleil rhythm. What they absolutely would not recommend you do is start your day with this shit.
Okay, brilliant. Ah! What is going on? What am I doing?
This was certainly not the kind of morning routine that promotes a healthy and balanced lifestyle, but just like how plants photosynthesize, I actually harvest my nutrition from the elevated levels of cortisol this game was forcing my body to produce. Birkin in this fight is undoubtedly a massive piece of shit, and without the spare time to go back to the RPD for additional supplies or weaponry, we'd have to try and make this fight work with whatever we had left. Which currently seem to be 3 boxes of out-of-date macaroni cheese, someone's front door key, enough acid to melt a human body inside a bathtub, a police-issued taser, whatever this is, multiple packets of the same lettuce that's causing Americans to gain the explosive diarrhea debuff, and a chemical flamethrower. Now, this might not seem like a lot, but actually, it is. In terms of damage output, Leon's flamethrower is on par with Claire's ability to turn herself into a PS1 game, meaning our focus for Birkin 2 was to try and speedrun Leon's fight as quickly as possible so we can turn our attention over to Claire, whose fight is slightly more, demanding? When the fight starts, by throwing a grenade with Leon, we can immediately trigger Birkin to open the door for us, where with Claire left behind the safety of these barrels, we can head straight out into the arena to get a head start on the fight. Around about the time we added becoming a Burns victim to the list of grievances Birkin would be bringing against Umbrella in his upcoming employment tribunal, Claire was also en route into the arena, which was coincidentally where the fight descended into absolute chaos. But despite this absolute mess, Leon holds up his end of the bargain, leaving Claire just needing this knife and a flash grenade to put Birkin 2 behind us for good. It's just a couple of items, right? Nothing crazy. Surely, nothing bad could possibly happen here.
Oh shit. Oh, thank God for that.
Through the power of friendship and possibly divine intervention, Claire had somehow managed to make up for her poorly timed button press by dragging both players through to Nest. But with time continuing to seep away, once both players had arrived inside the final chapter of the game, there was no more room for error. After immediately making an error, Leon's quicker completion of Birkin 2 meant that he was the first character to reach the lab. Using Claire's cutscene where her and Annette diagnose Sherry with stage 4 pink eye, we take a shortcut through the cafeteria to reach the level 2 wristband, and have to constantly remind employees down here that trying to kiss people you don't know on the mouth without asking first is not cool. Claire was now in the process of transporting Sherry to the monorail, as I was once again giving myself completely voluntary heart attacks on my way to the greenhouse. Jesus! But using that next cutscene wisely, we'd made it all the way to the Ivy's domain to receive a very well-timed reminder that just one lapse in judgment down here was all it would take for us to be immediately sent back to begin collecting shipping containers with our face again. The Ivies were a weird sort of enemy. Being grabbed by one was like staring death directly in the face. But if you had a defense item on you, then they were practically the most pathetic enemy in the game. That being said, if you found yourself needing a defense item but didn't have one, then you have a big problem. As Leon began unlocking the areas within the greenhouse, female Redfield was working through the cafeteria in her attempts to catch up to her work colleagues' starting pace. You get it. Catch up, right? By the time Claire had reached the greenhouse herself, Leon was already downstairs in the lounge, taking on the role of the world's most violent alarm clock, before quietly making our return trip back with the signal modulator to restore power to the rest of the floor. Cooling Leon's liquid down so we can begin dispersing plant COVID through the air conditioning system, Claire was only just beginning synthesis of her first iteration of the compound upstairs, which actually worked in our favour. Overall, out of the two of us, Claire is definitely the one who's further ahead time-wise, so it not only prevents her from losing even more time, but gives Leon a chance to focus on his more dangerous escape out of the greenhouse. Grouping the Ivies up together, we created a clearer route for our escape with the level 3 wristband, and arriving back inside the central core, Leon's progress was now safe. I mean, if there ever was such a thing. Following in his footsteps, Claire had repowered the rest of B2, cooled her own liquid, and helped to try and trigger a fatal heart attack on her way out. No! Unsure if I'd ever forgive my own brain for trying to kill me, we're able to slip through the greenhouse and reunite safely with Leon inside the G-Virus testing lab, completing our third and final save of the challenge to put us just 10 minutes away from the end of the game. But whilst we may have completed 90% of the game, we still had 90% to go, as just like entering any IKEA on the planet, the hardest part of this challenge was now trying to leave. Clearly, the Swedish cannot be trusted, but neither can I to complete this final section of the challenge. In the penultimate boss fight of the scenario, both players are expected to act as impromptu divorce mediators, working with both parties to liquidate the appropriate assets before we manage to liquidate ourselves. As each boss fight became more difficult, so did the complexity of trying to complete them simultaneously with both players. T-Rex Birkin stretched just how far I could overclock my brain without thermal throttling it like an Intel CPU, as the amount of factors we had to consider here skyrocketed. Birkin was relentless. There was no way to buy ourselves space or time. We risked instant death without a defense item, resources were running critically low, and for some reason, Annette would not stop screaming at us to get her emergency medical help. Yes, Annette, can you not see I'm a little busier? Clearly, this was too much for the mind of one feeble man. So just like undervolting your 14900K to prevent it from evaporating, I needed to find some way to limit the amount of variables here and free up some cognitive processing power to start making any meaningful progress on any character. And just like most of life's problems, this one can be solved with the correct application of white powder. And no, Scarface, I'm not talking about that white powder. I'm talking about the white gunpowder. Throughout the game, Claire and Leon both receive their own unique gunpowders, which are used for crafting scenario-exclusive ammo, and one of Claire's produces the acid round. Now, in the cutscene just before this fight, we see Annette allude to the fact that her husband is weak to acid, meaning if we timed our shots correctly with Claire, we could stunlock Birkin indefinitely. Armed with the 34 acid rounds I'd managed to stockpile throughout the game, if we sat inside the exit lift with Claire, we prevented her from being pushed or moved around the arena, meaning all we had to do, in fact, the only thing we had to do, was just sit here, reload, and shoot.
What is my purpose?
You sit here and shoot acid.
Oh my god.
Yeah, welcome to the party, pal. Leaving Claire to come to terms with her immediate future, we can begin doing what we can with Leon. His extremely decrepit inventory left us with a far more challenging fight with his G3, which certainly helps to make Claire's supposedly easier task of just simply pressing shoot and reload harder to focus on when Leon was having the piss stripped out of him.
Oh my god!
A delay of as little as a few seconds was enough for Claire to qualify for her own generational beating, but after a few attempts of committing the timing to memory, on attempt 14 she was finally able to defeat her variant of Birkin and leave us to focus on doing the same with Leon, which went so badly that we ended up having to resort to the Matilda. By the time Leon was done, Annette had successfully managed to offload her childcare to Claire, who'd made it with Sherry to the emergency lift, leaving the resident twink to engage in a heated argument with his KGB handler.
And you shoot me. But I don't think you can.
What was that? Entering the final leg of the challenge, Claire and Sherry were just about to reach the turntable as Leon entered the emergency lift, arriving downstairs in time to receive a call from Claire telling him to board the Southwestern train service to anywhere else but here. But just like trying to get on any train in this country, our expected arrival at the results screen would now be delayed, as the next stop on this service wasn't home. It was here. Claire and Leon both have one final test that comes in the form of a decisive showdown with the flesh nexus that was Birkin's fourth mutation and the most sinister bioweapon of all, a left-handed person. Both of these fights are extremely involved, but Leon also has to consider the looming threat of being instantly penetrated from behind. Wait a second, that sounds kind of weird. After throwing her 2 grenades, Claire can use her significantly larger arena to her advantage by creating plenty of distance to give us time to concentrate on doing whatever we could with Leon. Realistically, all we needed was to last 2 minutes. That was it, and we'd be thrown the rocket launcher, arrive at the bottom of the lift, and reach the safety of the end credits menu. Clinging to Mr. X's side, we wasted as much time as possible, using flash grenades to buy ourselves whatever distance we could, and waiting for the visual cues of the rocks falling into the arena. These would indicate to us that Mr. X's insta-kill attacks were moments away from starting, giving us a small warning to begin preparing our flash grenades.
Oh, fuck.
Apparently unable to count, whilst you could say we were getting closer and closer to the results screen, psychologically this final fight had created a widening chasm that was putting the S+ rank further and further out of our reach. Having again committed to waterboarding Birkin with hydrochloric acid within just a few attempts, we'd earned ourselves a second shot at redemption. To make this possible, our only chance was for Claire to once again sacrifice her own happiness for Leon. It was a risk. Claire had already accrued the most wastage out of the 2 players, but all we needed was 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes. And this just might be possible.
That's rough.
Oh shit. This was it. In less than 20 seconds, this cutscene would end, and with nothing left in my inventory but a hope and a dream, we would either be halfway to beating this challenge and finally seeing my wife and children again, or we'd lose everything.
Oh God, please! Oh my God!
It turns out the real reason behind Leon's back being curved like a banana in RE9 was because of the sheer weight of this challenge's success he'd just carried in this one moment. Scoliosis Kennedy had made it to the end credits, but as we already knew, this was far from over. Claire was still in the middle of fighting for her life, and currently it wasn't going very well. Thanks to some rather extravagant wastage earlier in the game, we'd left ourselves short on ammo for this final fight, leaving us with no other choice but to try and remember some of the basics of CQC.
Oh my God.
Health items quickly ran out, and before long, so had time. Not just for the facility, but possibly for the challenge as well. This certainly wasn't helping my stress levels, particularly as from the moment Leon had reached the end credits, the game had been trying to overstimulate me into a mental health crisis.
I'm so overstimulated right now. This music's driving me insane. Jesus Christ!
It seemed as though Claire had sacrificed herself, and non-consensually Sherry as well, so that Leon could escape, which, considering the rules of this challenge, was a pointless gesture. Never imagining myself wishing for a world where all I had were 7 minutes to spare, we now face the possibility of heartbreaking defeat, right at the very end.
Oh my God, please be dead. It's over. Or is it over? I actually don't know how long that took me. It could be really over.
With only 60 seconds remaining, we'd probably cut this fight about as close as you ever could. And whilst the achievement of beating the game simultaneously had been completed, celebrations were currently on hold, as the real result of the challenge was yet to be decided.
Oh my God.
You know, you can't do much in 39 seconds. You could maybe walk downstairs, make half a cup of tea, or put a battery in your microwave and cause a gas explosion inside your house. But here, on planet Earth, in these United Kingdoms, 39 seconds was all it took to save this challenge, and my sanity. Yes, if you quite literally put your mind to it and disregard licensed medical advice, you can in fact beat both of RE2 Remake scenarios on the game's hardest difficulty and achieve its highest rank, all at the exact same time. From the very beginning to the very end, Claire and Leon had overcome adversity, emotional heartbreak, and suffered genuine psychological trauma to survive this challenge just as the game had intended. Together.
This is for the record. History is written by the victor.
Yes, yes. So I could go back here and
Mike, what are we doing?
We're talking about Star Trek.
That's what this is? I thought it was Dracula.
No, you are a Red Guard from the House of Takuvma.
Takuvma, that's right. That's right.
And I'm something from the House of Kor.
Well, you're lucky. You got something which I believe is an original series reference. I think Kor was one of the Klingons Kirk faced off with.
Just so you know, these are actual costumes from Star Trek Discovery. These are not replicas. Screen-used costumes from Star Trek Discovery that we bought, and we decided to put them on because we wanted to talk about Star Trek and the current state of Star Trek, where it's at, where it's going. We'll talk about where it's been, because we're going to do a video about TOS soon.
Yes, yes.
But there was some news recently, and I wanted to talk to you about that.
Okay.
I've been wanting to make this video for a while of the what is next for Star Trek.
Yes.
Because I kind of wanted to pick your brain and kind of see what you thought.
Well, is the Alex Kurtzman era for sure dead? Because he's like a cockroach.
At the time of this recording, season 4 of Strange New Worlds is currently airing.
Yes.
There is a short 6-episode season 5 that's still to air next year. Normally it's 10 episodes, so they have season 5 of Strange New Worlds still coming out with just 6 episodes.
Okay.
Shuttlecraft flight plan, Captain.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
So far, from what I gather, everyone is not liking season 4 of Strange New Worlds.
Okay.
They're saying it's way too goofy and out of control, and I know you don't like it, and we're not here to talk about that.
I've never even watched Strange New Worlds.
Fair enough.
So I have no judgment on Strange New Worlds.
Then Strange New Worlds is done. Starfleet Academy is coming back for its season 2 of a show that's been canceled.
Yes.
Is anybody listening?
Man, why does everything have to be a full-on lesson in this place?
Because it's a school, Caleb.
They pulled the season 2 trick.
Where they film them all when they do season 1, and they take some of them and they that's season 2. Yeah.
And then, well, you could say, let's film season 1, release it, then see how it does, and then get the green light for season 2, but then you have to bring everybody back, renegotiate contracts, rebuild sets, and do all the and then it takes 2 years, 3 years later, the seasons. So they're like, let's shoot them all at once, and then we've been already greenlit.
The studio and Paramount Plus they're very happy with the way we're going, so they gave us a season 2. Hey!
For season 2, wow, what a hit.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a psychological tactic that ultimately failed.
Doesn't scare me.
I miss old school TV. Where they cranked out 26 episodes of Star Trek every fucking year. And you know what, Mike? Most of them were bangers.
I know, most.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you know why, Rich? Because they didn't have the budgets and the visual effects to go crazy. So they had to really say, how can we use the bridge and sickbay, and maybe...
How do we redecorate this cave for the 17th time?
Right.
Yes.
Or maybe one junky redecorated spaceship set to look like an alien ship for... We give access to those 3 sets. Let's see. How do we keep everyone talking for 42 minutes? A plot. Discovery is officially done.
Yeah.
Star Trek Picard, of course, is done.
I hate to say it, but I think this is the end of the road.
Yeah.
It's unlikely at this point Star Trek Legacy will happen.
Yeah.
Which was the thing everyone was hoping for. And then they said, nope, we're not giving you that. We're giving you Starfleet Academy. One of the best decisions in all of television history. And then the Section 31 movie was a complete disaster, the direct-to-streaming movie.
Yes.
And it's basically official, I could say completely official, that the fourth Kelvin timeline movie and that whole universe is dead.
Yes.
Have you heard the latest news?
What is the latest news?
I think they burned out Star Trek with all the shows. They basically stomped it into a grave. Now, there's rumors, and I don't know, they're working on the script, but they're resetting everything, and they're doing a new movie. This was announced at Comic-Con. Jonathan Goldstein and John Francis Daly. Jonathan Goldstein is a director-writer, and John Francis Daly is an actor-writer. They teamed up on such films as the Dungeons & Dragons Honor Among Thieves, Game Night, Vacation, the reboot.
Yeah.
And then their biggest hit, I think, was Spider-Man: Homecoming, as writer, director, team up,
Yeah.
I don't know, co-director, whatever. The Horrible Bosses, Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs 2. They're really kind of like nerdy comedy guys, and their quotes from Comic-Con are, "I think we can say the script is in progress, and that we're very excited about it. And I think people will be surprised. I can't really say anything else other than that. I think we've said in the past, and it's been reported, that it won't be the characters that you've seen previously in your Star Trek movies. There will be sort of a new take on that, and I think it'll probably be a little into the future than we've been before."
You know, I think I did hear about this, but in my brain, I just dismissed it as one of the literally hundreds of projects you hear about every week that never get made.
Yes. Well, there was like the Quentin Tarantino script.
Yeah.
And there's not hundreds, but
Well, not Star Trek, but like in general. So-and-so's working on this. So-and-so wants to make a reboot of Aliens that's a sequel to Aliens and not the Alien 3, and never got made. Oh.
Here's the thing. Yeah. They do press junkets, and they have like, I don't know, you pick any actor on the face of the planet, right? Chris Helmsworth or Flynn Wolfhard.
Yeah.
And they interview them, and they say, "Flynn Wolfhard, what do you think about Star Trek?" "Oh, it's great. Would you ever be in a Star Trek movie?" "Sure." "Flynn Wolfhard, possibly attached to Star Trek project." Clickbait, clickbait, clickbait.
Yeah.
But these two guys did an official Comic-Con panel where they talked about the fact that they're writing the next Star Trek movie, which is fine. Maybe it's going to be great. I'm not like dissing it or praising it or anything. I just wanted to make this video to keep you up to date.
Do you want to hear my hot take? Do you want to hear my hot take? I think it's okay if Star Trek is dead.
I know.
I think that's okay.
I know you're going to say that, but here's the thing. We're sitting here in authentic, screen-used Klingon costumes from Star Trek Discovery. I thought it might give you a little more enthusiasm, but I think it's just causing you immense pain.
It gives me a lot of sympathy for, what was the name of here? Justin?
I don't know. I don't remember.
It gives me a lot of sympathy for Justin. I'm thinking about like the costumes from like the TNG era for the Klingons, and I feel nothing but envy. Because this thing, oh Jesus, I don't have a fucking neck, Mike.
Well, see, okay, here's the thing. I think that costume was meant for someone much
about half
skinnier.
my size.
Same with mine.
Yeah.
And so where it's like, you can't close, you can't button on the sides, and so a skinnier guy might be like, hey, it's not that bad. I thought I'd be sweating my ass off, but I'm kind of comfortable. This is very tight on me. I can't close the back.
Yeah.
But hey, it is what it is. And my loincloth's falling off, and the boots don't fit. But the point is,
Mike, would you do me a huge favor? Would you just scratch my nose? Would you please scratch my nose? Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
I was going to ask you, before I read this news, that was just sort of like a jumping off point. What do you want to do? You're the man. You are put in charge of Star Trek, right? What?
See, here's the thing. I would do the wrong thing and just try and recreate classic Trek, and it wouldn't work. It would fall apart. Times are different. I don't know.
Well,
It wouldn't find the audience because the audiences want different things, and it would bomb.
What would you personally want to see?
I really don't need to see anything. I really don't.
Let's just let's talk in terms you understand.
Yeah.
You've been given $50 million as executive producer to create either a new Star Trek, let's just say a Star Trek TV show. Let's make it simple. A Star Trek TV show. And we're going to say, even though, it's like Discovery and Strange Worlds, all these shows, Starfleet Academy, they all stink. But the thing is like, they will fade into obscurity on streaming. They don't have the lasting power of TOS, TNG. It's a fake. You're given a clean slate, and you are put in charge. And what do you want to do?
Okay.
What would you want to see?
Let you say that 18 more different ways that I can talk. Here's the question then. I'm given $50 million. Am I thinking like a producer where I have to make money, or am I thinking like a Star Trek fan? Because Star Trek was always kind of a niche thing.
The Star Trek and Sci-Fi Convention beams back into the Manchester, New Hampshire area on March 10th and 11th at the Sheraton Tara Hotel in Bedford, and you're invited.
There's a cult following for Star Trek, and it appealed very strongly to a small number of people. If I wanted to appeal to them, I think the first thing I do, I ditch the humor, and I ditch the emotional nonsense.
It's hard to say. You know what? I'll take it. So what do we have? I don't know where they go. Ah, yes. To smack that psicopado. Meh. Maybe it's the exit. Ratatatatata. You know what? I won't upgrade this. Damn. So it is what it is what it is. Ah yes, I have yet to tackle this map. All good. Yeah. All good. Survive all that bullshit just to be killed by a fucking mosquito. Yep. That's fine. Never mind. That sucks.
I want rational people talking about problems and solving them competently.
That's what you as Rich
That's
Evans want.
that's what I as Rich Evans want.
Now I could counterpoint that with saying you are correct because the appeal towards younger people, whether you say millennials or Zoomers or whatever generation of like the hip like Starfleet kids and their lingo and they're talking about this and that didn't work.
Yeah.
Clearly.
Yeah.
It didn't work.
But what do I know? I'm old and boring.
I don't know what the numbers are. It worked sort of for some people, but overall, and I would say, you said Star Trek is a niche audience. Maybe in the 60s it was. But The Next Generation was a very popular and very profitable and successful show.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, a lot of people liked that show. You can't discredit the success of that show.
I would do my best to try and recreate that.
Okay.
I would. That's what I want.
Yeah. Like, everyone here is going to put some kind of comment about the Orville.
Yeah.
Shows like that.
Did you ever actually give the Orville a shot?
I watched maybe 2 or 3 episodes.
Okay, here's the problem with that. I'll tell you what the problem with that is. The first 2 or 3 episodes of the Orville, they're still playing lip service to the fact that it's a parody. And by the time you get like 4 or 6 episodes in, they're just making next-gen episodes with a small amount of humor.
Yeah. Well, the same thing goes for, what was that show Jack was on? Lower Decks.
Yeah.
I watched, I don't know, maybe 10 episodes of Lower Decks. And the guy that wrote those shows or created that knew his Star Trek.
I need to give that a shot. I've only seen the pilot.
It's the same thing where you're watching it and you're like, wow, this A and B plot in this show, or this idea, if you removed all the jokes and you took it seriously, would make a great TNT.
Grid's still dark. Those sensors won't turn themselves on. Have you checked out that Oh, and be careful. You know, when I was young...
An ESR analyzer is used to test the blood. I was going to use it.
Surveyors are full of rare art tech.
People sheltered in those camps back then. People sheltered in those...
NG episode,
Yeah.
or you know, DS9 or Voyager episode. That would really work.
That's the other thing I would do, by the way. You look for science fiction writers.
Yes.
I don't want TV writers.
Yeah.
I want to go to the nerdy, smart guys. I want to go to the Andy Weirs. Though even he has too much humor. But I want people who are actually intelligent and care about the science. And I don't want blue lasers shining into the space hole that open up the magical evil dimension, immortal monster dimension that want to eat everything. I don't want that at all.
Right.
Hey! Howdy!
Hello.
Shani here. If you spot one of the surveyors, try to stun it before you engage. They're said to be full of rare art tech, so we might both come out of this ahead.
Jest analyzer.
Reader flare.
Hey, hello! Howdy! Hey there! Howdy!
Hello. Okay, it lags. What the fuck? That dumb fucking shit. Look, non-working driver. What's the fucking point? Pop triggers. Hello?
All Raiders, arc on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find your way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
That shit is retarded.
So how would you, what kind of show would you, where would the setting be? Would you want just...
I would just clean slate.
Clean slate. So we're talking like, see they fucked up timelines, they fucked up multiverses. You've got the Kelvin universe and then Discovery. I mean, a whole bunch of stuff happened. And you have to really kind of just ignore that.
Yeah.
And you could just say, Here would probably be the key to success, right? Go back to the 24th century, like Picard's time, maybe. Take a random ship, random crew, and say, look, your budget for this show is virtually nothing.
Yes.
Good luck.
Yes.
Good luck.
Crank them out.
You have to make 26.
You have to make 26 episodes. Well, none of that. None of that. We're spending 3 years to make 6 episodes, and they're overproduced.
Yeah, overproduced.
They're overproduced.
We intentionally underproduce it.
By the time the season 2 comes out, you've forgotten everything that happened in season 1 because it was 6 episodes you watched 3 years ago.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you for holding on.
All you gotta do is wait through the summer, and then the next season starts in the fall.
Yeah.
That was like high school.
Yeah.
That was high school and college for me. It's like I can't wait till fall. I don't want to go back to school, but Star Trek: The Next Generation's coming back, baby.
Don't you hold on to an audience better that way when you're not going years between short seasons?
But I mean, like, even with a minor budget, you could still do good VFX and spaceship shots and all that kind of stuff. But I think they gave them way too much money. It had way too many attempts to reach wider audiences, and I think they reached the audience they wanted to, but that audience is actually smaller than the older, wiser Star Trek fans.
Yeah. I don't think there's any arguing that New Trek has been just a monumental disaster of biblical proportions.
Yeah.
I would say literally biblical, because the amount of money they've probably spent was probably equivalent to being three ancient Egypts.
So
they could have built like 8 pyramids with that shit, Mike.
Now.
I know you can't put the toothpaste back in the
It can
tube,
be hard to hear the tremors
but
of Grid's still
you
dark.
could literally
Those
just
sensors
say,
won't turn
hey,
themselves on.
we want to tell a story about the
It can be hard. Have
USS
you checked
Rich
out that
Evans,
collapsed highway yet? Oh, and be
a
careful
small science
whenever you head
vessel
into Stillmont.
that
You know, when I was young,
worked in
we banged pipes, set off car
a
alarms.
weird corner of the
Surveyors are
Alpha
full of rare
Quadrant
art.
during the time of
People
Picard,
sheltered in those camps back
and
then.
just did some
Use the
investigating
alchemists.
and had some adventures that were not universe shattering, that did not cross timelines, that did not involve other Star Trek characters, and we did some really, really great storylines, and it wasn't up to them to save the universe, but they had a great show, and there were some really great characters and interactions and ethical dilemmas and space investigations and mysteries to solve, and our budget per episode is $15,000.
You know what happens when you make it cheap, Mike? You increase your profit margin.
I know.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. If you have a built-in fan base that's gonna watch your product anyway, if you spend $20 million making a season of Star Trek, you're gonna make more money than you would spending $800 million making 6 episodes of Star Trek.
Do you have a degree in economics? This is astounding work you've done. And I didn't even ask you to prepare. I just asked you to show up, and I started putting a Klingon costume on you. Who would have thought a member of the T'Kuvma Red Guard would be so wise in the arts of numbers?
Honorable numbers.
Honorable numbers. His numbers are honorable.
How many words are there in the Klingon language? And how many words are there in Klingonese for sissy?
600 million.
600 million for sissy?
They're a 0 for accountant.
Yeah, 0 for accountant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Raider!
Hello.
Keep your eyes peeled up there. There are plenty of dangers hiding in the dark, and Ark is being extra vigilant.
I see. Hello guys. If somebody wants to steal pop triggers, I guess you could try. Hello dude, hello. I saw you.
Collector. Welcome to my channel.
Slavko. Ma. To je vaš problem. Pitanje je proračunati rizik. Ako nosim ništa, ne možem izvjeti ništa. Hello, anybody here? Motherfucking pop triggers. Oh no, dude, please, don't kill him. Leave him there, trust me. Boom. Oh, the raider. Hello. I see you. Hello. Hello.
Hey there!
Look, a smoke grenade. Howdy, stranger. Oh, I'm stealing all your loot. This rubber looks so nice. Not really. Interesting. Hey, the more you know. If you don't mind me, I'll be stealing all these pop triggers. In hope of doing 50 points of fucking damage. Hello.
Hello?
Hello. Anybody got a good advice how to use the pop trigger? This shit just jumps around the place, hits nothing. Nobody? No. Not that way. Hello. That did nothing. Hello! Anybody here? Arc circuit 3. Swine will make it. Kakav lobby? Čemu pričaš ti?
A miroljubiv.
Ma gde miroljubiv? Svi se bore za život.
Pa protiv ove vještačke inteligencije.
Pa to je neka generalna priča kako bi trebalo igra da ide, međutim... Šta ja znam, kao što rekao, oni su stavili taj kao PvP kao opciju koja postoji.
Pokušao sam personal da uradim bilo machine gun, jebi da prestane neprijatelj, ma i rekao, fucking god. Do pola sam došao, nem živ.
Šta ti je personal da uradiš?
200 kila machine gunom, brate mi.
Šta je to problem?
Par partije nisam uspio. Ajajaj.
Ne, poenta je bila da ga ovako nabijem kao konja.
Ajajaj. Ajajaj.
Ne, ja znam šta radim. Trust me, I'm no one I'm doing, što kaže. I'm a sledgehammer. Ili ti pneumatski čekić.
Ide gas. Nice. Boga mi baš fino skinuo ovaj. Shield, baš fin.
Pa to je light shield, to je smeći.
Pa dobro jebi ga onda u tem slučaju.
Bukvalno kao da ga nemaš.
Uče.
Ne ga, veći problem.
Si, Ilija? Istraživao sam ti jaja.
Dobro, da. Ne bih spacio. Šteta što dimne bombe ne rade na ovim govnarima.
Šteta.
Mi treba još keću mjesto.
God.
Sve u redu.
Zapalio si se, čoveč.
Evo, ovo nije u redu. Ne da nije u redu, nego nije cool.
Ajajaj.
Ne.
My god.
Mala kurvica. Oj.
Ne.
Šapke. Zabane.
Oh, that location.
Oj. Dobro pojedem nešto. Na kurac vidjela gledam.
Oh my god. You dead.
Svejedno sam odradio što sam mislio. Glup zadatak. Treba da baciš ono malo govno, ne pop trigger da ubiješ, da uradiš 50 damage, a ne možeš ni 50 damage uraditi, kako skakuće je nepredviđeno.
Jebeno nevjerovatno.
Treba da, bukvalno bi trebalo da navučeš, na primjer, Lipera u zatvor, da ga zatvoriš sa onim mobilnim štitovima i da mu onda ubaciš unutar te pop triggere i nadaš se da će da mu uradi 50 damage.
I nadaš se najboljem. Da. Ide gas.
Dobra.
Mhm.
Naravno. Ne znam kako na PlayStationu ili na Steam Decku, ali na PC-u. Kad god odem u Task Manager vidim da igra radi u pozadini. Zašto ne?
Kef.
Ne. Previše je glupao da bi ostalo da radi u pozadini. Da tako objasnim.
Pa ne znam.
Arcader. To je još od prvog dana. Ja otišao sam da jedem. Ostaje exe file upaljen u pozadini da nešto drnda tamo. Ko zna? Nisi samo ti, moj kum je isto tako. Pitao sam ga bio, kao šta je sad tu prednost što ti imaš, on ima PlayStation 5. Što ti kao tu imaš neku konzolu, ja kao imam PC, ili ti imaš PC, ali kao konzola ti je šta? On kaže, pa kao legnem na kauč, imam bežični joystick i kao uživam. I onda kao dobro. I onda je se setio da može da prikači na TV od 4K rezolucije, može stavi i računar. Onda sam mu ja rekao da može da koristi bežične slušalice, ako već neće da u kuće ne bombarduje. Također za ne znam 1.500-2 dinara uzeo najjeftiniji miš i tastaturu, bukvalno. Ja sam počastio sam ga s jednim Razerom, jako kvalitetan, baterija mu traje 200 sat, 250, tako nešto. Na jedan set baterija koji staviš u njega. I precizan je, ima dobro osjetljivosti. Kažem, granica se nekako gubi, znaš. Čitav forum za kontrolere i bežične kontrolere bilo je to što kao u suštini je kao ona ease of access ili kao lagana je. Sad uzmeš, ne znam, bežični joystick, legneš na kauč, sedneš na fotelj jedno 3 metra daleko, opustiš se kao ovako. Znaš što moj kum radi? On legne 2,5 metara, 3 razumeš na kauč daleko, pošto sve da ga bole leđe. I od posle i ovako, od te povrede. Legne, uzme bežičnu tastaturu, stavi tu negde na butine, miš stavi na naslanjač, pored sebe. I ja rekao, što je sad ovo drugačije nego kad gledaš nekog kod uzme joystick? Nije, nego jednostavno ima manje dugmiće. A meni je to isti kurac, ja kad igram Helldivere, kad igram Killing Floor i to koristim 8 dugmeta, koliko imaš na joysticku. Isti kurac, s tim što mogu da pauziram igru ili da odem alt tab, nešto drugo da uradim, znaš, a na kontroleru to je 100 operacija. Ili ako hoćeš da otkucaš mi nešto, moraš da pritisneš ono dugme, pa ti izbaci virtualnu tastaturu, pa ti sa onim, kako se zove, joystickom pipkaš one dugmiće, da ti otkucaš, ja sam već napisao što idem.
Bukvalno.
Da. I jedina razlika bi ti bila to što bi, recimo, sa razvojem toga AI i tih gluposti, mogao bi recimo da ubaci se software, Sony bi mogli da ubaci Xbox, da je recimo to što kažeš, napiše kao tekst, na para, koji si nećeš da pričaš ili ne želiš da komuniciraš glasom s ljudima. Kao pušta tog dugme, međutim ne koristi mikrofon, nego bukvalno to što si rekao otkuca kao tekst chat. Eći ti.
I aj sad.
Tada! Dođemo sve na isto. Što kaže jedan iz vojske što mi je bio mlađi vodnik, dečo, kaže, to su ti sve finese, kaže, možeš pušku da staviš ovako, možeš onako, možeš da je zakačiš sa jednom ruku, možda je kao ovako preko leđa da je okačiš, kaže, isti kurac, kaže, ima samo kaže, jedino što je ispravno je kao da ne sme da bude kao repetirano, da bude metak od sebi, da ne okrećeš ni prema kome, a ovo ostalo, kaže, sve, kaže, isti kurac. Radar Station, Tartic Base, Onslaught. Gdje je Onslaught? konvoj. What the fuck. Ja ću nešto da napravim. Pa da ne budem džukjela. Miroljubivi lobby, dobro si on napisao. Nije miroljubivi, nego većina tih PC hakera agresivnih koriste skriptu da ti vide inventar, a ja imam gomilu otpada večito. Ne vjerujem da iko trakne okom, da ga zanima to što ja nosim.
Gdje su ovi jebeni skrejkovi, nabije mi ga.
Skrejkovi.
Remember guys, make sure your weapons are cleared and safeties are engaged before boarding the VTOL.
Ujevot.
Kakav bre matchmaking. Se retard. Jebote matchmaking.
I ju?
Ma ne, nego po defaultu je uključeno. Po defaultu želim da je isključeno. Znam, ja sam antisocijala i klošar do bola. Nemam bate pare, nemam ni kola. Hello.
I am in awe.
Protection for those who can't stay out of harm's way. Bleeding highway robbery. Come over and grab a vest, lads.
Ide gas. Oh shit, man.
Auto guns ready. Bloody sight more reliable than you lot. Right, let's go. No messing about.
Moorcroft.
Doesn't exist, trust me. Easy.
Ko je glavni, potpuno glavni daz?
Ti, Mornar Popaj.
Tako je.
Turn something on.
Ah! Izliči se kurvica. Jebat će ga u stanice sad ako se pojavi vam.
I see. Where is this?
Gdje je smrad?
Bloody hell, what's he got in his arms?
Jebote, dobro, i ubi ga sa ultom, krv ti jebem za malo da poginemo svi. Dobre.
Look at my ping.
Fucking unbelievable.
Wait, wait, wait.
Evo te vikli tek za 17 sati kreće.
Wow, što ne možda izdržiš?
Ne.
Ha.
Nešto kao da radimo, sam odradio sve sad je.
I dati vikli za dve klase koje su 30 na maksimalni level, a taj vikli recimo daje 500-600 kao klas XP. I to ti nagrada.
Da.
I šta onda s tim XP? Ništa.
Da ga gurem u guzicu, eli ja eto, kad mi već učeš za jezik.
Samo gurem.
Challenge accepted. You should see it now.
Piše mi daily da završim onslaught long.
Dobro, dobro. Look at that mess. Kaže, ja sam otmičar američke žene. A kako su sad otključili i tu sobu? Ja sam jednu uspio da otključam.
Mislim da se rano
A
otključava.
to je ta valjda. Kovanje. Samo Venom
Sure.
si.
I to stvarni doruši. Treba znati igrati. Na primjer, Flash Pound ti je alergičan na I already gave all the money. Daj mu para kući.
Ne dam nikom ništa, jači sam od sudbine.
Don't have any.
Kao da nema dovoljno para, ajde bre čovječ, nemoj se
What the fuck you even want? Like, you have like 10,000? You want like 2 guns that cost like 6-7,000? Don't need that much.
Next wave in 30 seconds.
Roger that.
Enemy movement above. Put those drills away.
Ej, šta ih je, ja. Ne bi se ja baš tako napred gurao, pošto se oni ne bije.
Na, lagano, samo lagano.
Lagano, lagano dok te ne zapali taj glunar sa batačem plamena. Vi stvarno imate problema da vidite te, što on se ne bije u facu s katanom. To ja stojim nazad.
Pusti mi li ja da uživam u životu, čoveč.
Uživaj. Ono poslije da gledaš mene kako ubijem 100 zombija sam. Help. Ti sad, ha. Help. Na 50 kp si bio.
Kak je to veze čovječe imam?
Ono, ima i nema. Na njih sekundari mod. Na Flash Pound.
Smrt nesrećnicima, sine. Egzekucija, lagana. Lagan.
Pink Lord, Fire. Fire je bio hazard. To je easy.
Bio je hazard. Ma ovo je lagano, čoveč.
To je biti pozitivno, slažem se.
Okay, I'll buy it.
Lele, Queen Crawler.
Pa nisi pročitao, pisalo je na sred ekrana.
A jes?
Pa što onda? Radi malo melodrame.
Pa da.
Hello, Queen.
Shit.
Da me pitaš šta mi je, how am I like on 65 health? Ja ne znam koliko ti health imaš, ali svi smo na ono low.
Nešto se desilo.
How am I on fucking 60 health?
Uzimaj, brate, ovaj shield da ga ne čuvamo uz žabe.
Pa
ujebote.
Mislim da ovi njeni skokovi rade show, znaš.
Ujebote.
Mislim da smo ga nahilali, sad ti.
Eno ga da vam. Ma, ajde, višu pičku, mati.
What the fuck is with the damage? Ja ne znam šta me skida. Znači, bilo je jedno 10 metara od mene, skakutalo, rekao, samo sam pogodio heal. 30 alma na 65 kp-a, šta?
Da. Skucalo je sve generalno, bukvalno. Baš.
Ne znam da ima takav napad.
Ti treba neka mapa, nešto?
Definitivno treba mapa neka.
Završio si daily?
Kako sam završio? Ovo je prvi meč koji sam vidio. Kako sam završio?
Ja završio isto.
Dok sam spavao, šta?
Ne znam ili ja.
Dobro, samo pitam.
Jesi igrao dok si spavao, kaži mi.
Pa možda, mesečarim i tako to.
Available points. Ovo je pravi gospodin Foster. Gospodin Foster.
Ko je gospodin Foster? Ja ne znam, si ti mene pozvao da se ja pridružim tebi i da se ti joinao na mene, šta je ta dva?
Ili je možda sljedeće. Možda sam se ja joinao tebi.
Ne bi znao pošto je isti kurac. Isto učitava nešto. Bog te pita.
Traveling without moving.
Jest, ko da ja imam customizaciju ovoga huba, pa sad ti imaš stvari koje ja nemam i tako to. Ne, nije.
Corporate killer. Ajde. Story je lep, ali je skup. Jebi ga.
Aha.
Po meni. Treba to jeftinije da bude. Siće i malo po malo, znaš, ali... Jebi ga.
Pa kako će da zarade ako ti... znaš, jeftinije
imaš? Sitnije jebo mater, znači stave jedno odelo, razumeš, 10 eura, razumeš?
Aha,
nek
slušam.
bude lik odelo, kurac, palac 5, na primjer. Znaš?
Ti bi da se senkaš s njim?
Pa mislim.
Nemaš.
Kad se isplati ovim likovima iz Dead by Daylighta celu jednu, znači ono, licenciranu pacu,
da ti objasnim. Poenta u kritičnoj masi. Znači nisam neki sad ekonomista ili trgovac, ali u kritičnoj masi, on ima kritičnu masu. i DVD i Deep Rock Galactic i Helldiver imaju kritičnu masu određen broj core igrača koji igra. Koliko ovo ima igrača? Koliko ovo igra ljudi? Šta misliš?
200 ljudi možda.
I?
Pa i eto šta.
Ako. I kako misliš oni da zaradiš? Je li go snimanić?
Pa jebi ga, morali bi malo da se potrude.
Aha. Tako?
Ja sam njih podržao day one, kao i ti, i plus smo doplatili
nisi
za...
podržao, trebao si da ne igraš ništa bez Killing Floor. Da im boostaš brojevi. Nisi. Nego si igrao Dead by Daylight čim izbacio event. Igrao si Ark Raidere.
I sad ga igram sine.
Znaš, nisi veren, da kažemo tako, u franšizi.
Nisam.
Yes.
Jer sam nevernik.
Jeste. Izvinjavam se, pravim neka goma. Da se tako loše izrazi.
Nightfall.
Da imam ko što nema.
Jest.
Ciganska magija. Jedan dite na kusturica. Šta je sa Borisom Bizetićem?
Borisom Bizetićem, ne znam, Boris Bizetić. Čuli smo se, razgovarali smo, a rekao sam mu da li da dođe i...
Ja sam ga uvijek zezao da će ga Kajgan ubiti. U 10 uveče. Znaš, i ja i Slanina, a on je u fazonu bio kao želi da živi večno ili ne želi ili tako to. Ne mora da živi kao monah, može malo da razmisli koliko ima godine i šta može više da radi. Ne mogu, kritikovat će ga samo, nije on to zaslužio. Isto kao moj kuma kad kritikujem, da ne pije toliko. Ono, na neku normalnu meru sve može. Jeste. Onda kucam ovdje broj, mogu? Mogu. Evo odmah 120 komada. Daj 100 karta. Da vidiš šta radim.
Trebaju više ove stripove da ubacuju, dobra forica.
Ja to ne ubacuju stalno, ako nisi primetio.
Pa, primetio sam, nažalost.
God damn.
God damn. Man. God damn. Dual Night.
Pravim prskalicu za kukuruz.
Interesantno.
Ili kako se već zove ovo. Šta 3,5 košta? Neku drečavo zelenu. Ništa drečavo, nažalost. Završio. Si otelim. Ti si završio kao taj deli, jel?
Mo da. Starti što god ti treba.
Antarctic Base, kom, 3 mape je meni. Convoy. Radar Station.
Everyone remember to empty their bladders? Remember, DeVito is not equipped with a bathroom.
Promenili su ovo za nalepnice, čovječe, ali dobro.
Koja? Koja je ta?
Kad stavljaš na oružje, ne približava se ovo. Da.
Dobro, je li to loše ili dobro?
Pa, ne znam. Meni je to loše.
Ako igraš na Steam DQ, gdje je sve malecko...
Ne, na Sony.
Ali koristiš TV, ne vidim zašto ne bi video. Meni su... Šta hoće da zoomira? Taj deo gdje je stiker, šta? Ma kakvi. Ko da su male nalepnice. Jako mi se su previše velike. Ajmo. Ti li si ovo igrao dan noć, ja? Ne bio 27 level da nisi.
Pa igrao sam dosta.
Dan noć, ko što rekao. So punk. Kakav je to šareniš? A? Drži novac.
Koji će mi?
Pa da i bimo.
Da bimo?
Jest. To što sam kupio 2 full napređena pištolja za tipa razliku od možda $1000, $500,000. To što ima nekakav popust. Ovaj gad mi se popao gori iznad glave. Ja bi ti rekao da mrdaš.
Ma lagan.
Gledaj, pogodim uglom. Evo ga skinuo se sad s kurca. Ajde ga drugi.
Pazi debelog da te ne iz sirenu.
Čekaj, nemoj da biješ sirenu, stani. Stani.
Dobro. Okej. Ja ću tamo da aktiviram isto ovo gore.
Aktiviraš to možeš. Mi te veze možda ubijem, tako da nije to do tebe. Ja sam otvorio armor dole. Možda gore mali satelit, si ga vidio?
Da.
Nemoj tamo da ih biješ. Odi vama dole.
Onda turete ove, da.
Da, ali već počela runda. Treba da držimo ovaj krug.
I moramo na hold out idemo.
Ja sam već tu. Iako ih budeš tu, neće nam napuniti ovog kraja, znaš. Bukvalno moraš da se krećeš tako da ih ne ubiješ. Thanks. Leđi. Daj shvaticom šta nam radi, vidiš ga? Gledaj koliko ima.
Ajde se razdvojimo malo.
Ne, nema razdvojanja. Kad neko pogine, šta ćeš onda? Ne možeš tići kad živažeš. Ovo ti nije normalno, ovo je kao što rekao hard, on se brzo gine. Imaš normal, hard, suicide i hell on earth. Nisam lud za hell on earth, a normalniji je vanil. I
hell on earth,
preko normala haskovi su već spretnje. Mislim, pretnju fazonu su retardirani, razumeš. Ono, tipa nema šanse da može da te pogodi, razumeš, bukvalno te trekuje njegov projektil.
Money comes, money goes.
Imaš gore...
I armor i turret, znam, ne?
Jest. Tu je aktivirana žičara. Otvoren armor tu.
Gore jeste.
Imam 2 alata, ali mislim da su višak. Jer uvijek imaš određen broj tih toolova koji su ono više nego što ti treba za meč. Jer ti kao igrač možda poneseš ono 3, ja mislim, u startu. A igra ti sama da koliko ti treba da uključaš većinu stvari po jednom. I onda se može desiti da dođeš u trenutak da jednostavno nemaš šta da otvoriš više. Čuo sam za foru kao da možeš navodno vrata da opraviš sa alatama, to mi je ono naučna fantastika. Smatram da je to laž.
Ajmo vamo malo. Koristimo malo turete i... Ajmo gore.
Prevukao mene milimetara sada, znaš? Kako da gledam.
Dobre.
Pazi noge.
Ej. To ti kažem.
Treba da
jaka priča.
očistimo portal.
Od 2 sekunde.
Pa to čim krene rundo reći nam gdje je taj objektiv. Samo sad ne znamo da je. Da može ja bi se odmah stvorio kod njega.
Tool je sold out, sine.
Ne pa nemaš više da naprediš, žaba ga kupuješ, već sam ti rekao. Ti li me ne čuješ, Jovanović?
Ne, ne želim da vas slušam.
Ne slušam vas, ja vas ne slušam. Zjebavi si ti.
Odlično, ovdje imamo 2 brave za sad, ček da imamo. To je sa glavom je odlično. Dobro, ovdje je polomljeno, ovdje. Dobro. Ček. Top. Znači u ovoj kući mi ovdje imamo 3 vratance za sad, 4. Ovdje možeš da ga vozimo kako voliš.
Ovaj dana ti je za to.
Ne, dole.
Aha.
Gotovo.
Bro.
Oh my god. Prv ti jebem što uvijek ti stedaš do sada. Oh my god. Oh my god. Šta sam ja čovječe prebegao, ja ne... Katastrofa je.
Pa, potrčao si što pre tamo, da na taj trader poslije te nisam mogu stići.
Nema veze. Dobre.
Jel ima ili nema veze, ali tako je bilo. Sve se tako desi.
Welcome to the party. Mr. Turret, welcome to the party.
Jest.
Bring you emergency aid.
Thanks.
Te palo, a? Šta radi s vatrom, a?
Ma lagano.
Da se to baci.
Nema veze, nije dobro.
Je, bilo.
Nije.
Gledaj, ćeš stići dole jebem ti tet.
Smradovi jebeni.
Ajde.
To je jedan for the record. I drugi. Gledaj oni što se zakucao.
Ko je to?
Ja sam sve stavio 4 vrata brave.
To je ti vrata razne.
Neće, nije ni jedno.
Skini bravu i stavi opet. da repereš na to već. Sve.
Pogledaj, ko je unutra, sve je...
Spalendirano, da.
Dobre.
Jest. To se ne džaba. Armor ne možeš da repereš. Još nemaš nikakav špric za to. U Kijevu 1 si mogao, ne znam da li dvojici, zaboravio sam, mogao si da repereš armor sa ribalat. Ako si žive. Ne znam koliko često, ali mislim da je mogo da kao da ga zavari, tako ćeš.
Padat će krv, padat će krv, padat će krv.
Kako ćeš ovdje aktiviraš duže? Opet da možeš.
Da vidim ove brave.
Zonu. Zato kupio sam 4 torbe za unutra.
Pali nas mradovi.
Palu nas! Mrde. Wow. Su bombu bacio bio.
Jes.
Znaš da droljica onda ima naviku da varisne isto da ti ga ono.
Znam. Da mi ga zavuče. Ajmo malo dole da koristimo turente.
Ovo je sekunda, ja? Ostavi mi to tu, ajde. Nemoj mi paliti svetlo, ostavi, zamenit ću, ne treba mi svetlo.
Dobro, ja nemoj mi histeriju.
Pa dobro, trebala si mi reći odmah posle doručka.
Pa znaš da treba, što se dogovorili.
Samo ostavi.
I vidi može li srpski.
Ako ima bilo koji jezik koji nije engleski, a da nije mađarski. A ako ima crnogorski? Ako postoji to uopšte. Hold out, huh? Nice.
That armor looks a little rough.
Yes. That armor looks very rough.
Nešto ili riči i grdi. Jel kreću da nas tovare ovi smradovi? Da.
Ima i za to rješenje, gledaj.
Ma dosadni su ko prolio, brate.
A mislim da skide neprijatelj iz udice. pucaj oko mene samo.
Imamo ovdje problemi.
Znači ne možeš. Dobro. Uleđi. Helpa nemaš.
Tam.
Mene pali HP. Mrde.
Beži da idi ka onim drugim turentima dole. Lagano, lagano. Povlačenje.
Vrlo lagano.
Jebote koliko ih je krpi jebem.
Gledajte šta radiš. Ideš rikverci, leđima si se nabio ogledom.
Ma nema potrebe se za sad za tim. Sad može.
Tek sad nema potrebe za tim.
Koji? To brale.
Ja sam pomoć.
Opet u jebeni zid.
Ti si to stavio. Konkretno to staviti tamo dole. I vjerojatno opet debeli. Čim ne može da uništi pola sata. Nije. Pravi ga ko ćeš. Ne, šta si zadnje kupio od gadgeta?
Ne mogu sad vrata da...
Si kupio shock trap?
Pa jesam.
A onda ne možeš. Zato što bi morao da ti zameni shock trap za taj explosive gear, za to ne možeš. Zašto radi tako? Ne znam, ali tako radi. Torbici za prvu pomoć više nemamo. Znači da stanem poslije ovoga meča, treba nešto da uradim.
Pa dobro.
Što sam sinoć rekao će napraviti.
Možemo i dole.
Če je to? Unutra se
Vamo
ne
vrati da su turenti jebote.
Ne, ima bolji ideja, dođi vamo.
A jebi ga sad da dođemo vamo.
Ajde, dobro.
Koristimo dok nam je ono...
Jeste.
Pa da, aktivni su, bukvalno.
To se.
Ujebot.
Evo igra Crnogorsko oko tebe.
Evo.
Kako bi ti ideš odavde? Naravno, idi tamo u onu sobu malu. Nema šanse da se odlučujemo. Ne mogu gledati samo pravo ispred sebe. Ja ih vidim, ali ne mogu nekad da dragujem. Moram da promenim oružje ili nešto da uradim.
Opet hold out.
Pa, to ti je opcionalni bonus XP daje, tako da ne. Da je ovaj ikor, a to ti je ono, boss materijal u suštini. Tako je. Borite se za prava svih veverica. Evo Usnjonić. Čak, čak. I opet ono stalište da nas sađu kao prošli put.
Ne izgleda.
Znaš kako je bilo prošli put blizu da nas pobiju. S ono bombardovanje u glavu i teleportovanje jedinice. Nismo se makli onda kad smo krenuli bi pađac.
Bukvalno. Da, isto strelište mamo moj jeve. Yeah.
Naskočio od rolje, protočala pored mene.
Opet kreće.
Znaš kako kare. HP.
Brate, vidim.
Bomba primiš. Dobro, sve ga nas popališ, beži. I to oni, ja mislim najviše oni, to je prošli put bilo. Imaš kritičnu masu koliko njih se skupi i onda samo šibe, gledaj. 2-3 projektila sam gledao. Ostalih još pun kurac. Bob is your uncle. Let's go, Bob. Vidiš?
Jebote. Čeki, dušica mi dolasio.
Sad ne moraš da žuriš. Treba si mi reći da nekada ćemo.
A ujebote, sačguli i tebe i mene.
Slavko, zar baš sad kad su partizani krenuli?
Pa šta da radim? Nesrećnik sam od malena.
Sve u redu, ne treba. Ne treba, moram kažem ti nešto tu radim, tako da čujemo se kasnije.
Važi. Čujemo se.
Hvala na svemu.
Također, ćao.
All good. kind of boring. Okay, BRB.
This is Ray. Ray appreciates the little things: his dog Boof, his mate Gaz, quality time with his daughter, and on some occasions, a bit of the old ultraviolence. But far from being a crazed gunman, Ray is a professional assassin. And as with most hitmen in media, Ray is also shown to be adept with a broad range of firearms. So, what exactly makes the gunplay in Mr. In-Between so good? The short answer is it comes down to balanced attention to detail. But to explore this idea in depth, we need to zoom out and first understand the world of Mr. In-Between. Ray is an ex-army standover man who works security at the Rippers by day while doing a spot of contract killing by night. Known among his peers and adversaries as the Magician for his ability to make people disappear, Ray's reputation is that of an efficient, reliable, and discreet problem solver who is sought out by various factions throughout the criminal underworld for his services. Outside his professional work, Ray's personal life involves a delicate balance of fatherhood, mateship, family, and love interests, which he strives to keep isolated from his socially and legally distasteful extracurricular activities. This fragile status quo is the driving force of the many moments of friction Ray encounters, and as his professional life becomes more dangerous and his personal life more complex, keeping the two worlds separate becomes increasingly difficult. Ray abides by a strict ethical framework of loyalty and reciprocity. You help him out, his honor demands he returns the favor. You respect him, and he'll do the same to you. This moral code is what allows Ray to compartmentalize the brutal reality of his work. To Ray, killing is simply a job. He accepts violence as a necessity of his trade, and in doing so, he successfully separates the emotions from the action. His polite disposition during daily civilian life, therefore, is the real Ray, as he has, thus far, managed to retain his humanity, despite the soul-rotting nature of his work. This morality is what makes him so likable as a character, despite the fact he literally murders people. The morally absolute part of Ray is the person we all deep down wish we could be. He speaks up without fear, he's analytical, and he takes decisive action if he feels the action aligns with his code of conduct. Contrast this to something like Breaking Bad, where Walt, also a career criminal who has done some heinous stuff, feels like a repugnant human being, as his crimes are motivated by ego, ruthless ambition, and the lie that he's doing it all for the good of his family. As far as Ray is concerned, rules are rules, and actions have consequences, and he feels duty-bound to be the mechanism to deliver said consequences if practically possible. So, what makes this show so good? I think a major contributing factor is this being Scott Ryan's only acting experience. For real, his IMDb is just Mr. In-Between and The Magician, the feature film of the same character he made while back in film school in 2005. His performance accurately displays the laid-back stoicism one would expect of an Aussie country lad with a rough upbringing, but he manages to dial up the intensity of his anger, frustration, or vulnerability just enough so it still feels like a real person without edging into melodrama. The supporting actors are also also stellar. And I don't just want to glaze the entire cast, but by gosh, they're just so good. Brooke Satchwell kills it as Allie, delivering a deeply moving performance as Ray's love interest with her own demons. Nicholas Cassim plays Bruce, Ray's brother with severe motor neuron disease, a role he plays so convincingly that many, myself included, assumed he was an actor with MND. Justin Rosniak plays Gary, Ray's best mate and partner in crime. Gary's first introduced as a bit of a harmless goofball, to the point he almost seems like comic relief. But we quickly learn he's a capable crim and killer himself, and the way he switches in and out of this intensity is a credit to the actor.
One of us is a cop. I fucking knew it.
Matt Nable plays Ray's on-again, off-again criminal ally Dave, who does generational work as a fellow gangland enforcer. The exchanges between these two are thigh-slappingly funny, and like everything else in the show, achieves this through realism. In this case, the natural flow of the conversations and dialogue, some of which was ad-libbed.
Would you root an alien?
Why would I root an alien?
Other red-hot performances include Damon Herriman, who you might recognise from his time as Charles Manson in both Mindhunter and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Ben Oxenbould, who gut-wrenchingly plays Dirk, Ray's PTSD-riddled old army mate. And David Michaud, whose name you'll recognise as the director of some other criminally underrepresented work, like Animal Kingdom and The Rover. He plays the court-ordered counsellor in the anger management scenes, which have since spawned a treasure trove of now iconic and heavily clipped lines. This superb acting is supported by the striking yet restrained cinematography, a modern noir aesthetic that blends these wide static shots of the landscape with tight mobile scenes of the dimly lit streets to give the city of Sydney just as much character as its inhabitants. I don't know if it's inspired by, but to the layman like myself, this style is very reminiscent of Michael Mann films, where Los Angeles is a recurring personality in the storytelling. The colour and lighting is deliberately arranged in a manner that juxtaposes the two sides of Ray's life. The criminal underworld is vibrant, saturated and flashy, while his domestic life is shades of beige, and even in daylight bright scenes appears dull, boring and washed out. Aside from the camera work, the pacing is tight. Every episode hovers around 25 minutes long, and with not a single frame or spoken line wasted, you can easily binge the 3 seasons in a day and lose track of time. As a side warning, the show is not afraid to delve into some extremely heavy themes. A G-rated program this is not, but the way it precisely navigates our characters through these topics also delivers some of the most heavy-hitting and emotional moments of the show. There's countless reviews for other media that will confidently assert, you'll laugh, you'll cry, but Mr. In-Between can have you doing both in the space of a 25-minute episode. So what does this all have to do with the gunplay? Well, when you have a show as grounded as Mr. In-Between in all these other areas, details matter, even regarding elements like weapons realism, that a large part of the viewer base probably doesn't even care about. And the director Nash Edgerton evidently realised this, as Mr. In-Between treats its audience with respect. It doesn't force gratuitous, hyper-realistic gunplay down your throat as some painful homage.
Vi već sekli, pa ste je spajali i ostalo je samo pola kartice. Nije mjesto kako radi. Šta i? Plastika se polomila, nije se polomio onaj deo sa čipom. Šta i? Kao što sam rekao, uglavio sam je tako da ima kontakt, ali uopšte nije dobro. Možeš da vratiš. Jest, možeš da vratiš i kažeš da je dobro.
to the fringe tactical audience.
Moving!
But nor does it hold your hand and pump in cringe-inducing needless exposition to help the lay folk keep up.
Well, what happened is I will put a round at 2,700 feet per second into the medulla. At the base of your brain.
My central thesis is that authenticity in gunplay has a tipping point, a moment where too much or ham-fisted realism creates diminishing returns in the audience experience. The application of this balanced attention to detail in missed in-between prevents this issue from arising. The result is that the enthusiasts of the gun stuff will notice and appreciate the micro nuances at work, while the layperson viewer will still pick up on the realism, even if only at an intuitive level. In both cases, this serves to enhance the storytelling without becoming distracting. There's one scene I think in particular serves as a great case study of this, which I'll simply label the night ambush. This sequence begins with Ray awakening in the dead of the night. This initially seems to be for a late night lung lolly, but there's a barely audible barking of distant dogs, which to someone hypervigilant like Ray, who sleeps with one ear open, likely prompted his awakening, even if he doesn't realise it yet. Rolling his cigarette in the kitchen window, he spies a suspicious vehicle on the street, which he confirms by spotting two goons in the van through night vision. The shot hard cuts to the garage, showing Ray entering his car already clad in a bulky set of body armour. Exiting his driveway, Ray calmly cruises through dimly lit residential suburbs before entering the fluorescent hell of an industrial area. After a brief surveillance detection route involving alternating left and right turns, Ray briefly loses the suspect van, but soon spots a second vehicle, a dark hatchback lurking behind at distance. At this point, he still seems to be developing the situation, weighing his tactical options. He's pensive, glancing around into adjacent streets and constantly flicking his eyes between mirrors, potentially searching for concealed escape routes where he can achieve a clean withdrawal or suitable locations for an ambush. His decision is made easier when the van screeches back onto his tail at close range. To Ray, one vehicle watching his house might just be surveillance, perhaps not warranting immediate retaliation. But two vehicles following him in the dead of the night is a threat, and the threshold for Ray's decision to escalate the situation has now been...
Šta će mi njegov telefon?
Pa daj mu ga.
Gore.
Gdje?
U škafu. Gdje držite sve stvari. Znao sam da mu treba, naredi bi ga baci. Ali, treba mu. Sav otpad mu treba. To se uopšte trudi ništa.
Been reached. Cast your mind back to Ray's moral code. His pursuers have now backed him into a corner in which there is no option but to fight his way out. Someone has to go, and as far as Ray's concerned, it's either him or them. This logic is what allows him to decide on a course of action and commit to the impending violence with confidence and speed. His mind made, Ray slams the accelerator, getting a much-needed head start on his pursuers. Speeding into an empty industrial lot, Ray pulls to a halt under the glow of an overhead floodlight and exits the car, grabbing his Patchett submachine gun and pocketing his magazines. Taking cover behind the engine block, Ray loads and readies his weapon, and with the van pulling into the lot, only has a few precious seconds remaining, which he wisely uses to do a few cycles of combat breathing, calming his nervous system for the impending gunfight. The van accelerates into the lot, and closing to within 25 meters, Ray springs his ambush. After his opening spray down causes the van to veer off course, Ray drops behind the car and reloads from his spare pocket magazine. Just as he exits cover to close with the van, the heavily wounded driver's side thug stumbles into view, and Ray handily dispatches him with a short 5-round burst. Ray approaches the van and checks on the now dead passenger, and through the window notices the black hatchback entering the lot. Propped up against the van, Ray sucks in a few more deep breaths and listens for the car's approach, and as it comes in line with his position,
J'envoie un signal de détresse.
ali je moguće.
Montrez-moi mes ennemis. Vive une chasse, liberté! Allez, monte là!
Welcome, gentlemen, welcome. Thanks for your assistance. I'm gonna be transporting the bug to exit. Nice. Money.
Lâche un objet. Demande une sentinelle. Échantillon à récupérer. Lâche un objet. Il me faut de l'élu.
Nice.
Note le lieu, au sud-est. Loin.
Stalker nest.
Grenade!
Okay.
Avant-poste d'attaque repéré. Préparez-vous à les exterminer. Demande de soutien aérien. As-tu envoyé un ex?
Langage de la démocratie. Avant-poste éradiqué.
Well, there can be two bridges, so I guess you don't have it. I guess you can have two breaches. Yeah, we are not socialist country anymore. Thank you. Thanks for that, comrade. Yeah, I know. All good. You mean Serbian Catholic Church in Russia? So you are assuming that I'm a Russian. That's nice. Okay. Russian might be insulted, I don't care. No offense. Like, but the equivalent would be talking to a person from America and say, "Oh, hello Englishman, what's up?" But I'm not an Englishman, I'm American. Yes, same, Englishman, American. A British king would like to have a word with you. Yeah, all good. Chased by the fucking birds. Oh, nice. Jesus. I think the bugs kill themselves. I didn't touch anything. So funny. Yay. Yeah. They tail against democracy. What would I give for a rubber ducky boat? See this shit? 50,000 birds. Welcome. Watch for bullets. I see. No problem. Ow.
Marqueur sur la carte. Nord-ouest, à 300 mètres.
By the way, I might have left some Bal Titans there, so... Oh.
J'ai trouvé quelque chose.
My. Look at that.
Récupéré. Échantillon à récupérer. Merci.
Yeah, thanks for role playing.
Affirmatif. Merci. Allez, déployez. Lâche un objet. Il me faut une sortie. Je demande une extraction. Demande d'extraction confirmée. Navette en approche. Grenade!
Uh-oh.
Vous ne détruirez jamais affirmatif. Demande de soutien aérien.
I don't know the angle, so watch out. 500 ping coming.
Envoyez un aigle.
Again with the retarded movement. Jesus Christ. That one country next to Hungary, you know. Yeah, typing sucks, I agree.
Marque la position. Arrivé dans 30 secondes. Ennemi lourd, nord-est, sur ma position.
God damn.
Arrivé dans 20 secondes. Je demande une sentinelle.
Everything is on fire.
Arrivé dans 10 secondes. Évacuez la zone d'atterrissage. Demande d'équipement. Arrivée de Pélican 1 aux coordonnées. Marque le point d'extraction. Elle compte initialisée. On attend le décollage. Extraction terminée. Pélican 1 débute son ascension. Une fois de plus, vous avez prouvé la valeur des Helldivers.
He gives the second vehicle another healthy burst from the Patchet, killing the driver and sending the vehicle rolling to a lazy halt. After confirming the occupants of the second vehicle are done, Ray hastily gets back into his car and drives home. There's quite a bit to digest there, so let's explore the details. Firstly, I think it's worth mentioning the sound design, and I once again can't help but draw parallels to Michael Mann and particularly Heat, which famously used the real street-level audio from the bank heist scene versus post-production gunfire. The Patchet barking in the darkness leaves a similar lingering echo. and even the single round fired in return, a lone pistol shot by the van driver, has a booming report that reverberates through the urban nightscape. The bullet impacts are also done with care, and the sound effects change depending if the rounds are striking the glass or the steel of the car panels. This scene also avoids the common Hollywood trope of bulletproof cars. A lesser show would have gone for a protracted, more melodramatic gunfight. The baddies would get brassed up by Ray, pull up in a panic, then dismount and exchange gunfire over the bonnet, popping up and down like jackrabbits, while the cars sponge bullet damage indefinitely until a hero protagonist nails them clean over the top. Mr. In-Between does no such folly. In this world, all three attackers get smashed by 9mm rounds, before even having a chance to exit their vehicles. Two of whom are dead before they ever knew what hit them, with only one surviving, albeit heavily wounded, long enough to exit the vehicle. There's also some solid attention to detail in the continuity here with the little things. Ray's first burst on the van is between 15 to 20 rounds, but it's hard to get an exact figure even with the audio, as the spikes are messy from the glass shattering sound effects. The second burst on the broadside is a cleaner 10 rounds, which matches the visual bullet holes seen on screen. The hatchback is too dark to get a visual bullet count on, but this car cops the biggest spray, somewhere in the region of 25 rounds based on the audio spikes. These burst sizes and round counts make sense given Ray's available ammunition, with the Patchett magazine holding 34 rounds of 9mm ammo for a total of 68 rounds across both magazines. This is assuming Ray filled them to max capacity, but it's also plausible he might have downloaded the mags to 30 rounds on account of the weapon's age and the fading spring tension. Even if that were the case, Ray fired approximately 30 rounds before his reload and 25 rounds post-reload, well within his realistic ammunition capacity, and avoiding the cinema sin of bottomless magazines and unlimited ammunition. Now, if we're having a conversation about realism in gunplay, I'd be reckless to not address the elephant in the room. If Ray is such an esteemed gunman, why is he spraying on full auto using hipfire? His submachine gun has a folding stock and semi-auto. How is this realistic gunplay? You see, world's best practice in current marksmanship culture is to, well, aim at what you want to hit using your sights, be they iron sights or modern optics, with hipfire largely considered taboo or seen as a waste of ammo.
Close. Run. Fast. Run away. Nice. Thanks. Super. Get that stuff here. I've been ragdolled non-stop. God damn. This is a start of the match. Spawn, what the fuck? Ragdoll. I know. Funny thing, I think I did drop the SS. God damn. Ah, nice to meet you, man.
Note le lieu, au sud-est, à 50 mètres.
Burn, baby, burn.
Marqueur sur la position, laisse tomber. Au nord-ouest, objectif repéré. Au nord-ouest.
Un vaisseau allié rejoint l'escouade. Déploiement de Endeavor.
At least we got moved from the spawn. Nice.
Note le lieu, à l'ouest, à 300 mètres. Ennemi lourd, au sud-ouest. Proche.
Yeah.
Affirmatif. Affirmatif. Valide le ravitaillement. Il me faut un marqueur. Ennemi lourd, au nord, à 50 mètres.
Stalkers.
Balance une grenade.
Got him. Nice. God damn it. This is the second time. If I had $1 for every robot that was destroyed, yeah, I would have $2. One with the shield. Ah, yes, but the problem is I couldn't get in. Yeah, the one that has a pushback ability. Yeah.
Marqueur sur la carte, au sud-est, à 100 mètres.
Yeah, cool.
Je demande une extraction.
Demande d'extraction confirmée. Navette en approche.
Lâche un objet, échantillon.
Je demande une sentinelle.
Échantillon récupéré.
Yeah.
Arrivé dans 1 minute.
So apparently this map has 3 super samples, but
Avant-poste terminé de détruit.
C'est ça la démocratie.
Arrivé dans 30 secondes.
Rapport vital imminent.
watch out for the
Arrivé dans 20 secondes. Arrivé dans 8 secondes.
Nouveau chargeur. Alors, les véhicules de la liberté. Dans sa position, là.
Approche de la zone par Pélican 1.
Je recharge.
Pélican 1 en cours d'atterrissage.
Well, this is a problem. They have 20 seconds to be here. 20 seconds, guys. Oh yeah, 2 minutes. Didn't watch clock. My bad. Silly.
Affirmatif.
Il me faut une sentinelle. Demande de ravitaillement.
Titan.
Lâche un objet.
Titan, direction south.
Marqueur sur la position.
South.
Ennemi lourd. Au sud. Sur ma position. Vive l'État de liberté.
Kaboom.
Matériel. Je prends. Sud-est.
Décompte initialisé. On attend le décollage. Budget de renfort épuisé. Extraction terminée. Pélican 1 débute son ascension.
Victoire écrasante pour la Super Terre.
But there was a time where hip fire, also called instinctive fire, point shooting, or indexing, was not only culturally more acceptable, but standard doctrine in militaries across the globe. And this era of military shooting techniques would roughly match the tenure of Ray's military service. Let's explore the timeline. During Season 1, or 2018, we learn Ray is 40 years old. Later in Season 3, Ray and Gary attend their high school reunion, explicitly stated as the class of 96. If we retcon the magician's ending and make it canon, Ray states he spent a bit of time after school as a kitchen hand, and bumming around in his words. So let's assume this was a gap year post-graduation in 1997, before he enlisted in the army in 1998. Ray states he served 8 years in the army before being discharged due to a personality clash, making him relatively new to the Hitman game at the time of his appearance in The Magician. This bracket of service certainly saw him deployed on operations, with East Timor rotations pulling large troop numbers across Operation Warden, Tanager, and Citadel between 1999 to 2004. Another gig going around the Pacific at the time was Operation Anode, the security mission to the Solomon Islands, which started in 2003. While these operations were a big part of Australia's military history, they were predominantly peacekeeping missions. And in Season 2, Ray implies that he had killed numerous people during his army days. This would suggest he was involved in a more kinetic deployment such as to Iraq or Afghanistan, with Operation Slipper kicking off in 2001 as Australia's contribution to the GWAT, and Operation Falconer being Australia's part during the 2003 invasion of Iraq. Personally, I get infantry vibes from Ray as opposed to special operations, but this doesn't really match the timeline of his service, as the Afghanistan rotations that saw regular army infantry battalions more consistently getting amongst it was from around 2007 onwards. This would therefore suggest Ray passed selection for special operations at some point and was either SASR or 4RAR at the time of his service, meaning he could have seen combat, ergo shot a bunch of people, in either his 2001 Afghanistan deployment or during the 2003 invasion of Iraq. With that said, I'd lean more towards Afghanistan based on his dialogue with Dirk in Season 2, who, lamenting his service, states, "You remember when I killed that kid in Ugar Prov?" This is a bit of a strange one, as the Uyghurs are a Muslim ethnic group native to Central Asia, and I don't think the show is suggesting Ray and Dirk were running black ops into northwestern China. I've seen some suggest this is a flub, and that Dirk should have said Uruzgan province, the region in Afghanistan where the majority of Australia's combat operations took place. But I give the show more credit than that, and I think it's simply a case of them intentionally choosing a non-specific setting while heavily implying it's Afghanistan to keep the focus on the characters without getting bogged down in geopolitical logistics. No matter where he deployed, the so what is Ray was in the army during a period when he would have been taught and trained this technique as part of the ADF's doctrine for patrolling and reaction to contact, which sees one firing an instinctive burst from the hip toward the enemy before scrambling to a position of cover and resuming deliberate aimed fire. Aside from his military background, another consideration is the matter of time. Ray had a mere 15 seconds between pulling to a halt and the van turning into the lot. In this time, he exits the car, pockets the spare magazine, grabs the SMG, moves to the engine block, actions the gun, and takes a deep breath. It's entirely plausible he made the split-second decision that unfolding the stock was not worth the effort, and that the Patchett's relatively slow rate of fire of 550 rounds per minute, combined with the close-range nature of the ambush, made instinctive fire suitable for what he had in mind. There's also this brief shot prior to entering the lot, where we see him donning a glove on his left hand, presumably to keep a hold of the Patchett's heat shield during his full auto fire. Speaking of the Patchett, this scene is the payoff from an earlier setup in the episode, where we see Gary surprise Ray with a submachine gun as a gift for previously helping him with some personal affairs.
This is disgusting, Ray. Why you like this?
No.
Ray comments the gun is a Sterling, to which Gary corrects him and explains that the Patchett is better than the Sterling.
Better than a Sterling, better than the Sten. Pretty much won us World War II, it'll blow your fucking head off.
Which I think is just cheeky hyperbole from Gary, as it's not quite accurate to assert the Patchett is a better weapon, considering it's functionally the same thing and simply the first generation of the Sterling family. But again, character context, if you had just gifted someone a "sorry I messed up" gift, and they excitedly misidentified the present for something newer than what it was, you'd probably tell a porcupine to save face as well.
Patchett.
This scene also specifically demonstrates Ray's hip-fire ability, showing his remarkable brute-killing skills when he guns down 2 innocent watermelons at a range of around 15 metres. This setup, payoff plot device is used masterfully throughout the show, and one of my favourite examples is the gunpowder stench throwback. After returning home from the night ambush, Ray sits on the bed next to Ali, who immediately asks, "What's that smell?" Because of course Ray's clothes reek of gunpowder from his late-night shootout, and Ali's a 30-something-year-old civilian from Sydney who would have no reason to recognise the sweet chemical tang of nitrocellulose. Ray brushes the question off, and this scene fades into distant memory until 17 episodes later in Season 3, when Ray's daughter Britt discovers and negligently discharges a Walther PPK stashed under his bed. Using the ever-faithful teenager trick of covering the bullet hole with the picture frame, Britt seems likely to initially get away with her mischief, until Ray arrives home, takes one sniff of the house, and immediately races to check his PPK to discover the magazine missing in top round. Another terrific gunplay scene is the farm shootout. This story arc sees Ray attempting to recover a bag of stolen guns, along with the cash he was owed for said guns before being ripped off by another group of criminals during the sale. The scene plays out as a classic high-tension exchange, with Ray holding one of the gang members prisoner and trading him back in return for the guns and money. The baddies renege on the deal and collect their man without coughing up the cash, thereby ripping off Ray twice. To add insult to injury, their parting move is to give him the finger. This treachery is all Ray needs to spring his L-shaped ambush, with Gary and Dave concealed in the high ground on the flank, and Ray engaging the long axes to killing zone for some tasty shotgunnery. The baddie's missing patrol manages to reverse 100 meters or so before crashing to a halt. And like the previous case study, this scene demonstrates that getting ambushed while mounted in light-skinned vehicles is a bad day out for all involved. The driver is dispatched in place, 2 other blokes get dropped before they can make it 10 meters from the vehicle, leaving only the ringleader, Graham, making any attempt at returning fire. To his credit, he manages to land a couple of hits on Ray, who is unfortunately also clad in body armor, which easily defeats the pistol rounds. This sequence leading to Graham's demise is a ballad of buckshot, testifying to Ray's proficiency with a scattergun. He's shown fire and maneuvering after the fleeing vehicle, gunning shoulder, hunting for targets over his iron sights. And after running his tube dry while finishing off one of the escaping dismounts, he opts to reload and fire 1 shell at a time. Tactically, this makes sense given Ray knows the only remaining threat is Graham, meaning he can keep his gun up and focus on tracking his position while topping up his shotgun. Loading and firing a single round in this manner is also faster than stopping and doing a lengthy reload of the whole tube, which would potentially give Graham breathing space to get to a covered fire position. Having survived 2 prior blasts courtesy of his body armor, Graham is finally felled by a buckshot blast to his throat and face, leaving him mortally wounded and slumped against some farm machinery as Ray moves in for the kill. But in typical Mr. In-Between fashion, instead of a witty one-liner and a coup de grace, we get a heart-wrenching scene where Graham apologises, laments through a blood-soaked mouth that he got his boys killed, and concedes he should have just coughed up the cash. Ray listens and offers brief words in exchange. He has no animosity towards his defeated foe, it's simply business. And what makes this scene hit even harder is how the show subverts your expectations. The setup for this scene grabs you by the hand and leads you down the familiar path of a revenge-driven Hollywood shootout, only to then peel back your eyelids and show you warts and all the very real consequences of such violence. Gore, grief, death, and regret, some of which has a profound impact on Ray, whose normally ironclad emotional shield temporarily cracks as he walks away from Graham's body, shotgun held loosely at his side. Another factor that contributes to the overall realism is the specific selection of guns used in the show. So what's the deal with these old wooden guns? Where's the decked out bandits with full auto ARs and drum mags? Your initial instinct might be, well, it's an Australian show, dum-dum. They couldn't get these guns for the show even if they wanted to. But I don't think it's that simple. As a reminder, one of the greatest action flicks of all time, The Matrix, was filmed almost entirely in Sydney. So it's not necessarily true that Australian production equals no cool guns. I'd argue the specific pistols, shotguns and long arms are allocated to the characters with purpose in a manner that is far too precise to be accidental. For example, the aforementioned PPK makes an appearance in both Season 1 and Season 3. The PPK is of course synonymous with James Bond lore, who is referenced by Ray and Gary during a late night discussion over which actor best played the iconic spy. Another example is Ray's sidearm evolution through the show, packing a Beretta 92 FS in Season 1, a Smith & Wesson M&P compact in Season 2, and a Beretta 92 FS Centurion in Season 3. I might be reaching, but I'd posit that this reflects Ray's utilitarian approach to his weapon of choice. He no doubt enjoys guns given his glee at receiving the patchet, but his changing pistols reflect his philosophy of killing simply being a job, with a gun nothing more than a tool to be used and not to become attached to. Another implication is of course that he discards and rotates handguns between seasons on account of their use in his crimes. In contrast, we see the character Dave, who from his introduction in Season 1 to his final appearance in Season 3 runs the same Steyr GB as his sidearm of choice. Dave is a large-framed man who can seemingly comfortably conceal carry a large-framed pistol, and with an 18-round magazine, probably feels he can take care of any business that comes his way when he steps out the front door with his Steyr tucked in his waistband. This concept of guns being a reflection of their users is shown again with Gary, who aside from sourcing the patchet for Ray and evidently being an admirer of vintage surplus, is also later seen wielding a Smith & Wesson Model 36, and during the farm shootout scene, an M1 carbine. The former being an iconic 1950s revolver featured in many of Hobbs & Shaw films, and the latter a legendary weapon of World War II. This makes perfect sense for someone like Gary, a crook with a penchant for pop culture and history, who if given the opportunity to get his hands on such firearms in his capacity as a criminal, would of course jump at the chance for nostalgia alone. Juxtaposed against Gary's vintage tastes is Raphael, the skeezy antagonist of Season 3. Raphael is frankly a wanker, he has wanker sonnies, sits on his wanker boat, eats wanker caviar, and of course uses a wanker gun in the stainless steel Beretta 92 FS Inox. Now I'll be fair, it's not necessarily a wanker gun, as it's been used by villains and heroes alike through cinema, but it is generally used when you need something flashy and visually distinct for your character, making it apt for an ostentatious Sydney narcotics dealer. As a spot of side trivia, legendary Australian film armourer John Bowring levelled the same slur at the Desert Eagle during production of The Matrix, remarking to the the Wachowskis that it was a wanker's gun. John Bowring is the brains behind the custom shotguns wielded by Mouse, F-90's appearance in Alien Covenant, and oh yeah, perhaps one of the most famous weapons in cinema, Mick Dundee's crocodile hunting knife.
That's alive.
Most importantly, John Bowring was also the armourer on Mr. In-Between, which may also explain the abundance of Berettas, as it seems John might have a soft spot for Italian steel, noting their prevalence in both The Matrix and Mr. In-Between. Aside from the guns being an extension of their character, all the weapons used make sense in terms of what Australian criminals could reasonably get their hands on. It's no secret Australia has strict gun control, but there was a time there existed relatively relaxed laws and a rich firearms culture, rooted in frontier history, civilian target shooting, and hunting. In many cases, the average 1980s rifle range firing line was bristling with an array of now iconic weaponry, with G3s, ARs, and M14s being popular choices in the military service rifle competition discipline. This was until 1996, after which the federal government introduced a set of sweeping gun law reforms, and semi-automatic centerfire rifles and pump-action shotguns were virtually outlawed overnight. What followed was a national gun buyback and amnesty, which saw over 500,000 guns surrendered to the government and destroyed. These classes of weapons are these days only available under tight regulations, and not for recreational reasons, making them not legally attainable by the average Joe. These laws, combined with Australia's geographic isolation and tight border controls, therefore makes the importation or smuggling of new semi-automatic or fully automatic weapons rather challenging to criminal types. As a result, much of these now illegal rifles and shotguns in criminal circulation are remaining stock from the pre-1996 landscape, and the show's selection of long arms accurately reflects this. In the farm ambush scene, Dave is seen wielding an L1A1. The final shootout has one of Raphael's henchmen running a Ruger Mini 14, and the venerable Remington 870 shotgun makes numerous appearances used by different characters. All of these examples were highly popular pre-1996, with the L1A1 being popular for competition shooting, and the SLR being the Australian service rifle up until the mid to late 80s, and the Mini 14 favoured as a jack-of-all-trades 223 rifle for farmers, hunters, or recreational shooters. Even the M1 carbine, as used by Gary, made an appearance at civilian shooting competitions. There's another fun scene which speaks to this, which shows Ray all gillied up and getting a bit of stalking done in the New South Wales bush, in an attempt to close with and snipe one of his targets. In most Hitman type shows and movies, the temptation is to show the assassin with a gee-whiz precision rifle dripping in lasers and other gratuitous ancillaries. But Mr. In-Between once more exercises restraint, and equips Ray with a humble Remington 700 bolt-action rifle topped with a simple magnified optic, Harris bipod, and rattle can paint job. Such a rifle quite plausibly could have been an off-the-books leftover from pre-1996, or be a post-96 legal purchase since stolen and now circulated through black market resale. Mr. In-Between is at surface level a story about a man who kills for financial gain, but at its core is an exploration of humanity. The show tacitly asks you to audit Ray's moral code. Is he a good person capable of bad things, or a bad person capable of good things? That there is no objective answer to this ethical dilemma makes for all the more compelling viewing, particularly as the show navigates the characters through the heavy subjects of family, mateship, grief, and death. The realistic depiction of violence amplifies the depth of these themes. Shootouts feel weighty, lethal, consequential, but simultaneously exercise restraint, avoiding the trap of making realism the focus in spite of the narrative. Mr. In-Between is a truly unique masterclass of Australian storytelling, and a testament to the power of balanced attention to detail and cinematic gunplay. And if you haven't seen it,
and I'm the new guy.
Final Pikmin's score of 9 out of 10 Patchet submachine guns. Tactic.
It's easy. You do dirt and reinforce. Got it. This seems like a cheerful planet. I got it. We are. Oh, that's a live mortar. That's explanation, I see. Yeah. This beauty here. No, EMS. This has to... No, he's not. He's here. Tank. Kaboom.
Bien reçu. Nouvelle tentative de Pélican 1 pour la récupération dans la zone d'extraction. Ici Pélican 1. Zone d'extraction en vue. Pélican 1 en cours d'atterrissage.
Je te demande. Il faut le sentinelle. Robot. Nouveau chargeur. Marque le point d'extraction.
Décompte initialisé. En attente du décollage. Extraction terminée. Pélican 1 débute son ascension.
La liberté, trahison.
For a lot of people, the play
Bon.
Dégâts usines en moins. Victoire pour notre héritage génétique.
Anyway.
PlayStation 2 was the first console that had real horror on it. Silent Hill 2, Resident Evil 4, the ones that get covered every October. None of those are on this list. These are the PS2 games that went further than they were supposed to, and most of them you've never played. A couple of them got pulled out of entire countries. Others just quietly vanished because nobody knew how to sell them. These are the most disturbing games on the PlayStation 2. Rule of Rose. In Rule of Rose, you play as Jennifer, a 19-year-old who follows a strange boy onto an empty bus and ends up somewhere she cannot leave. It came out in 2006, made by a small Japanese studio called Punchline, published by Sony in Japan and Atlas in America. Mechanically, it is a normal survival horror game. You explore and pick things up, there are small object puzzles, and every so often something makes you swing a pipe at it. If you've played Silent Hill, you will recognize the shape of it. The pacing is slower and the fighting is worse, and both of those turn out to be deliberate. The place Jennifer ends up in is an airship. Not a hospital, not a haunted house, a creaking zeppelin with rooms inside it, run entirely by children. They call themselves the Red Crayon Aristocrat Club. They have a hierarchy with actual noble titles, and there's one rule. Every chapter, you bring them a gift. Bring the right one, and you move up the ladder. Bring the wrong one, and you get demoted, and then shoved into a burlap sack and dragged down a corridor while everybody watches. That is the engine of the entire game. Every chapter is a new demand and a new thing to go and find. And the price of getting it wrong is being humiliated by a group of 9-year-olds who have already decided what you are worth. Your only ally is a dog. Early on, Jennifer finds a stray called Brown tied up and half-starved, and from that point, he is your search function. You pull an item out of your inventory, hold it under his nose, and he tracks the scent to whatever you're meant to find next. On paper, it is a gimmick. In practice, it is the only thing in the game that treats you with any kindness, which is exactly why the game keeps putting him in danger. The combat got the game destroyed in reviews. Jennifer swings a pipe like she's never held one, she gets staggered by almost everything, and the enemies swarm. The creator of the retrospective I pulled from makes the argument that this is the point. She's a frightened girl who's never fought anything, and the controls are telling you that before the story does. I go back and forth on it. I think it is true, and I also think the game is genuinely annoying to play, and those can both be right. The things you're fighting are worth describing, because they're not zombies. Most of them are children, or something that used to be shaped like a child, and they come at you in groups, and grab and swing at you with sticks. The bosses are stranger. Each one is a storybook version of an adult from the orphanage, drawn the way a frightened kid would describe a grown-up they were scared of. One is essentially a mass of hair. One is a thing in a coat. You are not fighting monsters so much as you are fighting how a child remembers being hurt by someone. Now the part that made it infamous. Rule of Rose is not disturbing because of gore. There is almost none. It's disturbing because of what the children do to each other, and to animals, and to the adults who are supposed to be looking after them. Social exclusion turned into a system. Ritual humiliation with a scoreboard. There's a sequence with a rabbit in a sack that people still bring up 20 years later, and nothing in it is graphic. It is just cruelty, performed by kids, played completely straight. And the game never cuts away to reassure you that this is fantasy. Then the reveal. The airship is not a place. The Aristocrat Club, the titles, the gifts, the storybook narration read out by a talking broom. All of it is a memory being rearranged by grief. The children were real, the orphanage was real, and what actually happened there is smaller and sadder than the nightmare version. The game spends 15 hours making you hate a group of little girls, and then explains them, and it does not ask you to forgive anyone. That ending is the reason people still write about this game. Outside the game, things got strange. In 2006, Italian officials publicly demanded it be banned. British tabloids ran stories describing content involving children that reviewers who had actually finished the game said was not in there. And the UK release was cancelled outright by the publisher. It was never officially sold in Britain, so a game about a moral panic aimed at children became the subject of a moral panic aimed at children, run by adults who had not played it. And the effect was that the game got harder to find and more expensive forever. That is the last thing worth knowing. Because the print run was tiny and it was never reprinted, a complete copy of Rule of Rose now sells for several $100s, and it has never had a re-release, a remaster, or a digital port on any platform. Haunting Ground. Rose now sells for, and it does not ask you to forgive anyone. That ending is the reason people still write about this game. Outside the game, and to animals, and to the adults who are supposed to be looking after them. Social exclusion turned into a system. Ritual humiliation with a scoreboard. There's a sequence with a rabbit in a sack that people still bring up 20 years later, and nothing in it is graphic. It is just cruelty, performed by kids, played completely straight. And the game never cuts away to reassure you that this is fantasy. Then the reveal. The airship is not a place. The aristocrat club, the titles, the gifts, the storybook narration read out by a talking broom, all of it is a memory being rearranged by grief. The children were real, the orphanage was real, and what actually happened there is smaller and sadder than the nightmare version. The game spends 15 hours making you hate a group of little girls, and then explains them, and it does not ask you to forgive anyone. That ending is the reason people still write about this game. Outside the game, things got strange. In 2006, Italian officials publicly demanded it be banned. British tabloids ran stories describing content involving children that reviewers who had actually finished the game said was not in there. And the UK release was cancelled outright by the publisher. It was never officially sold in Britain, so a game about a moral panic aimed at children became the subject of a moral panic aimed at children, run by adults who had not played it. And the effect was that the game got harder to find and more expensive forever. That is the last thing worth knowing. Because the print run was tiny and it was never reprinted, a complete copy of Rule of Rose now sells for several $100s, and it has never had a re-release, a remaster, or a digital port on any platform. Haunting Ground. Haunting Ground opens with a car crash and gets worse from there. You play as Fiona Belly, an 18-year-old whose parents are killed on a dark road, and who wakes up in a cage in the basement of a castle wearing a bedsheet. Capcom put it out in 2005, PS2 only, called Demento in Japan. It was made by the team that had just finished Clock Tower 3, and it plays like a stalker game. You cannot fight anything, running is the whole defense, and when running stops working, you find somewhere small to hide. The system holding it together is called Panic. When something is chasing Fiona, a meter fills, the screen desaturates and starts shaking, and her control gets loose and unreliable. Push it to the top, and she stops obeying you properly. She trips. She runs the wrong way. Hiding is the only real answer, and hiding means crawling under a bed or into a wardrobe and listening to footsteps go past. The game is essentially built out of the worst 90 seconds of a horror film, repeated for 8 hours. You get one advantage: a white shepherd named Huey, chained up in the grounds, who joins you if you free him. Point him at something and he goes for it. He digs where you tell him to, and he can tell a real mandrake root from a poisonous fake. He's also a genuine relationship system. If you praise him and keep him fed and do not throw him at things you cannot beat, he stays loyal and useful. Ignore him or hit him, and he gets slow and sullen and stops coming when you call. The game is quietly tracking how you treat the only living thing on your side. The people hunting you are the reason this game is on the list. There are 4, and each one wants something different from Fiona's body. Debilitas is a huge, simple groundskeeper who plays with dolls and has decided that Fiona is one. So he chases her to pick her up and squeeze her, and he does not understand that this kills her. Daniela is the maid. She cannot taste or smell anything, and pain and pleasure do not register either. What she is fixated on is the idea that Fiona is a complete woman, and she is not. She serves you a soup with human hair in it. Later, she comes at you with a shard of glass because she has decided she wants the part of Fiona she's missing. Then it gets colder. Ricardo hunts you with a gun and can turn himself invisible. His plan is not to kill you. He's a failing clone who's aging too fast, and he intends to father a child on Fiona so that he can be born again as that child. Lorenzo is the one giving the orders, a 13th generation copy of an alchemist who died in the 15th century. He built Fiona's father the same way he built Ricardo. The whole castle exists to extract something the game calls Azoth, an alchemical essence carried in the Belly bloodline that grants a kind of immortality. Fiona is not a survivor who stumbled into a bad house. She's livestock that got away. Lorenzo himself does not stay in one shape. He comes at you as a frail old man in a wheelchair, then as a rejuvenated young clone who looks exactly like Fiona's father, which is a genuinely horrible thing to do to a girl whose father was killed in front of her. Then finally, as something burning that will not stop walking. Huey is the one who ends Ricardo, ambushing him at the top of a water tower and putting him over the edge. The dog you were told was a mechanic does more for Fiona than any human being in the building. That is the thing this game does that most horror will not touch. The threat is not being eaten or dismembered, it is being owned. Every pursuer in the castle has already decided what Fiona's body is for, and none of them think of it as hers. Capcom pushed that with the panic system too, and this is where the game is aged badly and deserves some of the criticism it got. Fiona's clothing tears as she panics, the camera lingers, and there's a whole layer of costume unlocks that sits uncomfortably against a story about a woman being treated as property. The game is critiquing something and participating in it at the same time. There are 4 endings, and they turn almost entirely on the dog. Play well and spare Debilitas in the chapel instead of finishing him, and Fiona and Huey walk out of the front gate, while a calm Debilitas tends the garden. Kill him, and you get the same ending with an empty frame where he should be. There's a hidden run on a second playthrough where Debilitas gives you a key early and you escape the castle in a fraction of the time, with Lorenzo chasing you down a staircase and falling. And then there's the bad one. If you have spent the game neglecting Huey, scolding him and leaving him behind, he will not come when Ricardo ambushes you in the woods. He gets shot. Fiona gets caught. The last thing the game shows you is Fiona sealed away in the castle, pregnant, laughing at nothing. It is the only ending where you are directly responsible, and the game earned it over 20 hours of you deciding a dog did not matter. Fatal Frame 3: The Tormented. Fatal Frame 3 is a Japanese ghost game where your only weapon is a camera. You walk through a dark house, a spirit appears, you raise an antique camera called the Camera Obscura to your face, and the screen switches to a viewfinder. You have to hold the shot while the ghost comes at you, because the longer you wait, the more damage the photograph does. It came out on PS2 in 2005, made by Tecmo, and it's the third and final part of the original trilogy. The change from the earlier games is who you're playing. 1 and 2 both starred teenagers who wandered into something. 3 stars Rei Amakura, a 23-year-old freelance photographer whose fiancé Yu died in a car accident while she was driving. She is not curious, she's not exploring, she's depressed, functioning badly, and burying herself in work. And when she photographs a supposedly haunted building, she sees him standing there. After that, she starts dreaming about a house, the Manor of Sleep, an endless snowbound mansion she goes to every time she falls asleep. And every time she comes back, there's more of a tattoo on her skin. It spreads a little further up her body each night. It hurts, and once it covers her, she does not wake up again. That is the entire premise. Grief is a countdown timer running on your own body while you sleep. The camera is the reason this series works, and it is worth understanding if you've never touched one of these games. Raising it drops you into first person, which means you lose your peripheral vision at the exact moment you need it most. A ghost that was across the room is now filling the frame. The shot charges the longer you hold it, so the correct play is to let the thing get closer, and the best possible photograph is taken at the last moment before it reaches you. Every fight is a negotiation with your own nerve. You upgrade the camera with lenses and film stock as you go, and better film means you can afford to be braver. The structure around this is the smartest thing in the game. Rei is a working photographer, so the pictures you take in the dream develop in her darkroom in the real world. You come home and process the film, and what you actually caught gets cross-referenced against documents and objects around the house. Investigation is not a notes menu you skim, it is a job you do between nightmares. She's not alone doing it either. Living with her is Miku Hinasaki, who you played as in the first Fatal Frame, and getting research to her by post is Kei Amakura, the uncle of the twins from the second game. You end up playing all 3. Miku is small and can crawl into gaps in the walls, which is where the game hides its nastiest encounters. Kei is strong enough to move furniture that is blocking corridors, and because the Manor of Sleep is stitched together out of everyone's worst memories, its hallways start bending into rooms from Himuro Mansion and All Gods Village. The trilogy gets folded into one building. The lore underneath it is the bleakest in the series. The manor's original inhabitants practiced a ritual on their own children involving binding, immobilization, and starvation, all of it framed as devotion. The game does not linger on the imagery so much as it lets you find the paperwork, the rooms, the ropes, and work out what the family were telling themselves while they did it. What makes it psychologically effective is a trick I've not seen many horror games attempt. Ray's house is your safe hub. It is where you rest and read your post and develop your film. And there's a cat to feed, and roughly a third of the way in, the manor starts coming through. Feet behind a curtain that should not have anyone standing there. Footsteps upstairs in an empty house. A shape in a doorway that's gone when the camera moves. The game does not add a threat to your safe room, it removes the safe room, slowly, while you keep going back to it because you have nowhere else to go. The ghosts help. Fatal Frame spirits do not respect architecture. Hands come through walls. There's a woman standing in a doorway you already checked, and something can reach up through the floor while you're lining up a shot at the thing in front of you. Because the camera has you locked in first person, you will not see it until it has you. It is one of the few horror series where the scariest moment is routinely the hand. The series never got a proper conclusion after this one on the same hardware, and Fatal Frame 3 has never been remastered. It sits on the PS2, and on a legacy PS3 storefront, physical copies climb in price every year, and for most people, the only realistic way to play the best written entry in one of horror's defining franchises is emulation. Blood Will Tell. Blood Will Tell is a 2004 action game where you play as a man hunting down 48 demons in order to get his own body back. It was published by Sega and made by Red Entertainment, the studio behind Gungrave, and it is adapted from Dororo, a manga written in the late 60s by Osamu Tezuka. Tezuka is the reason modern manga looks the way it does. He created Astro Boy. He's the one people call the god of manga. Dororo is what happens when he got tired of drawing for children. The premise is one of the ugliest setups in Japanese fiction. A warlord named Daigo wants to rule the country, so he goes to a hall of demon statues and offers a trade. 48 demons, each take one part of his unborn son. Eyes and skin and limbs, his voice, his organs, all of it claimed before the child is drawn a breath. Daigo gets his empire. The baby is born as barely anything at all, and is put in a river to get rid of it. So the whole game is a shopping list of your own anatomy. You fight through feudal Japan with swords built into your prosthetic arms, a gun mounted in one of them, and a cannon in your leg, because you have no hands to hold a weapon with. Kill a fiend and something comes back. A stat goes up. A sense returns. It is not just a number screen either, and the best example of it is genuinely clever. When you defeat the fiend holding his nervous system, the game switches your controller's rumble on for the first time. It has been silent for hours and you did not notice. Now he can feel things, so you can too. Which parts come back and when is the interesting bit. His voice is held by one of the 48, so for a long stretch of the game he's mute, and Dororo does the talking for him. His eyes are held by another. The game is built so that the person you're playing becomes progressively more capable of experiencing the world, and it never announces it. You just notice one day that something you'd been doing without is there. Traveling with him is Dororo, a small orphan thief who latches onto him and refuses to leave. On paper, this is an escort mission and should be miserable. It is not. She fights on her own, she picks up items you missed, and if she goes down, the game does not punish you for it. She also gets her own stealth sections, which break up the fighting. You also do not have to finish the job. It is entirely possible to reach the end of Blood Will Tell having recovered only some of the 48, which means you can complete the story as a man who is still substantially artificial. Collecting all of them is what unlocks the secret final chapter, so the game's ordinary ending is the one where Hyakimaru gives up and settles for the body he has. The game itself is a mixed bag, and I would rather be honest about that. Boss design is genuinely strong, with the same demon returning later using a completely different set of attacks instead of a lazy recolor. Level design is not. Late games areas are drab, the map is confusing, there is no fast travel, and if you want to hunt the optional fiends you missed, you're running back across entire mountains on foot. And if you do collect every part, your reward is a secret final chapter with a boss fight against Behemoth that is close to unplayable without a guide. What keeps it here is the thing underneath the hack and slash. Most games about revenge are about taking something from the person who wronged you. This one is about taking yourself back, piece by piece, from the people who sold you. Tezuka wrote that in 1967, and nobody's really improved on it since. Kuon. Kuon is a horror game set in Japan roughly 1,000 years ago, and it was made by From Software, which is a sentence that surprises people. This is the studio behind Dark Souls and Bloodborne. In 2004, they made a slow, fixed-camera survival horror game about a haunted estate in the Heian period, sold it in tiny numbers, and never made anything like it again. You are inside the walls of a decaying noble mansion in the old capital. Something happened here involving an onmyoji, a court exorcist, and a ritual that was not supposed to work. The people who lived here are still moving around, and they're not people anymore. The transformation the game builds its horror around is based on silk, cocoons, and threads, and the slow process of something being wrapped up and turned into something else inside its own casing. It is the least Western idea of a monster you will find on the console, and it is genuinely unpleasant to look at in a way that has nothing to do with gore. The structure is unusual. You pick one of two scenarios at the start. One follows a young girl searching the estate for her missing father. The other follows a trainee exorcist sent in from outside to find out what went wrong. You play through the same house from two directions, learning things in one that recontextualize the other, and finishing both unlocks a third scenario, Abe no Seimei, the most famous exorcist in Japanese history, and a real historical figure is woven into the story, which gives the whole thing the texture of folklore rather than fiction. Playing it is deliberately uncomfortable. You have a weapon and some paper charms, but you're slow, the camera is fixed, and fighting is usually the wrong answer. Corridors are narrow and things come around corners into them. Because it is Heian area Japan, there are no torches or generators or radios, so the entire visual language is candlelight, paper screens, and long, dark, wooden hallways. There's almost no music. Long stretches of it are just floorboards and your own footsteps and the sound of paper doors. And when something does arrive, it announces itself with noise rather than a sting. The game is also short by the standards of everything around it. And the two-scenario structure means the intended experience is two passes through the same building, which is either elegant or repetitive, depending on your patience. I lean elegant, because the second run is where the story actually assembles. Kuon sold poorly enough that it is now one of the harder PS2 horror games to actually own. It has never been re-released in any form, and it is worth knowing that this is the last straight horror game From Software made before they spent a decade building an entirely different reputation. Which means everything people love about Bloodborne's atmosphere was already sitting in a Japanese mansion in 2004 with nobody looking at it. Clock Tower 3. Clock Tower 3 is a game where a 14-year-old girl is hunted through several different centuries by men who killed people, and she cannot fight any of them. Capcom released it in 2002, co-produced with Sunsoft, and the cutscenes were directed by Kenji Fukasaku, the Japanese filmmaker who made Battle Royale. He died the following year. The video game was one of the last things he ever directed. It starts with a letter. Alyssa Hamilton is at boarding school and receives a note from her mother telling her not to come home under any circumstances. She goes home immediately. The house is dark, her mother is gone, and there's a smiling man in a top hat standing in the hall who tells her that her mother went out yesterday, which is not the kind of thing a stranger in your house should know. What Alyssa finds out is that women in her family are rooters. It is an inherited job. Every generation, one of them is born able to see and destroy things that ordinary people cannot. And the power runs out when she turns 15. So Alyssa gets 1 year of being useful, and the timing is not up to her. The things she has to deal with are called subordinates. And this is what separates Clock Tower 3 from every other stalker horror game on the system. They are not creatures. They're men. Human murderers who were bad enough in life that something took an interest and kept them working. One of them, Sledgehammer, comes at you through the streets of London during the Blitz in 1942, with air raid sirens going and buildings burning, and the fact that a real bombing campaign is the backdrop for a chase sequence is very much intentional. Another dissolves what he leaves behind in acid. The game sends you into their time periods and makes you live in them. Behind the subordinates, there's somebody organizing them, and he's the man in the top hat from the opening. The game calls him the Dark Gentleman, and what he wants from Alyssa is straightforward once you understand what a rooter is. Every generation of her family has produced one girl who can end things like him, and every generation he's found a way to stop her before she turns 15. Alyssa's mother is not missing by accident. She sent that letter because she knew what was coming for her daughter, and she was too late. You cannot kill any of them, at least not in the moment. When one is on you, all you have is a panic meter. Alyssa has no health bar. What she has instead is fear that accumulates, so being seen pushes the meter up, and being cornered pushes it further. And once something is chasing her down a corridor, the screen starts to strobe and her movement falls apart. At full panic, she stumbles like she's forgotten how to run, and a single touch from the pursuer kills her outright. Your options are hiding places and holy water. Every level has spots where you can duck under a table or press yourself into a gap, and you sit there listening while something walks past. The water comes in small jars, it stuns a pursuer for a few seconds and calms her nerves, and you never have enough of it. There's also a sacred bow that only works at specific moments, which the game gives you rarely and takes away fast. I think the reason it works is that Capcom made a horror game about a child dealing with adult violence and refused to give the child a weapon that solves it. The historical framing pushes the same idea. The monsters are not from a mythology. They're the sort of men who show up in a newspaper archive, and the game has picked eras where the world around them was already producing far more bodies than they were. Clock Tower never recovered from this one. The series ended here, and the closest thing to a successor is Haunting Ground, made by the same team 3 years later, which quietly reuses almost every idea in it. Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. Most role-playing games spend 40 hours building up to the end of the world. Nocturne gets it out of the way in the first 20 minutes. You are a Tokyo high school student visiting a hospital. A cult performs a ritual called the Conception. Reality turns itself inside out, the city is folded into a sphere, and the human race is essentially over before you finish the tutorial. Atlas put it on PS2 in 2003 in Japan and 2004 in the West. You do not die with everyone else because something is put inside you. A parasite called a Magatama is forced into your body, and you come out of it as the Demi-Fiend, half human and half demon, covered in glowing markings, standing in what is left of Tokyo. The remains are called the Vortex World, and it is not a wasteland in the usual video game sense. It is quiet, bleached, and mostly empty, with a black sun and demons wandering around in it who mostly ignore you. The game around this is deliberately hostile. Dungeons are enormous puzzle boxes with shifting walls, teleport doors, and traps, and you will need the map constantly. Random encounters are relentless, which is the most legitimate complaint anyone makes about it. And the combat system, called Press Turn, is one of the sharpest things ever built into a turn-based game. Hit an enemy's weakness or land a critical, and your turn only costs half of what it should, so you get more actions. Miss or hit something an enemy resists, and you lose too. The catch is that the rule is symmetrical. Every demon on the field is playing by it too. A boss that finds your weak spot can wipe your whole party before you get a single move. You build that party by talking. Mid-fight, you can start a conversation with the thing trying to kill you. You flatter it or bribe it with cash and items, and answer questions that are inside out. The city is
Što gledati dan? Ma nemoj da sjediš, uzet ću na to vreme. Ti ružno, tamo. Sjedi nekako.
Kumra. Welcome to my channel. Luminor. Welcome to my channel. Master. Snake. Diver. Hola. GC Lee Operativen. The days.
Is folded into a sphere, and the human race is essentially over before you finish the tutorial. Atlas put it on PS2 in 2003 in Japan and 2004 in the West. You do not
Iku.
Pa... Okej, može.
Discord.
Da. Pretpostavljam da može. Danas je nedelja, jel da?
Da.
A si... Pa ne, obično te drugim danima teško s tobom.
Da, ne možeš kad radi. Ko radi oglajom se... Da. Šta ima, radiš danas?
Imam obaveza kasnije, ako to pitaš.
Kako sam se prevukao, jebote.
Da ti vjerujem.
Vjerujem mi da mi ne možeš ni vjerovati. Znači, prejeo sam se, pucam, a sad bih opet jeo. Znaš kakav je to životinje, jebo. Ulazim sam mimo, pošto smilujem.
In the animal kingdom, there is a horse named Tom. He has become a
She's losing a lot of blood.
Following fat people.
Men only want one thing, and it's not money, it's not power, it's
mariachi, veta!
Excuse me, sir.
People who
Try this color.
Котят versus!
Ти що?
Котят versus! Батю в зоне! Спасайте задницы! Слушайте дядю Хованского! Я тебе зуб даю, бля, буду гангстером! Батю в зоне!
Profamizi. Welcome to my
Oj,
channel.
hello. Damn. Never mind. How is your weekend, amazing? Oh.
Meh.
Meh. Nice. I wouldn't.
Ha ha.
Wouldn't tell it better.
Wouldn't tell it better.
Yeah. Anyway, this guy invited me to play with him 7 days, and I can only play like during the weekends with him. Umara. Oi. Da 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 da. And I'll use browser.
Ušao sam kome.
Ja?
Šta još, Mike?
Nice.
Ušao sam, nice!
Neki lik je radio addon za 7 Days to Die.
Šta sad kako me?
Ima addon za... Jebote, ukulibac igraš.
Mi smo ovdje bili počeli onaj tvoj quest. Tako biš. Šta kažeš, Mike?
Kako se gasi ova konzola kome?
Ja ću kada kaj.
A?
Kad paraste vidjet ćeš. Stvarno, sve stvarno sam prihvatili.
Ajde, ide stakli quest.
Ne mogu da se pomerim.
Što ne možeš pomoći? Vidim da si zakucan nešto.
Ovo da je nije kraj.
Ček.
Ne, džabe mu daraš, znaš da friendly fire ne radi. Si luti?
Samo, ček.
Ne, ne kapiraš, izbacio mi je konzolu. Samo piči tekst.
Samo sve malo svijet.
Ajme ništi još tih stvari ispod nogu.
Misliš?
Da.
Ne.
Ja pretpostavljam sam se sponuo u bloku.
Aha.
Jedan levo, jedan desno. Dobro, ne moraš niže više.
Nemaš više, brate.
Ne, levo i desno od mene blok.
Slobodan si ti, ja te vidim ovdje.
Dobro, sad.
Izađi poući.
To će prvo. Pošto smo restartovali questa, izlogovali smo se gore, nemam pomena koju foru me spustio kao u teksturu sam zaranio. Tip. Nema logike.
Cause the reasons.
Šta je god.
Imam steel pickaxe. Mock damage 185, power attack damage 80 i melee damage 44.
Uzmi taj pickaxe i stani pored bloka i kreni da udaraš blok sa desnim klikom. I reci mi, šta će brže ga sjebe, auger ili to?
Aj se želim.
A to nije upgrade uopšte, inače sam znaš, taj pickaxe, samo probaj, paš da iš.
Isto.
To je bez modova. A znaš?
Hm?
To ti je bez modova, taj pickaxe. A imaš ono za damage, za durability, za staminu. Šti 4 moda za damage. Znači da je ovdje strane. Ili taj koji ti imaš je ono, još će go... Jednostavno previše mali ima block damage. To je nemoguće. Pa gledao sam kad si, ne znam, nešto si krenuo da lupaš, ja sam krenuo posle tebe da bijem. Kad smo ono probali, kažeš ti ne, dobro. Kažem da brže udara. Evo sada. Ne znam što me gore ubaci.
Ajde restart quest. Da desni klik samo, znaš? Desni klik iz udarca. Idi startuj, ajde.
Moment, skrepamo je bras radijator, ako mi gledaš. Folded like a chair. Može. Nice. Na koju foru nismo potražili autobus, evo.
I autobusi su se responovali, da se sjećaš da si započeo. Nisi ovo, znaš?
Smo se i ti parkirali ovdje.
Da.
Otvorili moj, samo da vidim nešto.
Ovo je prazan. Ili je pun uvijek.
Ne, parkirao si ga na parking kad sam znao. Ovo nikad ne radiš. Skloniš ga u stranu malo.
Neće se da je
Je, malo preko vozila je bio preklopljen. To što je previše u POI.
Što je fin experience.
Sve.
Riješimo to. Evo idemo da zlutujemo ovo. Eti, zi to, potroši sve, uzmi sve, ajde. Nemam gdje da stavim.
Možda nismo došli ovdje da bi ti pokrao taj sanduk, završimo zadatak.
A ti dođe pa kaže, dođe ovo, nemam gdje da stavim, čuš da ti pričam.
Sve
Pokradeni.
na to da izlutuješ nešto.
Ti me slušaš što ti ja kažem, ne mogu da ponesem.
A ni ne moraš, što me tiče.
Čekaj, ti ovaj stil ođe.
Vidiš.
Pa ne mogu da ponesim.
Evo.
Ovo je druga motorka, ovo šeška sam našao.
Ja sam našao 3 kako zove power drilla. Ona alat.
Da. Nije ga ne? Baš power drilla. Impact driver.
Impact drivera našao sam. 3 zombija, 3 impact drivera. To je bilo prošli put smo imali. Jedan za drugi.
Si uzelo sve?
Helikopter ti je prazan, nisam siguran zašto si ti žrtva koja ima prepun inventar.
Nije ovaj, pa ja ga napunim, znaš. Ne znam da...
To je prazan.
Teletes. Samo treba.
Kako sam mogu ubiti mjesto?
U doskoku, koliko sam ja čuo.
Ne, ubio sam jednog, ali zato da mi je drugi bio u liniji kad sam doskočio. Znači, tačno sam potrafio ga drugog iz gluposti. Kao partizanski film.
A majke da živiš šta sam našao, brate, znači, evo ga, nail gun.
Rekao sam ti znam. Nema potrebe uzmi. Helikopter ti je tu, siđi pa, siđi Rašo, siđi sa planine.
Siđi, mi si čuješ u 4 godine da te prodamo mi, u Hag. Potapio smo.
To što si rekao.
Pa jes, brate.
Da. Šta će nam rekao akumulator?
Zašto ti mene uštineš? Ti mene ne znaš da takneš fino da ovako, na ovako me stisneš.
To ne, vrata, ta činjenje.
Majmuni.
A to ti je taj primitivni mozak svakoga alfa mužjaka.
Gdje su ti alfa mužjaci? Ako mora.
A?
Ako, gdje su ti alfa mužjaci? Reci mi da znam.
Ima jedan tu iznad mene gore živi. Gledaj šta mi radiš to? Hvala? Man, turbo alfa. Nije on, mi smo govno.
Nije on.
Siđi Rašo, siđi sa... a vidiš koji dan danas?
No.
Danas će se troši municije kome.
Postoji koliko možeš da ispucaš, kao što sam ti već objasnio. Ne možeš pucati s 3 puške jedno.
Mike, šlogirat ću ovako, šta mi uraditi, jesi mi odjasnu kesi? Dobro, ne diraj. Namesti se sad. Siđi, šora, siđi sa nečega. Da. Neka što iđe da se završi. Idemo dolje u mes. Ajmo bre, ajmo. Ne pa sos. Siđi džomla, siđi džomla sa nečega.
To neke vražbine bacaš.
Džomla naš, brate. Pa je sviđa ovo, majke ti. Me kao sveću na ukrug.
Sveću.
Smijeća. Ja sam first floor praktično očistio. Svega što ne valja kom. Sada dobiješ 10 od ovoga kauča. Ne isplatila mi ti je.
Čekaj, kože?
Ne, 10 ovoga keša.
Pa to nije jedina stvar koju uništava što mi se radi.
Ja ti clear damage sam odradio. Siđi džomla, siđi sa planine, nisi sišo 4 godine, nemamo para da platimo struju, dođi da te mi malo pošaljemo na odmor. Ja sam ready to go. Imaš još neki quest ovdje?
Ne.
A?
To ti dosta.
Ajde, daj da odradimo ti to.
Neću, ne zostate ništa.
Imaš to da 10 sati, znaš koliko imaš do 10 kraja jebate. Možeš? Ajmo da trčimo još jedan, ajde. Nema sreće, imamo prazne ruka, ajde.
To ti misliš da si praznih ruka.
Ajmo, našo. Čovjeka. Jo. Što stepence nabača dobro, je?
Ko ja?
Da.
Pa, samo ne mogu da se popnem gore. To je bilo puno.
Da naskočim gore i sjebem uzmi stil. Svake naze kad je free, ali?
Bandera, šta?
Da, da.
Kao će ti daje kožu osim para. Ili klot isto. A daje ti samo para. Si na to misli.
Ja žurio sam.
Nisam bežao.
Jo, mlad.
Nisi ti ni bio svak učionici?
Ne. Master Chief sam uzeo, Medium Armor sam uzeo, Lucky Looter sam uzeo. Znači krenuo sam bio nešto da uzimam, ali ne znam šta.
Huntsman sam ti rekao.
Agility. A?
Huntsman.
Da, Huntsman, gdje je to u? Fortune, jel?
Yes.
Da, Huntsman. Hunter, da, evo opa, Butcher. Pali mi, level 10.
Malo pred sam boostovao statistike sebi pa tebi. To si zvore da mi kažeš.
Huntsman Butcher, you know exactly how to get perfect cuts, harvest 80% more resources for animals using blades. 100%.
A da li imaš Hunter Journal pročitan?
Imam.
Sve. Imaš čitavu kolekciju gleda. Jer Hunter Journal ti daje 100% bonus na harvest i taj Hunter skill kad se napredi na level max isto daje 100%, ti 200% mesa od kože i sala. Što ne to radim zbog sala, to što ti salo treba najviše masnoći. One meso možeš uzeti od kokošaka, ali ne znam, mislim da ne dobijaš sal od kokoške, ali tako?
Ne.
Mislim, teoretski ima ga, da, ali ne dovoljno. Nije baš kao da možeš napraviti kofu masti od 20 kokošaka.
Sad ćemo vidjeti kako će kokoške sipati nožom.
Pa za njih kad smo bili, bilo je toga dosta.
Čaka. Malo ću ti napuniti ovaj tvoj hopisom i
nesumnjivo
uljima. Ulje, znači... Evo, ću sam sve što... Ona mladi.
Si diga te automobile s parkinga?
Ja sam bus.
Ja sam otišao krug okolo, ove druge stvari sam atomiziram. Ja sam već
nema više ništa.
Zastavu diću vazduh.
Nemoj to da radiš, ali. To da radiš. Mamići, jeb.
Nema.
Nema je.
Sedli.
Šta bi si ono, šta bi s Amerikancima?
Ništa, gdje stali su?
Reći.
Revenge of Mexico.
Ajde daj sljedeći quest, daj dok smo tu neđe.
Koji sljedeći? Pa nemam ja ništa.
Daj, čekaj da imam šta imaš tu, stani imam šta imaš. Evo ti ga gore, fetch, snake, vidi.
Ne, to je
gore
trgovac.
desno.
To je trgovac, ajmo kod
trgovca.
trgovca.
Čekaj, stani malo, nema.
Ajmo kod trgovca,
ne,
hoću da... Bože, ludak.
Ne. Ništa.
Za onu epizodu South Parku kad Butters ili Butters kako se zove, postane kao prorok ovim Meksikancima. El Montequije.
Stvarno, te je govna. Znači da je strašno.
Viva la Montequije.
Znaš, i sletiš vam s druge strane.
Jo, gledaš ovo.
Ne, gledaš, radiš ovdje i sam jel. Jel, sljedeći film.
Sletio sam perfekt.
Si mi ti ovo punio inventar, jesi?
Ja?
Neno, ja.
To su laži i klevete. Lepa si, lepa Andjera, ti sliči. Što za to?
Sliči. Tako nam se nije.
Sa svim akumulatorima, ovo 6.
Hoće, hvala. Ti sliči, jeli? Neka je jedan, level 1, valja i ti od level 1, znaš?
Znam, rekao sam ti trebaju ti akumulator da bi napravio ne upgrade za kokošarnika. Ne para. Ne želiš baš level 6 akumulator da daš za to. Ali, skupo. Imam 9 Grand Paladin eliksira.
Može ih.
Mogu da uzem 500 cement.
Sad će.
Koliko je to redko?
Ne isplati se cement kupati.
Onda ovako.
Mislim da je skup. Mislim.
Strani Hunter Journal 4 ide za 100% bonus na mesu. Evo ti. 397 metara. Mislim da ovo je ona vojna baza pored nas.
Moram da mu prodam sve ovo što imam, baš masu. Ja imam 11 ovih Grand Pasalona, sjena. Pušćaj ga.
Imaš do kraja večeri, otprilike. Sniper rifle, 204 damage. To je onaj kao tagovani bonus kad pustiš. Jesi ti to uzeo luk iz ovoga helikoptera, lebati? Znam da si vukao, samo ga vrati. 2 luka si imao, compound bow.
Mislim da sam ga bačio gore u... Nisam, evo ga koment.
Prodao si ga, ajde daj ga sad.
Nisam ga prodao, drži bre jebote. Gdje si?
Eto, zato ja...
Evo ti para, drži. Drži da imaš da trošiš. Ne trošiš to. Čekaj, evo ti ovo.
Fantastik.
Si nađe, ja već ovo moram, ja.
Nisi imao neki compound bow, ovaj crossbow?
Možda i jesu. A možda sam ga i prodao.
Zato sam ti pitao.
Pogledaj, sad ću da vidim.
To što ovaj što imam ja u helikopteru, što ima attachment, on nema nikakav bonus na damage, ja mislim da je baš taj imao.
Samo vidim.
Taj što si prodao, da.
Ima compound bow projectile velocity 96.
Prvo taj.
Ali taj, ajde, bit ćete biti.
Da, si ga prodao.
Evo ti, drži. Nadam se. Gdje si?
Evo, pored tebe sam, tu sam. Tu sam.
Gdje?
Evo, tu sam pored tebe. Kažu, ljudi nikad ne gledaju iznad glave. Da, nikad.
Ko ne gleda?
Naprimjer, u onome nesretnom Handshotgunu, da možeš da se uvijek popneš ljudima iznad glave na neko drvo i to nemaš šanse da bi te vidjeli gdje si i šta radiš. Kaže, to je 1/1, znaš. To je presmešno. Ti si upravo dokazao tu teoriju. Stao sam, bio sam metar od tebe, ali
Ništa je
iznad
dokazao
glave.
stojer, odmah sam te našao, šta je problem?
Šta odmah, vrti se pol sata.
Nisam vrtio se pol sata, nego te našao odmah, šta? Šta sad? Čekaj.
Mislim, trebao možda shotgun kao skill da vidim samo. Nisam još pod sledeći.
Što kažu? Pušari, stari. Sad su kokoške napravile da imaju sva 3 po 6 ovih, znaš.
Ja.
Ne nego po 6 kokošaka imamo.
Pa možeš iz svakog izvući po 2 kokoške.
Pa možeš ako ćeš da napraviš novi, da. Ali što, neka ih ovako. Ili ako hoćeš, kako hoćeš.
Da, hoću. Dan imamo akumulator.
A u vodu nije niko skuplja godinama.
Masa, ne vem, masa savjeti.
Cepanost.
Ima masu, ima ubrzanje.
Ima masu.
Sve ostalo je sranje. Šta je za masu? Ajde udre masu! Znaš, ovo to podsjeća kad kaže ajde! Na nekog gospodina, znaš.
Nekoga...
Što je bilo bre? Znaš.
Ko je to? Ko to može biti jebote?
A ne znam, pada mi neko na pamet.
Ko bre?
Pa nemam pojma. Neki homo sapiens, šta biste rekli kad bi on komšin bio Kad vam rekao da me komšija Homo sapiens.
Sapiens.
Jevo bi mu majku.
Što da je komša s Homo sapiens, to je najče.
Bukvalno nikakav damage nema na damage, interesantno. Možda po dizajnu tako.
Šta ovo perje može?
Jel imaš perje?
Da, vidim.
Mislim da ti treba za...
Chicken nuggets.
Zato što voliš lakave nugete. Zbog nekog razloga.
Nema smisla.
Jesi ikad jeo pernate nugget? Nugget this.
Nugget this, da.
Nugget this feather.
Imaš honey briskets, oni su ti baš ono ludilo. Daje ti 141 hrane, 70 herta, stamine 40 i cure infection 53%.
Imam 5 shepherd paja i 3 honey brisket. Mogu da uzem. Koliko stane u...
20.
U jednu gomilu.
Sam će da tu volim 20 komada, imaš tamo 20 komada.
Da ih prodaš trgovac?
Žijeva je moj retard. Šta kažeš?
Neko da ih prodavaš. Nema da ih prodavaš.
Ne, gdje da prodavam?
Možda ih prodaš, samo neko košta ja.
Ma ne isplati se, ma ne
26,
isplati se.
ovo je smešna cifra, znaš.
Da, ne isplati se.
Ovo je komično. Treba ti sastojaka vrednosti od $1000, znaš za...
Da, nema smisla.
Cene, ono...
Smiješno.
Presmešno. Nije ni smiješno. Šta treba za kokošinjac? Kup. Chicken coop. Track.
A, vidiš šem, što je šem ima je.
Ekseri. Imamo li viška eksera?
Ja sam skrepao svaki ekser što nađe.
Ne, upravo. Pa ne, ja ih ne nosim, ali sam bio prošli put kratovao jedno 200-300 eksera. Baš u Forge.
Imaš onda imaš vam. Evo ti 70 eksera.
Znam. Brooding lamp. Track. Gdje je ovaj far?
Lijevo dolje.
Sad sam ga našao. Craft i chicken run, ja mislim da je. Chicken run, šta je chicken run? Kao žica?
Znači rep, da, to ti žica, da.
Kao građeni dio da mogu da trčkaju. Evo ga, bit će gotovo.
Ja popravih evo ga tu. Fu.
Cincelator ti malo polupan.
Znači 9600 metaka mogu ovako da nosim.
Šta si braz sanduk?
Ne, sam sad gledam mi stane ovo.
A nisi uzimao...
Aha, još nisi smačio.
Nema otvarat
znači
sanduk.
10.000 metaka.
Nema otvarat sanduk.
Pogledaj kako je retardiran ovaj robot. Honey briskets. Kanim brisket. To mi sviđa, to ćemo da pravimo, to je najjača hrana.
Treba ti med.
Što čovder isto nije, da, pa
A
ima
za med
meda.
nam treba cveće, zato sam cveće i sve.
Slušaj ovo, pogledaj ti majke ti šta daje sve, brate, Chicken Nuggets je za početak igre bomba. Sad ćemo da imamo koliko se stakuje Chicken Nuggets.
Nugget biscuit, nugget na biscuit, maš potato.
Yes. Znači 3, ne možeš od 3.
Šta to? Nugget.
A Nuggets su ti dobri u početak kad počneš da igraš da imaš carry capacity, razumiješ?
Kao, daj ti kao steroid, ali ono, tipa ne...
Ne, jebute. Gdje je kartola ta jebena?
A da, moram da počupam, moment.
A kukuruza nemoj više, kukuruza ima baš ono...
Znači samo krompir da izvučem iz bašte. Gdje je konac nam stoji, da nisam... A tu je. Konac ti treba za onaj first aid kit. Rade Končar.
Čuven je Rade Končar. Znaš po čemu je čuven?
Po znamenju.
Po tome što je slavan.
To.
Vratovi testosteronići svi da idu sad, vrate, na prodaju, svi do jednog.
Šta to?
Ma testosteroni ovi smrdljivi.
Pa stavi 2.
Šta će mi?
Od cigareta, viš nisam probao
ne
kako
možeš,
se kombinuje. Si probao da napraviš?
Ne možeš.
Da probao da napraviš 2 cigare. Da ih skombinuješ, ne možeš to prodaš.
Ne može.
2 level 1 itema da ih skombinuješ.
Neću da se trudim.
Sigurno?
Da. Da ti treba šeme za kukuruz?
Koliko? 5, 10?
8.
Baci tu, ako znaš da je sanduk za poljoprivredne. To plas.
Unchained Venom. Welcome to my channel.
Motorki ova ima da prodaje, jebote. Prodao sam ja dosta, ali nisam oliko, jebote.
Pa kažeš motorki?
Warner. Welcome to my channel. HYY. Can you please type in chat? Yes.
Is that answer?
How is it going on?
Nice. Do you like text to speech? It kinda enables me to see who's active until they start spamming, and then I'm considering, you know, either timeout or ban. Simple as that.
Ellie Warner. Thanks for following.
Are you here to offer me something like digital art for sale?
My pleasure.
Please no. Please no.
Can I do some call art stuff for your streams?
Please no. Thank you.
Please don't.
Please don't touch, I shade so much. Ima add-on za 7 days to die, browser plugin. Napraviš kao TV blok i otvoriš kao pretraživač unutar igre. Sjeda?
Ne znam, nekom dajem smisla.
Na primjer, pustiš YouTube da kažeš nešto u bazi.
A možeš gore da staviš kao da stoji, ili?
Napraviš kao veliki, ono, kako da kažem, TV blok, razumeš? Tipa, ne znam, 4, piše tamo podaci. 4 sa recimo 10, napraviš veliki kao blok. Ne, unutar igre, kao...
Da, razumijem.
Linkovo sam ti tamo u Discord chat, pogledaj. Kad radiš nešto monotono, gdje si u bazu, nisam mislio sad ovako regularno, recimo u bazu se motaš, pa čitav dan, ono, pol sata, sat, radiš nešto, kopaš, postavljaš. Ideš alt tab, bukvalno u igri napraviš TV blok i onda na njega puštaš, na primjer, muziku.
Can you add me on Discord?
No, please, we are using Skype. We are just mentioning Discord for, you know, just for laughs. We are pretty old tech guys. We still use Skype.
Skype, only Skype.
Only for...
Skype is the best.
Only for true men. Discord is for children and unshaved males. Neobrijene muškarci. Men with a low testosterone, you know, like small beard.
Low testosterone.
Yeah, really low. Oh no. Only Skype, sorry. If you want Skype, I can help you.
We can add him. Let's add him to Skype chat, yeah.
What's your username on Skype?
Yeah.
Izbjegavam te što hoće da budu prijatelji, to virušine.
Ne, najbolji prijatelj tvoj.
Jest, biješ se da.
Tvoji najbolji prijatelji preko...
Yes. Yes, you do very well.
Oh, jebote.
Čije krompir, nazvaj. God damn it. God damn it. Autizm. God damn autizm. Došao sam po krompir, zaboravio sam.
Došao sam.
Go to bed, grandpa. Potato.
Naš potato.
Ima jedna dobra igra za mobilni telefon. Ne znam koliko imaš praznog hoda, no. Day Survival R. Počinješ negdje između Rusije i Azije.
Igrao sam to, bre, šta ti je?
Ali ima sad nova verzija, stvarno liči full na one stare Fallout igre.
Nervira me ona bitka što si mora da je vodiš, to me nervira.
Kako misliš?
Ima li skip, da radiš skip na bitku?
Imaš auto battle. Oni fajteri
ima?
što su ti retardirani, možeš bukvalno seđi preskočiš sve jedno.
Pa i neki naš, imaš balans, znaš.
Ako imaš dovoljno oružja, znaš, municije, kao bukvalno si jači od njih, da ne bi baš igrao
Sjetio se da je onaj auto bio problem. Sjećaš se rektor si mora da radiš, sjećaš se
Ovdje ti je skript možeš da pratiš scenariju kako treba da radiš. To. Nisi ja došao, ja znam,
ima
to
si
sam
vrej
ti
za
pričao.
Kamac,
Ti ga više no ja. Ti si bukvalno pratio priču. Jer igra te u startu te kao vuče, idi tamo da, znaš. Ali ako nećeš...
Da vidiš, da.
Ako nećeš, na primjer...
Učit ćeš se.
Ne, nego u suštini kaže ti kao... Prvi quest je bukvalno kao da nađeš neke papire i onda ti kaže, treba da ideš u Murmansk. I dođeš do neke kao, kako se zove onaj hendoli, onaj što kao pumpaš na železnici, mali. Ali ne moraš to da uzmeš, možda kreneš peške. Ja sam naravno krenuo peške. Sporije, ali možeš više XP da zaradiš.
Da.
Evo ga krompir, 300 krompir.
Kada biskit.
To je izvoli komar. Izvoli, krompir je tu.
Tu sve smo.
Golden road, Chrysanthemum. Koliki je endgame za Terrariju, si gledao to?
Još jednom sam postavio. Ne bih znao.
Imaš 100 stvari da uradiš. Znači kad uradiš određene stvari u svetu Terrarija, otvariti se nove opcije. Si postavio? Jesi?
Jesam. Kako Terrarijom, bre?
Terrarija, ne Terrarium. Terrarija, ona igra, znaš, 2D.
Što s njom?
Koliko stvari imaš da uradiš u endgame?
Malo se stiglo za petan. Možda pa je konkretno. Nisi ja igrao Terrariju?
Ja jesam, nije loš.
Znam da jesi.
Ovo da izbetoniraš
Bez mene sam izbetoniraš. Već trošim.
Nije ovo trošenje.
Stav za kakviješ?
Ovo ti je resurs generator bukvalno. Ovo za vodu mogu da izmislim malo to džabe meso i perje. Mislim za cenu te hrane koja košta ništa bukvalno.
Mi smo se deligrama od toga.
Od kokošaka, zato smo to napravili kad smo već došli do hrane. Znaš. Da se mogu na početku igre da napravimo kokošarnik, kad smo stvarno bili Dire Straits. Gdje je ugalj? Aktivni ugalj.
Bio hrana, ja mislim.
Bio
ako ga ima više. Da mi je potrošen.
Ima ovdje 300 ugalja. Gdje su boce sa vodom?
Ljeko je voda već koliko je slano.
Što je voda?
Kako se se prije danas kune jebati, masom uvijeti.
Jesi imao i dalje problema, nemoj da me tvoja žena sad nabije na kolac. Si uradio kao što sam ti rekao.
Početi me za?
Znaš za obroke, to. Mene sad ne pričam, slušaju neki pacijenti.
Da. Ne, nisam još to.
Mislim, kažem ti samo prodiši, utrči 2 kruga oko kuće, razmisli i uradi kao što sam ti rekao. Znači, nećeš želiš da te iko, čak ni ovi s kojima živiš, kažem, izbaci iz takta. To je vrlo pasivno agresivna metoda da ljude ono...
Da, pasivno agresivna. I jebeš u zdravu...
Pa nije jebeš, razumeš, sad si ti vulgaran, nego ono, znaš kao okej, ne moraš, ja ću sam to ti tamo. Ili kad si bio ono klinec, kad ti Keva kaže nešto da uradiš, ti ono hoću i ono znaš nikad. I onda ono uzme radi sam bez tebe, ne bije ti osjećaj krivice, maks. Zavisi koliko obraz imaš zapravo, znaš. Stavio sam 100 boca kisele vode. To bi trebalo narednih...
Koji će ti?
Zato što ti piješ česmušu, zato što manje hrane trošiš i daje ti jedna boca 100 vode.
Manje hrane trošiš?
Da, 20%.
Ako ti je hrane problem, pogledaj.
Nije, ali volim da jedem, to što jedem, volim da jedem malo, znaš. Tome se radi.
Ja redovno ne, halibrski ću da napravim. Pušti me.
Izvoli. Pa stavi da se pravi.
Čekaj da ti vazduha, brate.
Nemoj čike nagete.
Moram šam probati. Šama.
Food health, maksimum stamina. Maksimum stamina 10.
Znači masti nam treba masu.
Znam, zato ste rekao Huntsman. I ja sam uzao to baš.
Staviš?
Treba mi Hunter Journal.
Daj da ja pravim ovo,
ako bi bilo moguće. Stani malo. Hunter Journal 4. Stavi kiselu, nek se pravi.
A ja prije pravim, brate. Iz tebi je 19 minuta, gledaj sad meni.
Pa dobro, kaži pa stavi opet što ja znam.
Meni je 4 minuta. 4 minuta, pogledaj.
Si uzao si krompiru, dobro, nema se. Opet sam ga rasio, tako da nema se. Sve, okej. Evo te vidiš, 16:36, sam se zvezao.
Brate, kako je šam skup je. Čije?
Čekaj, mesa ili...
Brate, mi bi preskupio šam je.
Pa vratno bi mogao da edituješ od cepa da košta, ti nije. Zapravo...
Neću.
Jesi ti uzao za cooking onaj pasiv?
Ako za 4 minuta tebi treba 19, šta misliš?
Piše ti 40% sastojaka da koštate manje, bilo koji recept. Koliko te košta bez toga?
Gdje ćeš?
Pa imaš još par minuta do horde ako si zaboravio.
Vidim.
Zaboravio si totalno, da.
Više. Tebi još što je par minuta, meni je cijela večnost.
Ja si struje malo razvesti ko baze, ali ono...
Znači kad budemo napravili bazu.
Pa ne znam šta radiš za sve, samo kao lootuješ sanduke. To je ono, wow. Wow. Šta da kažem?
Kod reasons. Sad ćemo mi to se, kad završimo hodu, nećemo napraviti.
Da vidim i to.
No turbo bazu. Neđe, znaš gdje ćemo?
A od res radijatora praviš ovaj gedrer. Ali toga više ne treba, ali tako?
Ne gedrer, treba nam... Kako se zove, pomozi mi reći.
Nagađam da je tarp, ili ti onaj kao...
Da, tarp.
Komad plastike, onaj za veću površinu za skupljanje vode.
Nema feta. Feta smo baš...
Koliko bi zec dao sad, da vidim samo kad gubio. Dobio sam 12 mesa od zeca.
Pušti zeca, pušti meso, mast.
Pa ne znam da li mi izbačilo koliko masti daje, znam da daje, ali...
Da je neki quest da odradimo tu, da vidiš koliko se
ima quest ovdje, vidiš?
Čijel,
ti je ovo vojna baz, pored nas, ne treba ti helikopter.
Ajde, koliko?
Ne treba ti helikopter, dok ga digneš, spustiš, pećiš otrčat do tamo.
Ajde, čekaj, ja je vodim tamo, ja pratim te, ajde.
Pa otvori mapu na sekundi, pogledaj gdje sedi.
Ajmo tamo, ajde. $310 metara. Nije da nije za
Ovo ti je za motor, znaš, nego sam mrzelo da ga zgradim, da odem. Bukvalno tu ispod 1000 metara gdje nemaš da ideš preko planine, to ti je baš za motor. Kad ideš...
Kreni se i stisni E.
5 km, 10, već sam stigao.
Nisi stigao.
Već sam stigao.
Stisni E. Sluša? Si?
Samo leti iznad, levo. Airdrop.
A odgura si me, znaš?
Tako što sam iskočio naprijed.
A.
Wow.
Čekaj, nemoj da aktiviraš da
naravno
ime...
da nismo bili 100 godina ovdje.
Ne, ja bio.
Ne, nismo bili.
Da, jeste da.
Koliko si ti ovo igrao bez mene, pitam se. Siđi raša,
Ovo je odrano.
Običaj nije.
Možeš da aktiviraš, 100%.
Si ulazio po stenu?
Hoćeš da lomimo ili... Ajde da završimo quest, nećemo Gdje sam ulazio, nisam niđe ulazio.
Kako se ovo otvara inače ovaj blok? Malo kakav prekidač ulazi od ovo. Struja.
Kako je?
Ovo. Ti si ovdje probio sa strane, ali mora da imaš struje da se uključio nešto.
Ne. To je tako bilo probijeno. A što mi rade ovi crveni lome drobe kosti?
Jo. Baš pre. Ako je for dobiješ pare od metalnog okvira od kreveta. Kao neko je u cijev gurao pare, šta? To neka vidi.
Ima ovdje ključ, vidiš? Ima ovdje neki ključ, vidiš?
A to ti može otvarati to gore. Kako lago, znam što je ovo.
Gdje? Što bio kad dođe gore? Ne, to otvara ovo. Onda ovo ti otvara, aha, evo ti, ovo ti otvara. Jes, evo.
Gdje gore nešto, ne?
Evo viš ovo, da.
A gore u tu...
Ovo, da. Da, ali to nama ne treba uopšte. Ajde.
Mu treba biti te kontrole, to sve.
Što ću vidim šta je ovdje? Nemo šta je ovdje, aha, ovo isto ima neki sad. To ću vidjeti. Ajde, aktiviraj. Danas...
Kad bi se ovi zombi prestali spawnovat na nama.
Pa, samo aktiviraj.
I to će ih spawnovat, šta misliš?
Hoće, ajde. Šta želiš, ajde?
Ne, neće. Tako ne radi.
Ali ćemo ubijati onda zombije koje trebamo da ubijamo, a ne ove što ne trebamo, ajde.
To je sve XP.
Eto.
I gdje kažeš da ideš gore skroz, jel?
Nemoj mi to aktivirati, nemoj to, ne sviđa mi se, bolje ovako.
Da, bolje ovako.
Čekaj kroz prozor sa strane i čao.
Aha. Misliš ti si ga izbušio?
Ne, otvorena ti rupa ovdje, pogledaj, dođiš. Desert Eagle Watcher.
Otvori ovaj arban i ođe dolje, sprat niže.
Šta?
Sprat niže, ispod sebe.
Znam, armor, sad ću doći.
Ajde gore.
Ih. Nema ništa.
Šta su mi interesuje?
Eto, pogledaj.
Otvoren.
Gdje si jeboti pas mater, vištica? Eto je ovdje časopisi.
Da je to medical.
Znači možda imaš gdje šta otvara, šta. Aha.
Rešeno je bilo samo clear. Samo.
Clear, a?
Samo.
Aha, onamo otvoriš one, i onda ti se otvoriš za ovamo gore i onda možeš da radiš, evo ovo. Ti si ovaj stisne, ne? Težu ček.
Što? Ti ne voliš sve pored? Dobi skoro level, znaš? Hođe.
Pa da. Znam se ću ja dolje da rašafimo sve. Sad ću ja ono što volim krevet.
Pa kao si rekao, to ti daje ne samo ono $10, to je $10 je samo nus proizvod toga. Dobiješ i cijevi. Cijev dobiješ. Na cijev.
Nacije, ne?
Dobiješ na cijev, da. Šta god to znači.
Vjeruješ, odmorio sam i od Gardinočkog, i od njega, i od svih njih, znaš.
Gardinočki je završio, te si Gardinočki. Gardinočki nekad stavi na TV, znaš, i gleda. Dok radi nešto po stanu.
Stavi tebe, ne?
Pa da. To mu se javlja sad svaki put. Da ne bude da pričam protiv njega.
Šta?
Bilo je to jedno. Nije ga bilo 100 godina na Discord, znaš? 100 godina nije bilo, zbog ovoga, zbog onoga. Nešto smo ga mi spomenuli, nije čak ni ogovaranje bilo, znaš, nego ovako, u zebanci. I on, pičke jedne, vi pričate s leđa, upade on u Discord. Udio do. Šta je
Ničem mi se zvan.
On kao fazon, pa gledam ja vas kao na TV-u. Pa što ne dođeš da pričaš, nekad smo mi pričali o tebi, bilo šta, samo da i dođeš mamu. Ja čovjek da te na mami da dođeš da pričaš s ljudima. Ne znam, ja sam rekao da to klopanje u 10 sati uveče ja i slanina, to ne može biti dobro ni za mlado čovjeka, ni za starog.
Kako, šta?
Klopanje. On uzme, isprži hranu koju bi ja za doručak, razumeš, kad idem da kopam. Ne jede se toga. Mislim, okej, njegov život radi šta hoće, kako kaže, ono, nekom je glava došla guzice. Jesi čuo za to? nekolicini. Tako ide nešto. A da li ova baza ima podzemlje ili je samo ovo što vidimo iznad zemlje?
Ne vjerujem da ima da je nešto.
Delo je kao da je ono početa da se gradi, znaš, kao da nije završeno, tako delo. Stani malo.
Prvo, alo.
Stani. Ne čini to. Ne čini to. Pojedi ovo prvo. Stani! Pojedi to.
Što si mi posle ti bači?
Pa pojedi to, jebemo suncu. Daj ti 20% na harvesting. Da ti zombi. Leba. Kako smo radili quest ako je on tu i dalje?
Ne došao od polja, znaš?
Ne, lega je tu bio. Sad su sva spodne. Znaš?
Moguće.
Evo ti military chest, oj. Komara.
Gdje?
Evo pogledaj. Brat. Znači, bukvalno jedini koji može. Taj jedini može interakt.
Pogledaj Volčer, da li je bolje od tvog?
Možda. Moramo ćumba za pogledam.
Možda, pa gdje ti je Volčer?
Da, ne gledaj na to kad ti tu nešto gledaš na plus i minus.
Dođemo da satremo ovaj agregat, nervira me. Dođi.
Što drnda?
Dođi u Grčku.
Dođi u Grčku, neće ovo.
Jo, daj ovo nešto, evo daj.
Metal. To ti scrap boš.
Ovo ti daje cijevi.
Koje? O, gdje stvar.
Što plišimo je, basmo je majku.
Kao li
Jo, što će ovo stoji, jebate.
Koje?
Ovo. Ije, ne mogu, dođe vam motorima svega, ispada mi.
Gdje to?
Evo, ođe, vrti, kod mene. Kupio, nemam gdje. Nemam, ili dođi ovo,
šta je to,
ti ovo nosiš. Ti nosiš ovo.
To ti daje plastik, što je interesantno, da. Ovi čunjevi, plastični ti daju isto plastik.
Evo, ništa ne spustiti. Ima je ove gore, aha.
Šta ti je to ostalo gore?
Sve očupli smo jeba.
Kaj si dinosaur,
Evo, šta je ovo? Nešto.
Pod, ne?
To uga?
Pa ne znam, probaj.
Ne, ovo je kamen.
Tamna je tekstura, pa ono...
Nema, sve smo ga čopili smo, jebali smo. Čekaj malo ovako on.
Come on,
Ome ovu plastiku ostajaš. Ajde. Čekaj se ođe, stani. Vamo dođi.
Ajde vidim to kad te izbačim kao pa do branice.
Ajde, vozi ovo tamo pa ćeš vidjet. Vozi iznad prodavca pa ću ja iskočit kod prodavca, pa ćeš vidjet kako te odbači.
Ne znam kako ćeš ga pokupit kad te recoiluje.
Ne, ti ideš. Ti ne iskačeš, nego ja iskačem.
Možemo bucer iskočiti, ne znam.
Ne možemo bucer iskočiti, ajde. Idi tamo iznad prodavca, prođi.
Dobro, ne idem u drva.
Ajde.
Znaš kako, odbije si malo helikoptera cel. Ti tu imaš 2 helikoptera.
Da.
Zašto sam pitao?
Će vam da damo osam.
A dobro, ovo je prazan. Koji što je dobro.
Sad će ovo još malo da bude.
Tačno smo imali vremena za sve, a?
Tačno.
Nudi mi 250 betona, to mnogo?
Pa uzmi, da. 100 kocke betona.
Ne, nažalost nisu.
Ovo je to što... Da? Ostalo neće ništa da.
Thanks.
Bash Kalik.
Resi,
Welcome
Boris,
to my channel.
Makiću šta ima. Šta se radi u nedelju? Čekaj, zapravo ima li Makić pristup ovoj sobi?
Mislim da ima. Ima, baš čovjek ima.
Ali vjerojatno i Beka vuče, ajmo ovam, znaš, i onda...
Neko vuče. On nema pristupa ovdje.
Ko Bek?
Ne.
Što si to radio tom dobrom plamenu?
Treći. Sam džubre.
Dođeš šta ti nabirao?
Što bi neki rekao, moj poznanik, kod mene je nož i pogača. Znaš.
Koji ti je to?
Neki moj poznanik.
Neko koga ti kao znaš. Dobri znanac.
Može pogača kod mene.
To zvuči provokativno, daj mi nju ruku.
Kako god zvuči. Ali je tako.
Nož i pogača, a?
Da.
Duct tape si kupio. Treba da stave da možeš bukvalno da pristupiš svim trgovcima kad ih spojiš u mrežu, znaš?
Da.
Ili makar da naručiš, kupiš, kao znaš, imaš tipa katalog kao Red Dead. Kupiš i on ti kaže nije to kod mene, to je kod drugog trgovca. I onda, ne znam, stiće ti. I onda treba prođe, ne znam, pol dana, dan. I bukvalno, da ne bi išao tamo da si ne bukao, stigne ti poseban tap kod njega, samo da klimaš. Nisi ti prodao ova 33 s ovim kita, ne?
Ne, vjerojatno ne. Možda jesam, jer ima ga baš masu sastojići.
A to treba za prvu pomoć?
Ima, nebitno, imaš 400 komada. Isti kurac toliko.
Što da ne?
Ja sam uzeo municiju, imam znači trenutno 10.000 10.200, ne? Hoćemo li ovdje da probamo, a ne vredi ovdje će nas pljuvat sa strana, znaš?
Gdje uban si?
Ovaj zid, što će...
Ma to služi kao, kako kaže ono, contingency plan.
Da, ništa, onda ćemo ovdje. Samo pogledaj je li sve zatvoreno, idem do WC-a, tamo će to da počne. Jebote, prejeo sam se ka životinje i opet sam gladan, jebo me, pas ludi.
Gdje si kume zveri?
Životinja. To sam ja.
Nešto mogu da ponesem od municije. Ti si ovo napredio čelikanca. I see. Ostalo ti još malo ove 762 municije, ne puno, ali...
Tu još 2-3 metaka. A imaš ti nešto automatsko da pucaš?
Imam MP5.
Pa uzmi brate onda 9 mm i... Uzmi cijel inventar, neka ti bude pun.
Najviše me nervira to što moram da reperujem, znaš.
A koliko ima durability?
Kao i sve što ima durability, to je problem. Durability ima 1100. Sad, da li je metak za metak, ne znam, ono. Jedan, dva, tri, četiri, pet, šest, sedam, 4200. A ima par hiljada metaka. Eto.
Meni ima durability skoro 2000.
Desert Eagle ima, ovaj Desert Vulture ima 977 durability. Primjera radi. To bi da napravim repair kitova jednom. Koliko bi to trebalo? 20 komada.
Repair kitove?
To ne držim.
Mislim da možeš 50.
Ne, to ne držim, ali ovo, napravit ću samo radi ovoga da ne bi izgubio vreme poslije.
Ja imam 26 komada.
Pa, 20 komada. Će vada biti dosta.
Ajmo da probamo, slušaj me, da ne bi se sponovali vamo drugo, dođi, ne. Izađi na polje. Stani na ovaj zid dođe. Da nam se ne sponuju onaj čošak tamo, razumiješ?
Ali, znaš zašto ne želim da budem ovdje konkretno? Vidiš da ti ovdje zidovi baze, ali imaš nešto pljuvaju...
Nisi me čuo, da?
Imaš sve što eksplodira i pljuvaju kume, znaš?
Rekao, stojimo ovdje dok se ne krenu sponovat, onda uskačemo tamo unutra. Da nam se ne sponuju na onu drugu stranu, razumiješ?
Ovo je inače jako slabo, jesi znao za to. Udariš pesnicom. Vidiš koliko ima health. Pesnica. Ule health. Baš kao stiropor. Znači imao si baš play da napraviš, a to je komedija. Ne, radije bi da mi se spomnu unutra dolaze na vrata, nego da stojim ovdje da gledam kad će nešto da eksplodira
Ne.
u zid od baze.
Ne, slušaj, nek stojiš
Ne,
ovdje dok ne krenu da se sponuju.
I onda preskočiš, iz mjesta možda
Da.
preskočiš unutra.
Da. I onda
Da.
ćemo tamo na vrata da ih dočekujem, da.
A čak šta više, čekaj, ne možemo to da uradimo. Da li možeš da uradiš ovo, samo ne. Ne može, ovo je zadnji blok gdje možda gradiš, znaš.
Da se zaštitiš.
Ne, čekaj. Nego da napravimo ono kao rampu da preskočimo preko.
Ne, ovako sam. Da nas ne može vidjeti, da nas ne... Ja, vidio.
Mora. Šta uradiš, viš polako ovdje stvari.
Čebidu.
To puca od šale.
Ne, ovdje staneš tako. Tu i sad ne može da nas pljuje, ne vidim da se.
To možeš uzeti u drvo napred i to nam tipa.
Da, možeš u drvo, da. Ali u drvo, nemoj dalje u drvo.
Nada, ne polažem velike nade u to. Nade Đukanović.
Dobro kum. Ajde da probamo, a?
Vidiš, spio sam preskočen, pola.
Može, da. Može bez toga.
Ne možeš na kroz skočit, znaš, to je fora. Viš?
Čučao sam.
Da si šušao, nisi, kaže, ne možeš to što...
Dođu vam, sad će se spomenu. Smiri se, neurotiče, siđi dolje.
Zime robotika. Pandemonium.
To znađe taj karate. Evo ti ga tamo, viš ga dje.
Gubi se, vidi on ide. Znači, fora što ima, on ne leti, nego ima Pathfinding ko zombi, znaš što sam provalio.
Tako je retardiran, ne?
Znaš, pre baš leteo kroz teksture i to, ono gličova, a sad baš ono kao zombi trči prava linija. Koliko se kada može ovi Grand Palming eliksira?
3.
3, meni su čini se rekao 3. Piše 17 minuta.
Da.
Inače, nosim night vision, znaš.
To?
Pa zbog baterijske lampe, to što baterijska lampa blokirana, ali vidi ovaj robot se stoji sad.
Kako je retardiran?
Dođi sa 2, majsko. Aj, penji se gore.
Evo, makar.
Ajde, digi, ja sam malo vodio, znaš.
I sad kad spučiš, on će se spušti. Neka je.
Čekaj, možda mogu mi kažem stay here, a?
Evo, vrni se, dođi vam dalje. Čučim tu. Neka ga, aj.
Da bude brana, a?
Tak, evo, dole, svi. Ovo možda neće biti loše, znaš?
Je to što tiš koliko treba dok dođe do tebe. Si idu u liniju. Bog te pita zašto ovo rade. Zašto dare blok koji ne može da se uništi?
Neko dare. Au kako ih režemo, bre. Au kako ih režemo, dobro. Pa da je ovo bomba, a?
Samo im treba staviti jednu liniju da trče njom.
Sjebite lijevo, ja ću je napred. Koliko ih ima tamo, evo, šta je to?
To je gotovo.
Sam snajper, sprdam se s njim. Kako dobro mjesto, a?
Ne, neće to valjati. Ako ćeš da pucaš u mom smjeru, znaš šta radiš?
Neću, aj roketi. Nego sam rekao ti pomogne,
ali ne pomažeš, mu kažeš, ja ću da preuzmem i onda se zameni me.
Evo, samo roke.
Jer ovdje ne mogu ništa da unište, a ako ti dođe od pravo, to je gotovo.
Ovo je najjača pozicija za sad, znaš?
Je zato što im treba vremena. To što kad trče, oni zapravo prvo moraju da se popnu uz merdevine. A merdevine ti negiraju zapravo ono njihovo retardirano sprintanje, znaš?
Sve u redu. Malo sam reloadova.
Bilo se.
Skidaj te slive. Viš, meni se ne sviđa to što padaju sa strana, znaš. Ja bih volio da ih... možemo da napravimo ovako nešto.
Tunel, da.
Da, znači ovako, da. I da oni svi idu... Znači, s lijeve i s desne da imaju kao... Da mi ne padaju dolje, znaš.
Da gađi kuglov.
Nije problem, ubijam ja njih, nego...
Ne, gađi kuglov, nama da gađaš u ruke i noge, onda ih rikošetiraš.
Ma gađam ja, da, gazim ja njih, nego što brige.
Ja kad pucam pravo, uglavnom padaju mrtvi. Repair.
Neću ispucat, ovo šanse nema. Pucam trenutno po 1000 metaka na sat kao. Gdje su policajci? Gdje je što? Šta je ovo?
Oni se zahuktali.
Da su nisu zahuktali, ne?
Nisu. Imaš faze, ovo ti je tek minut, znaš.
Znači ima sam jedan poen kad smo krenuli ovo.
Znaš da meni stealth radi, dosta puta dobijam onaj stealth bonus.
Majke ti?
Pa da, zato što me ne vide već jedno vremena. Čak iako je noć horde i ono, znaš, imaju pojačana čula, dosta puta pucam njih, pišem im critical strike, ono, puta 6 na metar.
Znate šta je bilo? Zašto me...
Robot.
Moguće da je mene strujom zapalio.
Ja, probaj nešto da udari.
Kreni se malo vamo. Dobar. Prelodao se.
To ti je čitav okvir, znači.
Pucaj malo vamo da popravim oružje.
Samo je ovo. To misliš da je ovaj Hekler slabiji od toga mi Tereza? Nije.
Nije, znam da nije gotovo. Da, kako i govnama je. Šta je ovo, a?
Mislim dolje desno kako idu.
Vidim.
Ovo 300.000 experience, ali
Da. Ja bi im jedino što bi im dao na više mjesta da se penju, znaš.
Staješ dva
Vidiš,
pala
ono je
nadrena.
bottleneck, razumiješ? To je bottleneck tamo. Jedne stepenice, znači lupam
2, 3.
3, 4 stepenice, znači napraviti cijelu jednu dužinu. Da, napraviti lupam 3 ili 4 kocke dužine, 4 možda. I stepenice s obje strane, znaš, popravi to polako.
Čuo kako krcam.
Zašto lupa i tamo? Mora da nešto se dešava, zašto?
Zašto bio zid? Nice.
Pucaj vam, samo ću da vidim nešto. Vidim što se dešava, idem da trčim krug sam. Da neću kod vidim, tamo ih nema, dobro, znači tu su. Nešto se dešava. Ne znam šta. Lupe, ma nek polome ovo malo.
Šta polome?
Aha, viš. Vrata, viđu ovo. Viđi.
Robota pucaš.
Joj, robot mi... Ne znam zašto ih nema ovako... Mislim, da li ih mi tako brzo ubijemo, šta se dešava?
Chceš da prestanem da pucaš?
A?
Chceš da prestanem da pucam?
Ne bre, ne da prestaneš da pucaš, nego zašto...
Evo i dolje ispod vrata, za bih rečeno. Ono oduzem jednu anti-baby pilu, mali su mi majku.
I ja sam ga tisao na iskastraša. Gdje je ovo, glava tvoja. Pa brate, ovaj tvoj robot.
Ne volje da stanem ovdje. Drugo rješenje vidim.
Pakao pre.
Evo viš počeo sada se ponovijači, vidiš?
Vidim. Treba mi moj robot. Moram do baze da odem da uzmem samo...
Kako sad počeo da dolazi?
Znaš kako on ti šalje? Pazi. Ako smo mi unutra, onda on šalje non stop debele, znaš, da nas pljuju, pošto ne mogu da nas dovate, razumiješ? A ovako, pošto mogu da nas dovate, on šalje, razumiješ, ove obične.
Prašinare.
Pešadiju, brate. Ne fukaše me, dobro me ne fukaše.
Sve da utiš taj sanduk?
Ne bre, nego uzmem onaj vitamin smrdljivi. Gdje ovaj moj kreten? Čim je?
Vrde pa dalje. Treba ga dalje, ispod tebe. Ispod nogu ti je bukvalno pola. Što polađe? Kako ga ne vidiš?
Putamo na njih. Moram da se popravim.
Ispred tebe.
Dobro. Samo da uzmem eliksir. 9 minuta. Ajde ti uzmi, sad ću ja malo.
Da se seti.
Pa na...
6 minuta. I još 6 minuta, to je to.
Na 14 može, ja mislim, tako?
Ja.
Mora da popravim oružje.
Evo, pravi.
To je to. Gas strašno smo im napravili.
Dolazi razna klientela, znaš?
Prejaka gospoda, s nogu na nogu. Šutiraju do me svakojaka gospoda s nogu na nogu. Uj, šta je, 200.000, što ti kažu.
Tamo smo imali 300.000 bonus. Kao taj killing spree.
Nema kerova, brat.
Trebaju kerovi stvarno.
A?
Kako ti trebaju kerovi?
A da, brate, ne probamo neku mas, nešto da izvadimo.
Ne znam da li daju ostaje mas.
Daj.
Ovo je da inficirano meso, to znam.
Daj mas, ali malo nešto. 320.000.
260.
Koliko ti imaš?
270.
Tamo i slaže. Ti vidiš, što ti sve tamo sa strane, šta je ovo?
Fora je, kad ih pogodim, ja mislim da ih rek dole. Onda oni se, viš padnu u sve, legnu dolje, onaj jarak, znaš. Kako pade, gledaj kao u filmu.
$550.
380. A zašto je manji? Zato što ja nemam onaj 20% bonus nek speed.
Ne, nije nego ti se prije resetova nego mene. Za to, znaš.
Ja mislim da ti imaš 20% bonus na XP sa onim dodatkom na šlemu ili kacigom.
Da, imam, da.
400.000, vidim šta je sad, malo posustaviš tamo. Don't ruin my killing spree. Ispred nas. To je to, ona pauza. Pauza za čepove, što kaže. Počujem kjerava.
Još. Treba ga dolje ubiti. Dolje ga treba ubiti i
Brate, ja sam ga
rasturio. Da ga išečem.
Rasturio sam ga.
A?
Ja ga dole legao.
Prepuca si, jeli?
Evo ti počeš da...
kako me žali, brate, pucaj.
Gotovo se blokujemo, moraš da slobodno skačeš.
Sve okej, to je bilo taj, ne, sve u redu. Gdje si ušao?
Siguran da je to to.
Skačem.
Ja ti kažem. Bilo samo pitanje vremena kad će onda dođe, ali znao sam da mora doći.
Vidiš koji su došli. Svi koji su došli.
Naravno da si ti koji.
Evo vidi ovoga, gleda ovoga. Tu je ovaj veliki. Daj malo unazad samo, pošto mi ta noga dobit će opet napad od nje.
A onda ne vidim kroz teksturu.
Dobro, to je to. Šta kaj šanči?
Nogom te gazim po glavi.
Uzeo sam mami za merenje pritiska. I uzeo sam stek. To ono što se stavi na stol i kao stavi se na stol i onda možeš da staviš nešto u to i zategneš da možda kidaš da se ne povrediš, znaš. Ali ovo uzeo sam baš veliko. Da praviš da odeš da opraviš ono gore, a?
Ne. Platformu. Ja, pretpostavljam da mogu da probam.
Ajmo gore. Čak da ne sjeba na osnovi. Razvaljene skroz.
Nema potrebe da ideš, a?
Ne, to je to, nema šta.
Možda mi preskaču u
Šepa.
fremu kad trče, znaš. Imam možda bolju ideju od ove. Gledaj ovo. Gledaj ovo.
Da. Onda te ne pljune. Frost ti bez ovaj zid odraga ja, pogledaj šta mu radim.
Kada se napravi taj zid, ja bi ga čak u čeliku napravio. Ona ima veze, vada ne možeš probiti beton tako brzo. Evo
ga Vuk. Vuk Vučina.
Vuk Vučić.
Če. Uspio sam, znaš. Uspio sam da ga iskoristim, znaš.
Ovo ne smijem gore da stojim, znaš.
Gdje si ti, kume?
Evo iza tebe.
Pomažeš im, no.
Ne smijem da stojim gore.
Šta?
Ne smijem da stojim gore.
Pa stoj meni na glavu.
Ljudskaju.
Možeš samo milimetar, u stvari ne moraš. Evo tako, malo za nazad. Milimetar, to je to. Evo dobro.
Pazi kako buši taj zid.
Sobiš ti je dobro, je.
Da si razbio jedan blok.
Zašto smo...
Da
ne vidimo tvoje noge, nemoj da čučiš, ustani. Jer kad čučiš ne vidimo, noga mi stoji preko face. Kako me daru, ne znam kako.
Krazi, praviš se blizu zida. Znaš.
Ti to, kako u mene, brate, tako? Noga mi ova, šta mi radi?
Idi nazad malo.
Ajde malo, evo.
Sad?
Pa bolje.
Ja da stanem dolje, ti si sjedi na glavu,
Ajde.
Ajde se obrnem. Evo, stani mi na glavu, daj.
Evo,
Meni ne smeta, apsolutno.
Može.
Znaš zbog čega, ja nosim night vision, znaš. I tvoja noga mi tačno stoji u onaj dio koji night vision blokira. Mogu smo uvjerenije da radimo, ajde. A nije
Zašto
tako...
ostanem pored tebe? A evo, može ovako. Zašto mora biti na tebe, bre?
Zato kad gledam levo, desno, tačno gledam u tebe, znaš.
Smetam ja ođe.
Ramen mi gura, znaš. Pa to stojim ti ja na glavu. Postoji razlog zašto.
Da ti sad smetam?
Neka se popeo od tebe. Putao sam skoro 10.000 metara.
A šta ćemo uradimo? Napravit ćemo onaj mrtvi biom, počnemo tamo da napravimo bazu za...
Oko trgovca.
Za ovaj, da.
Za?
Za ovo, za Fortnite, da.
Buker mi idem nekakvi 2-3 metra.
Napravit ćemo se, znači kako ćemo fino da ojačamo, možemo staviti malo i tureta. U slučaju da nam probiju naš, pa da nas tureti brane.
Pa ne možeš praviti bazu, možeš oko trgovca napraviti isto odavno.
Ne, ovo ćemo napraviti, više ovo što je tu ispred. Dignemo se na te 3-4 bloka, ne više.
Da, ovo ti sve stoji za to što oni ne mogu da probiju vrata, nego se guruju na njih. Možeš oko trgovče baze da napraviš to.
Ne čujem te ništa.
Rekao, oko Merchantove baze možda napraviš taj kao, kažeš ti zid. Tamo još imaš jačih neprijatelja.
Možemo odmah na ulaz, taj mać, da bude ozbiljnije, naš ono... Nema spasa, ako bude...
Idu nas verime tu.
Vidim, tu smo. Znači, za sad sam dobio 18 skill poena, samo da znaš.
Ja sam trpao u armor, ako mi govoriš.
Ti si koristio, ja nisam ništa koristio.
Dodao sam bio na...
A sad ću da stavim.
Na Fortify sam dodao, na Agility sam stavio 10.
Ja stavio sam da sam Huntsman.
Pro. Šta mi je opalio stealth bombs, pojma nam kako. Moja pretpostavka je kad ga nokautiram, a ne ubijem ga, znaš, da on izgubi detekciju, znaš, kao da boravi 10. Popio na grandpa ulovni eliksir, mislim da nemaš više ništa.
Pa neš jedan.
Nešto posustaju, no? Izgube benzin. Mislim, malo se sporili.
Bije u kobrnu krug.
Da ti kobrnu krug, ja je da moraš. Pa neko brči po koći. Jel tam?
Je dobro napita, jesi je provala, ne? Imaš tam pitu od višanja. Kako nije? Moraš da ideš, Miki, jel' tako? Svišćam, nisam naišao na sir. Ko? Hoćeš kume prije posla da što kreneš da staneš na tortu? Na tortu?
Ne. Rekao sam ti fino. Kad ti dođeš ujutro kod mene jedan dan, evo Keva je donala kajmak iz Crne Gore.
Doću šutra na kajmak.
Ne, dođeš fino šutra ujutro.
Ne mogu ja da dođem kad nisi ti kući.
Aj jebi ga, to je mali problem.
Ja pa sad.
Možeš u sredu, ja mislim, samo da vidim. Možete mi u utorak ujutro možda dođeš do mene. Ne, kurac.
Ne čujem, džabe pričaš, ne čujem to.
Daj, stavic.
Ne čujem, sve kad završi se ovo, stani. Ajde bre.
This was mistake, vi zato će okolo tebe, znaš? Znaš taj fora, čučnuo sam iza tebe i tačno gledam šta radim. Znači iza tebe da ti dođe sleđat udarim.
Šta?
Pustio sam ih da trče okolo. Znači ne ide direkt na tebe. Ne ide direkt na tebe, slušaj me. Nego trči ti iza leđara, tu dalje u kičmu. To je mi plan.
Naranđasta torba, vidi ovo.
Ne, pa to od onoga vuka.
Pogledaj unutra. Ne, imaš crvena, to je naranđasta.
To je pčela.
O da bre. Evo, sada punim opet,
Stani, drži ono za lutovanje. Stani!
Ček.
Tablete.
Sad ću ima, već sad.
Nesi kurac.
Ja imam 4. Aj, Kindija.
Tama, to će ti biti tamo da kolo izlutaš se. Ne budi to.
Repo uviđek tu naranđasto je.
Siguran sam.
Ova ropčaka postaje sve veće.
Ne možemo da pravimo, jesi zaboravim.
Znam.
Jednu pčelu sam dobio iz te torbe.
Kažem ti, ta naranđasta je posebna.
To vidim. Što kaže, light as a feather. Jedan skill point mi fali da ima medium armor gladiator. Reduce medium armor movement penalty by 75%, stamina penalty by 50%, reduce durability use by 60%.
Ja mislim ću da uzmem heavy armor, da budem ono tankčina neka teška.
Da, moraš da onda uzmeš, moraš da promeniš taj armor što nosiš u heavy.
Šta moram? Pa mogu, imam onaj Grandpa's Forgotten eliksir, koliko hoćeš.
Ne, armor moraš da nosiš.
Pa da, uzmem heavy, da.
Mislim da ti je nerd armor, na primjer heavy, a onda je 20% bonus na XP.
Evo još jedna naranđasta torbica.
9 strength, 9 percepcije, 10 fortitude, 10 agility i 10 intelligence. Ovo se izbljeva.
Ja imam sve 10-ke, znaš?
Siguran sam.
Aj, bači mi još jedan chest ispod ovoga, ali?
Ne zove se chest, nego storage block. Znaš ga ja tražim kao chest.
Zdaj ga samo...
Znam.
Stiliraj ga.
Ovaj će dobar na biti,
Još jednu čovu sam dobio, da. Iz toga, da, zato je on takav, znaš. Ima vjerojatno pčela u njega, znaš.
Taj materijal za kao... No.
Ali to ti kažem, prvi put ga vidim, nisam ga gledao. Gledati do sam.
Nope.
A?
Definitivno nisam. Ti si pokupio Riser, to sam tražio.
Čega?
Riser za ovaj bow. Imaš da staviš da ti...
Kupio sam, da.
Da ti drži kao... To ti u suštini... Drži kao ruku, kao... Da ne kao... Ne gubiš staminu. Kako ćeš? Ne gubiš staminu. Če sam malo betona da uzmem.
Malo praviš ovo, a?
To je sve polupano.
Odlično.
Ima dosta helta beton, treba dosta drgaš po zidu, ja i ti da bi to polomilo. Hoće da interaktuješ sve sanduke odjedno, šta?
Hoću da, sad čekaj, da složim ih. Pa ćeš vidjeti, vam prebačujem sve ove knjige, a vam prebačujem sve... samo... Ovamo sve alati i ta stranja, znaš koliko lakše je sad da se vidi. Kad nema ovih govan od knjiga. Suđe. Evo ti. Evo ti pa čitaj knjige. Samo da maknemo ovo. Čekaj. Spačim. Ovo. Evo ti ovaj dolje čest, pogledaj. Vidiš?
Sekundu samo da razbijem ovaj termo čarap. Mi samo jedna level 6, ovo ostalo se može.
Aha, to su. Farmer's Gloves, vidio?
Ima već level 6.
Imaš vehicle plow mod, daj da upačem na onaj tamo.
Ubaci jedan, nemam. Kaže map. Yes, please.
Ima dvije tačno.
Oba sam čitao.
Znači ta si to tu, to odeš tamo.
Ne.
Da, gdje bio mi tamo, jeste, da.
Inače mislim da je vezano za... da su promenili. Sad ispupo čitaje pa ćeš reći da li tako radi.
Ti si već počitaja, ne?
Da.
Je, pravda imam najbolji motor.
Što ne napraviš jedno?
Nema šta da pravim, nego ne mogu da napravim toliko dobro. Gdje je ovaj pacer? Evo se više durability. Level 5, znaš.
Šta motorka?
Ne, nego auge. Gdje mislim. Kak je bije tu? Če bije ovaj?
Ne znam.
Šta kažeš? Molim? Dobro.
Kako sam dobio XP za knjige? 20.000.
Da.
Znaš da daju...
Nije ti bilo muska da čitaš to?
Ne. Bari mi da ne. Čemu je razbijeno ovdje?
To su porazbijali, mislim. Sad ću nema. Šta ovdje sve ide na prodaju? Čujeme motorke.
Napravi bar jednu rezervnu, normalno.
Ima tamo. Koliko tebi ovaj impact driver ima stamina cost?
7.4.
7.4 to je bolje od motora.
Jaj. A ovo je tako...
Či provjeri ove krampovi to?
Sad vidim. Kupio sam ja. Proverio sam prvo da vidim da li su polomili košinci, nisu. Ali su izlupali male rupice, bukvalno su se infiltrali unutra, kakve gluposti.
Evo ima jedan kramp. Evo ti ga ovaj čest desni ima taj jedan kramp, pogledaj da ti je...
Moguće da sad ću vidjeti.
Ja nemam reperke to...
Drži, stani! Nakon izih nosim, drži! Ej!
Znači... 6.
Kao 6.
6 mi baš... Hvala ti. Ono mi znači to.
Pa trebalo bi. Ne znam koliko ti trebalo.
No, 44 komada sam stavio.
Čeliši kramp ima stamina kost 8,2. Pa ti vidi. Toliko ja šop bio pri. Kako si ti ovo polupazio? Ovo je sve izbušeno. Šta je ovo?
Je. Dolje, a sad kad sam bio žan veliki, pa sam ovo što ljatno, ja.
Primetio si. Daj Bože da ga udariš, me dođeš. Ne.
Jaki.
Kuj.
Dam tu satisfakciju da budem prisni.
Satisfaction. Pararam.
Ta-da.
Satisfaction. Kažete, ja sam koristio sve vreme Night Vision. Mogu tebi bolje su performanse bili nego tebi, mogu da spadim pare.
Evo, kad ćeš doći? Kad ćeš doći? Ćao, čao. Dakle, da je batalila. Neki ja sam. Nemaš ti jeđe sa sirom, kje? Koja velika? Ćemo biti puno. Ne posljedice. Evo. Kapa. Ovo je ne kapa.
Koliko nam treba za pčelarnik? 3-4 pčela. 5. 5 pčela treba za pčelarnik. Nema bloka koji nije udaren, znaš, posle ove noćne hajke. Ne postoji. Ovo ne fali bar 1 HP-a. Počeš i od poda do svega ostalog. To meni helikopter... Ti si uzeo moj helikopter, je moguće to?
Ne.
Jesi. Onda kad si me pokupio za si moj helikopter, što ja pitan, imamo, ti imaš 2 helikoptera, ti kaj jest imam. To je bio moj. Ja sam ga parkirao, dobro što sam ga stavio ovdje zapravo, znaš. To je bio bliže. To je bio bliže vatri.
Ostavi si ga upaljenog, viš da se vrti i dalje.
Vrti?
A, pogledaj. Alo? Jedem, ubijam se. Pazi. Pa kod mene je 23 stepena u kući, tako ne. Pa. Dajem. Dajem.
Gdje se nalazi taj shop što ti je rekao za onu motorovu? Da? Gdje se nalazi onaj shop za onu motorovu? Pa rekao...
Srbi kaže ne. Čuo sam sve preko neta.
Sve preko neta, ja?
Ili ne, si nešto tako. Čo ti pošaljem link?
Aj.
To je to, kažem. Ne gledam ovo. Kaj telefon. Za građevinu super, vjerujem. A dobiješ s njim. Ne, ovo idemo 5.20, ono standard. A u stvari, pa ono, kad smo išli standard, znaš. 5.20 ćemo ići.
Ajde, ja ću javiti. Ajde.
Ujebote Boga.
Ne psuj Boga.
A šta kažeš, Mike? Ne mogu, umrijeću. Najeo sam ovu sa... Ne znam, sa višnjama, drugi put.
Te familija troje.
Eno, sam sebe.
Zaboravim da pitam, i da li turbocharger ovaj helikopter, ide? Da li turbocharger ovaj helikopter?
Pa ima, stavi ti.
Stavno da je razlika samo ono ubrzanje, koliko ide od 0 do 100.
Kao ima nešto. Ne sam školovala da ne dobro sam.
Ćeš da pogledaš treasure ovdje. Ćeš da pogledaš treasure ovdje.
No neću, daleko sam sad moram da raščistim po ovim čestovima. Da ću reći koliko para je ovo sve bilo.
Našao sam M60 u sanduku, znaš?
Koji kvalitet?
6. Ali nema nikakve bonuse, samo ono... M60, to ti to. Šta je? Je level 5 Steel Club sa 2 bonusa. Dobro, šta je?
Znači od ovih odjela i gova na 40.000.
Jesi raspada šta? I sad dolazi Forde kad sam iskopao lagu.
Da, tako bilo.
Ne, kad sam ga iskopao, znaš da bi ono pre inače bilo...
Da dokopaš ono dolazi. Ali sad ono, pošto ne mogu da kopaju kad dolje, možeš lagano.
Bob je majstor najveći.
Oblic.
Bob do. There must be some kind of way out of here. Said I joke it to the thief. Too much confusion. Pararam. Za kafana gdje smo otali kokoške, Red Rooster. Gdje imaju podrumane borbe petlom. Ali... Dobra, i sad bilo bi previše komplikovano od fan pimpsa da napravi petla i kokoške, da.
Traje.
A, nisi, nema potrebe, ali izgleda smiješno kad odeš u podrum i ne ideš samo na kokoške bez petlova, znaš.
Uzeo sve clear invest, hoćeš da očistimo to?
Neću prvo blago da iskupam. Si vidio na pravac North, si vidio Solitera da vidiš koliki je? Tu možda veoma bazu napraviti, na vrhu Solitera.
Vidim da, ma gdje ću na vrh?
Što fali?
Ma da podkopa temelje bježi.
Ne može ti skopavati, to što njihova detekcija radi do 20 blokova. Znaš što? Ako postaviš land claim blok 20 blokova ispod platforme na kojoj ćeš da napraviš kad si u Soliteru, ona vata 20 blokova gore, 20 blokova dolje. Ne mogu da se spawnuju niđe u taj sektor, znaš. Ćeš da ti nađem link gdje je ono lik objasnio kako napraviš bazu na sred Solitera.
Ma kakav Soliter, viš. Doći i kako hoćeš.
Kao što sam ti rekao, ako nećeš da se ukopavaš, imaš opciju da se sagradiš gore na vrh Solitera.
To je ova mrtvi bio, biš. Depresija me vata u njega.
No, sad što kažeš. 2 zombija sam ubio, 2 zombija su mi bacila po torbicu. Make it make sense, pa da, to je zato što mi je game stage 2000.
Da. 2000 ti je u zeleni bio.
Ne, bukvalno
2400.
Bukvalno jednom nogom stojim u ovaj radioaktivni činjenci. Wasteland.
Da, Wasteland. Šta vidim, meni je 3000 pole.
Ne vidim, piše mi 472.
Daje master, ovaj među.
Opa, radijacija.
Prodavnica.
Tem.
Hm?
Ima metaka. Dosta pao. $1700 čavara. Isto fino.
Si našao šta?
Aha. $700 baht.
Komila već ovo.
Čega? Zombije?
Zombi, jer me našu moj mrtvi bio.
Ne, nego ti je game stage toliko veliki da bukvalno ne možeš da makneš metar da te ne salete. Sjećam da je to.
Master, I'll check it out.
Viđi ove zelene oblake, dedine, ovo je strašno za gledanje, znaš. Gdje je trgovac? Pade mi helikopter na glavu. Da stave hover mod na helikopter, da možeš da zaglaviš palicu autopilot.
Da, i da on tu stoji, da.
Da stoji umjesto dok god ga ne cimneš malo levo desno. Da možeš da normalno ono... To vozilo gubi health kad si u onom oblaku, labati. Se meni čini samo.
Šta?
Da ti to vozilo gubi health kad si u onome oblaku.
Kako na oblaku?
Vidiš zeleni oblak, si bio ovaj radioaktivni biom?
Ja sam tu, brate, unutra se dere me ova radijacija.
Skloni si. Alfa, vidi ovo, ledeni biom, ledena oluja, znaš. Izgleda lepo ovako iz vazduha. Zato toliko lepo da mi se ne ulazi u tu zonu. Uf. Stisnuo sam use, znaš. Ispao sam iz helikoptera, na 30 metara sam letio dalje.
Dobro, imaš ono da ne možeš ovaj...
Pa ima, ali ima limit, znaš. Ne možeš slomit nogu, ali gubiš health. Nema slomljene noge, ali ono... HP i dalje, ono tu.
Što ne rade, što rade, mi dželim ovaj čuto.
O, Trader Joe. Da mi kao da jest. Što izgleda prlepo iz daljine. Uf, ne vidi se ništa, znaš. Uf.
Ali jedan često ovaj pacer.
Nije ovo Trader Joe. Koji je vođeo? Neka ovo je na bazi. Isto na ovo je na bazi kao smo ti naši tamo, znaš. Onaj Ford Karmik.
Ford Focus.
Isti kao tamo pred naše baze, onaj Fort vojni, znaš? Vlak.
Gdje?
Ovdje se sad trenutno. Vojna baza. Vojna baza u izgradnji.
Hvala ti za experience.
Sniperska puška, dobro 6. Oh shit, 100%, minus 100% fall damage, znaš.
Kako?
Tako se zove, tablete neke male. Piše oh shit. Šta je prošlo je, ne? Čini se kao des. Čini se kao des.
Što je dan?
To se nagađa na zombije, znaš, tek se onda aktivira. Toliko mi je moćan stealth. To ono kaže, baš je moćan.
Već te prepozna rođeni.
A rođeni kaže moćan. A to ne iđe po novcu.
Ne iđe, da.
As you wish. Got a bad feeling about this.
Naranđasti vojnik, zombi. Skočio sam mu bio na glavu, znaš. Izvadim desert igli, sam ja mrtav. Pap, mrtav.
Jak je desert?
Normalni međet. Kao beli. Sam bude krzno. Za 2 mjeseca dobio njega, znaš.
Koliko masti?
6-7, tako. Ali
Znači,
ja nemam...
Crucible, kad uzmem sve, košta me 2000, znaš. Kad se svim napucao.
Kako Crucible znaš?
Uzeo sam Crucible od ovoga.
Dobro.
As you wish. I'll check it out.
Izgleda su se svi sponovali na tebe, ili?
Zombi?
Da.
Pa verovatno.
Ovamo nema nijednog. Odraće me. Makse, džukelo jedna. Znači, međedi, sve, brat. Sve. Gde?
Čekaj, health. Ti presušio s municijom.
Oli moć da reloaduješ to sranje. Nagradi me robot, čoveče, nagradi me robot, kume.
Šta je blokirat? Ti se nabio facu, šta?
Jebeni robot, glupavi, retardirani robot. Aj, evo te, evo.
Ne psuj Boga.
Kako je retardiran, ne? Joj.
We are not alone. With pleasure. Affirmative.
Ako si retardiran, sve ti prosto.
Šta opet ti se nabija?
Brate, meni stvarno je baš ono retardiran.
Magara uporno. Tebe baš prosipa, a?
Brate, je pakao. Fuck off vještice od mene, fuck off.
Explosion damage.
Ovo je na vojna baza velika, brate, imam quest tu. Znaš? Si li voljan da dođeš?
Ne znam koliko si daleko, 5 km ne. Dok ja dođem, ti ćeš ga uraditi.
Neću ga uraditi. Ima ona ogromna baza, brate, da prvo da počistim. Ajde, kreni, ajde. Ajde. Sam da se ja oporavim prvo. Si shilujem, što sam sad u dijelove.
Da se oporaviš. Sad sam u konfeti. Sad će mi je Mr. Robot. Yes.
Dolaziš?
Ein moment. Izvolite mu bazu. To što ti radiš, znaš.
Velika ona baza.
A ista kao što je kod nas.
Ne, ova je baš ona ogromna. Ona što ima ispod, znaš, bunker.
Mesa, like mesa.
Ne znam kako zove, ne ta, nego ona bre što ima sefona, znaš, ona gvozdena vrata. Trebaš da razbiješ da bi uša.
To ti je Black Mesa, pre je bilo u pustinji.
US Army Post.
Da ga jebam, ne znam. Zašto je ovaj sanduk sad bio otvoren? Ko zna? 24 konca sam našao. Dobro.
Sad to ostavio.
Ne. Neće biti.
Čim kažu da je bio otvoren.
Ne, neće biti. Malo prije sam ga otvorio.
Smeti ođe.
Kade?
Ne znam, vidim da ima Combined Station tu.
Možda ima to mjesto, samo po sebi Combined Station.
Ne, ovo je napolje. Iđi jebote, ovaj. Max durability plus 1000 jebote. Mačeta. Znači mačeta mi je mala 2200, sada ima 3300 jebote.
Dosta. Ću mačet.